in AWS cloud computing, we have generally more than 200 services, right? But we are doing right now AWS Solution Architect Associate level of the course. So for this training, what we did, we just separated some important services because there is no such specific list of the services for the certification. So AWS says according to AWS, there is no such recommendation, of course, is there, but there is no such fixed syllabus is there, but recommendation is there. So you can just go for a different kind of a services in different vertical. Let's say, so generally AWS asks for these verticals like the compute services, storage services, network services, and database services. So in compute service, we have 4 services like EC2, Lambda, Lightsail, and Elastic Beanstalk. So all these 4 services comes under compute services. Where what are the compute services? The compute services is a part of infrastructure as a service, and you need to provide a compute resources to run program or to start instance or to launch instance, right? So that's why we categorize into the compute resource, compute services. So these comes under the compute services. Second is the storage service. Storage service is very simple. The storage, because in AWS we have various kind of storages, like S3, EFS, and FSX, S3 Glacier, and AWS Backup. Right? Few more definitely the services are there, but I took only selected one. So S3 is an object level storage where you store data and access data directly from the internet. EFS is a kind of a network attached service or network attached storage, right? So you might have seen storage. Generally, people centralized storage in their own data center or on-prem environment. So in the same way, in AWS, we have a service called EFS. So this EFS service, if you configure, you can provide a central storage for multiple EC2 instances. So this is called Elastic File System. And it works with the Linux operating system using NFS protocol. So we'll see means how we can configure and how we can access using EC2 instances. Second service is FSX. This one. This service importantly just created for Windows operating system, because FSX is the only service in the list of the storage services which can be a part of Active Directory. You must be knowing what is Active Directory. So you can register this FSX service with the Active Directory. You can connect with the Active Directory. So this is very easy for your Windows machine to use FSX if you just connect with the Windows directory, or you can integrate it very, very easily. Second is S3 Glacier. Below we have S3 Glacier. S3 Glacier is a service in which you can archive your company's data, or if you have any data which you want to store for a long live, for very long, lengthy duration, let's say 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. So you can choose this S3 Glacier, and this is a cheap storage, and this is a storage for the archival, right? And it's a really durable. Anytime you want, you can retrieve your data back. And AWS gives the guarantee to secure your data under even AWS Glacier. Second is AWS Backup. This is a new service, of course. So a couple of years back, this service just appeared, and people are using now with the various services. Let's say you have EBS block, or you have, let's say, any storage like EFS. If you want to take the backup of such storages, we have AWS backup service. So through this backup service, you can schedule a plan to take backup of that device or the component like EBS or EFS or S3. So this is a backup. So you can take in a backup, right? And anytime if you want, you can recover it. Second vertical is network. And this is really important because Generally, people work with the default network or default VPC. VPC stands for virtual private cloud. So this is the service which is responsible to create an isolated network within the region. And what is the region? You know what is the region? Region is an isolated geographical location, just like London and Paris and Sydney and India. We have Mumbai. So this way we have 25 total regions as of now. So similarly, if you just open any region, so by default, you'll get some default network. So up till now, we were using only the default network. But the VPC is the service in AWS. If you want to create your own network, right, you can use this service. So this service is very important service, just like an EC2. Because in this VPC service, you have large number of components. You have VPN, you have peering connection, transit gateways, internet gateways, and virtual private gateways. I mean, number of things are there. So according to me, this is the biggest service. And if you want to study in detail, so this could take even at least 4 to 5 sessions. Means you need a separate 10 to 15 hours to discover this service. So what we did actually, according to AWS, some part of this service is covered in AWS Solution Architect Associate level, and some part of the service is covered in professional level. So this is good because the entire service we cannot learn, because this is a really expanded service. And through this service, not only you can use AWS provided resources, you can also use third-party resources like Cisco Firewall, Palo Alto Firewall, Fortinet Firewall, IDS systems, IPS system. If you want to implement such systems in your network that you create in AWS, you can use even third-party appliances also. So we will see how actually it is complex. Second, the next service is Route 53. So Route 53 is what? Route 53 is a DNS service. Route 53 is a DNS service, just like in a DNS server. The very encouraging thing is that this Route 53 service is serverless. Means you have not to create any EC2 instance or any server to manage Route 53 service. So without creating EC2 instance or server, you can manage this service. So what is most important? So without this, I think no corporate network can be operated, right? Because the DNS is a very important server. So if you want to create and manage DNS servers, which service you will use? Route 53. And as its name defined, 53, it contains number 53 here. So Route 53. 53 is basically the port number for the DNS. So they did provide this name to this service, Route 53. And with this Route 53, you can purchase domain name, you can route the traffic, you can create a resource record of the DNSs, which is known as the hosted zone. So many other things you can do. It's a very interesting and it's a very vast service. Not only this, you can route the traffic using various methods, right? And for the various purposes. So we will discuss about. So this is a very big service again. And second is CloudFront. You might have learned about this. What is it? CDN service. What is a CDN?
Content delivery network.
Yes, content delivery network. So for the content delivery network, we have a service in AWS is known as CloudFront. If you want to distribute your content over AWS global infrastructure to reduce latency of your content, if some people are accessing content from remote locations, right? So this service you will use. So this service is a part of the network services. So we will learn because through these services, you are using edge locations, or you can say mini data centers. And edge locations are the part of AWS global infrastructure, right? And second is direct connect. This is awesome. Yeah. Right now at this moment in AWS global infrastructure, we have almost 10108 direct connect. So direct connect basically are the physical locations in AWS global infrastructure to provide direct connectivity between AWS environment with your physical infrastructure or on-prem or your data center. So if you want to connect your data center with AWS permanently to make your system hybrid or to make hybrid cloud. So definitely, so this is the very secure, highly dedicated and fiber optics connected connection you'll get. But this is expensive, really expensive. But we will try to learn this, actually, what kind of the technology it is, and you can hire and definitely how actually the data is being transferred and on what technology this connection is being used. Second is global accelerator. Global accelerator also is a part of AWS global infrastructure. And global accelerator is basically the kind of a concept to reduce the latency. And it is reducing the latency on the basis of hop counts. You must be knowing what is a hop count. So the jump between the routers, basically known as hops. So let's say your server is in United States and you are in India. If you try to access that server or if you try to access the application from that server, maybe you are using large number of hop counts to reach that target instance or target application server. Let's say you are choosing or you are taking the 50 hop. So, and definitely your latency will be increased if you are just taking the too many hops. So if you are using global accelerator, so between server and client, this service decreases drastically the number of hop counts, and you will have few hop counts to reach your destination machine or application, and in this way latency will be reduced. So global accelerator is using method to reduce the latency by using or by reducing hop counts. Correct, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, nice. So I'm slow, dear. I'm very slow. I'm not in hurry, right? और कहीं पर भी आपको लगता है ना कि कहीं पर कोई चीज समझ में नहीं आई है, so this is your duty to please just pause me and let me know if one way the thing is not clear. So I'll take another way or another example. Is it correct, guys?
Yes,
because this is kind of a restriction because I'm giving online classes. I cannot see your faces. I cannot be in front of you. So no issue. You just pause me or you can just write on your chat box. Now, the fourth vertical that usually you see in AWS services is database services. As you know that these days we are dealing with different kind of databases. We have SQL database, we have no SQL database, right? We have different databases. Different databases means, let's say if you want to create like Oracle kind of server, Oracle server, MySQL server, MS SQL server, or maybe PostgreSQL server. So these all are database, but their engines are different. The Oracle engine is a different engine, MS SQL is a different engine, but there is one common thing among all. Means all these are belong to SQL database, correct or not? So SQL database is a one type of a server, or in which you are managing RDBMS database, right? You can take any server that belongs to MySQL, Oracle, Microsoft SQL, many other, even Aurora also is there. It is created by AWS, and AWS is their Aurora server for SQL database works approximately 5 times faster as compared to MySQL server. And the way they are offering the server service like Aurora. Aurora is the only database server in AWS which can be configured with server or without server, means serverless, right? So both options are there, and this option only is available with the Aurora. But if you want to create MS SQL or Oracle or any PostgreSQL, so all these are basically server-based engines. So you have to create database instances over there. So we have a database instances. If we create database instances using RDS service, so those instances you will see only in RDS, and those instances you won't see in EC2, right? So EC2 instances are different, and database instances are different. For the database instances to create and to manage, you will use RDS service. And this is a database service. What kind of a database? SQL database. And another type of the database is NoSQL service. So DynamoDB is for the NoSQL service. This again is a serverless. It's a serverless. You are not creating any server to manage NoSQL database. And NoSQL database is a little bit a new concept to just manage the database, in which you do not have a proper schema of table. Means you do not store your data in traditional table formats like rows and columns, because you do not have the particular pattern of your data. So that's why we are saying it's a NoSQL database, DynamoDB, and it doesn't store your data in tabular format. So we have semi-structured and unstructured database. So we can store non-structured and semi-structured database in DynamoDB. So we learn how to work with DynamoDB. And most of the companies these days working with the NoSQL database, so where they deal with the semi-structured as well as no structured database. So these days, the popularity of no database server is day by day is improving. Next is Elastic Cache. Very interesting. Earlier means the RDS for, as you know, the RDS is for SQL Server database, and DynamoDB is for NoSQL database. And what is it for? Elastic Cache. So Elastic Cache is a basically caching service. Sometimes we call it as an in-memory cache. In-memory cache. Let's say you have an application and you offer that application over the internet. People are connected with that application, and this application is being rigorously used by user. Maybe your application is a gaming application or any application which receives data in a very abrupt and very frequent way, and the same data is being used back by those users. If you're writing the data and you want to access the data again, so in that case you need a very high speed to write and read data. So this service, Elastic Cache, is being used to store and to provide data. So this is a kind of a caching service, right? This is a kind of a caching service. So we are using Redis and Memcache services, and they are clusters to manage or to store that temporary data that can later on be permanent, and we can take the backup of such data. So this is a very high speed. It provides a high speed read and write of the data through the application. And you can say this is providing the caching data services. So we'll try to understand. I know that practically it is not there, but I'm just covering. So you should have some idea about, because now we are dealing with the three different kind of database service. One is SQL, another is NoSQL, and third is in-memory caching service, right? So we are just start with another one. So next screen. It is not very important, but I did write few names. I did write the names of few services that we should understand, right? But the important is security, identity, and compliance. These are some important and necessary to learn services like IAM. What is an IAM? Identity and access management. Identity and access management. This is a service you are using to create users, roles, right? Policies and groups. Means, because I know that you people are working with your root user right now, but this is not a good practice because and it is not recommended. Even if you're working in your companies, nobody wants to give the access to the root user because the root user is what? The root user is an ultimate user and it is created only when you create a new AWS account. So even AWS says that means if you want to work with your team, so please do not distribute the credential of root user. You must have additional user. So in AWS, through IAM, you can create different kind of users. Like you can create users to work on AWS CLI, command line interface. You can create users to work with SDKs. You can create users to work with APIs. And you can create users to work with AWS Management Console, which is a intuitive or you can say graphical interface that you access AWS account through browser. So we have the various kind of users and not only users, you can create roles, you can create permission that is known as policies and you can create and manage even groups also. So this again is a very important and lengthy service. We will take this service in a detailed way and security perspective point of view, this service is very important. Second is KMS. See, just understand the KMS. The KMS full form is Key Management Service. Key Management Service. What is the meaning of the key? Means it is specifically created for cryptography. If you want to use cryptography keys in AWS, you are going to use this service, KMS, Key Management Service. KMS stands for Key Management Service. Means you can create a different kind of keys. Generally, if you just work with cryptography, you have the two different kind of cryptographies. Number one is symmetric cryptography and another is asymmetric cryptography. So in symmetric cryptography, you use only one key. Whenever in asymmetric cryptography, for the same function, actually you are using the two keys, public key and private key. So in brief, I would like to say that the KMS is the service which is being used to create and manage keys for data encryption. Ultimately, what you are doing with the keys? You are encrypting the data, right? So some keys, we have ready-made keys that comes with the services that we have not to manage. But even those services are the part of KMS service. But if you want to create your own service, and definitely the KMS has to be used, right? And second service, we have the Cloud HSM, Hardware Security Module, right? HSM stands for Hardware Security Module. Cloud Vault is a kind of a vault. It's a kind of a locker, small locker, logical or second digital locker, where you can keep your, store your KMS keys. If you want to store KMS keys securely, you can use this Cloud HSM. And it's a hardware-based vault to store your keys. Of course, you have to pay money for this, but this option or provision we have. Second is WAF. WAF stands for Web Application Firewall. So generally, to secure your EC2 instance or to filter the traffic for the EC2 instance, as of now, you were using security group, right? So what is security group? Security group is a kind of a component that you connect with EC2 instance to filter incoming or outgoing traffic as well. But WAF and Shield is a different and separate service that comes under the security, identity, and compliance. So if you want to create your own rule to assess incoming packets or outgoing packets, or if you want to put a filter to just analyze the packets, so you can have your own rules, you can write your own rules, or you can buy rules from the marketplace. It is provided by AWS, means you have to pay money and you can buy standard and complex rules directly from the market. Instead of creating one, you can leave some vulnerabilities. So it's better if you are not expert and you want to use this web. So it's better you just go there, just use the marketplace through the web and connect some complex and the required rules with the web, and you can integrate this web with EC2 instance or the process in your infrastructure. So this web can be connected with EC2 instance. Web can be connected with even load balancer to analyze your traffic, which is coming or going out. So this way, this is the brief introduction about the security, identity, and compliance. And under the management and governance, this again is a vertical. This again is the group of service. So this is the name of the group of the service, management and governance. So I listed down few services like AWS, organization, CloudWatch, OpsWorks, Config, Trusted Advisor, Cloud Formation, and Cloud Trail, right? So we start with AWS organization. So in big companies, just like Tata or Infosys or Microsoft and any other company, not take the example of the Microsoft. So means any other company, they are big in size or they do work on multiple projects at the same time. So one thing is very clear, they don't have only one account of AWS. They may be having multiple AWS accounts, and their teams are working on multiple AWS accounts. And every team can have some budget to work with some project. And they will have definitely some estimation also. They are just managing their accounts and they are regularly calculating this. Let's say, so if you're just finding difficulty to actually transfer data from one AWS account to another AWS account, or maybe you're finding difficulty to provide authentication as well as privileges to access the different AWS account project information. And it was really needed to get the information from different AWS accounts. So what we are doing, we are using this service called the AWS organizations. So under AWS organizations, using this service, you can collaborate multiple AWS accounts at one place. Means you can combine those AWS accounts. So logically, definitely those accounts are different. You are not basically making as a one account. They will remain separate account, but using this AWS organization, you are collaborating it. You are providing the common users, common policies, common roles. So you have not to set these principles again and again. Let's say one user you have, so you can provide actually the access to, or you can provide the privilege to access another AWS account, which are part of this AWS organization. So this such kind of a task makes your scenario easy, right? So you are reducing complexity by using AWS organization. And number two, AWS organization is a kind of service where you can pay consolidated bill of your multiple accounts at one place. Let's say we have the 5 teams are working, and these 5 teams has 5, and these 5 teams have 5 AWS accounts, right? And every AWS account will have its own billing amount, and you want to pay, your company wants to pay in one go. So instead of paying the same account 5 times in a different account head, what we are doing, we are using AWS organization service, and we are making consolidated billing amount. So with the help of the organization, you can consolidate your transactions. Is it clear, everyone? So up till here, I think you're getting me.
Yes, sir.
Good. So it's a little theoretical today, no issue, but it was really important to just tell what all these services are doing. Next is ops work. Ops work means, let's say in your AWS account, you have 1,000 servers, right? You have 1,000 servers and you want to launch a common application in 1,000 server, or you want to do some system administration task on these 1,000 server in one go. So you have two methods. Either you can just go and just attend kind of activity manually, one by one, all EC2 instances or servers. So this is really laborious, time-taking, and the tiring job. And no one recommend to attend such jobs manually on each and every EC2 instance. And the second one is either you are using this OpsWorks or we have a system manager service also. So OpsWorks service is basically to provide you to write the scripts in Puppet or Chef. Puppet or Chef, we have the two different kind of scripting platforms. You can write your recipes, you can write your work recipes here, and you pass those recipes to your group of EC2 instances or the production server that you run in your AWS account. So you can manage all these servers through this OpsWorks. Okay, this much of knowledge is enough, because to learn this, you should have some actually experience on Chef or Puppet. So second is config. Very interesting. This is a really very interesting. AWS says that we have at least 10 million customers, right? They're saying. So I don't know how many customers are there. I don't know about this, but they're having millions of the customers, right? At present. And AWS would be learning or would be gaining some experiences through their clients. And what they are doing, they are creating the best use cases, best practices, and they are learning through their some experienced clients. And what they do, if you buy AWS business account, if you buy a business account, so you can get actually the support from AWS. And similarly, config is a kind of a service in AWS. It also gives the kind of a feedback about your configuration, about your the usages, and about your resources that you create in AWS. Correct? That you create in AWS. It means config will analyze your config will analyze, and you can use actually config as well as a trusted advisor both. Even if we have a trusted advisor means it will advise you. Config generally you are using to audit the resources. So you have the number of services, you have number of resources running, you have number of policies, you have number of roles, you have number of the connectivity. So if you want to analyze, so what number of the resources are being used and where those resources are, and what is the status of those resources. So this information is really very, very important to access your resources or to audit your resources. So if you, and this is a paid account actually, the paid service, config is a paid service. If you enable it, so it could be very useful for your team, project team, as well as for your auditor. And secondly, the trusted advisor, it will give an advice for the configuration letter. It will say that, no, you had a security group, you have a security group which connected with the EC2 instance, but that security group has some vulnerabilities. So what those vulnerabilities are there, it will list down. Similarly, if your particular resource is not performing well and you had no idea, so if you are using the cloud trusted advisor or AWS trusted advisor, it will make a list of vulnerabilities It will make the list of misconfiguration. It will make a list of means the performance also. So from there, you can find how to improvise your infrastructure, how to improve security, and how to improve performance of your resources that you configure or run in AWS, right? And next is cloud formation. What is a cloud formation? A cloud formation is a service. So in this, you can write some script. Generally, you write script in a YAML or JSON format. So this is a script-based tool, right? So you can write a script here, and you can create and manage your infrastructure in AWS. So this is just like Terraform, but specifically this is only for AWS account. This doesn't work with the cross account or multiple accounts. So this is called the cloud formation. So using cloud formation, you can work with your account. You can create resources. You can create the stack with a group of the resources, and you can simultaneously manage your resources through scripting, and that scripting to be needed or to be written in either JSON or YAML. And if you don't know how to write those programs, so no worry. Even a cloud formation does provide you designer tool. Within the cloud formation, we have an access to the designer tool. And if you know how you can make the connectivity among the various resources, let's say you have an instance, EC2 instance, and you need to connect the EC2 instance with the security group. And this instance you created within the VPC. VPC has internet gateway. You know all these structure, right? So you draw that diagram in that designer tool. And automatically, once you complete the diagram, AWS Cloud Formation will create a program for you automatically. Isn't it interesting? So you can use that one, right? And you can specify the properties. So we will learn it. Next is CloudTrail. CloudTrail, I think the CloudWatch is there. Yes, CloudWatch is there. The CloudWatch is a monitoring service, right? And CloudTrail is what? The CloudTrail is a log service. If you want to store the log of your resources, if you want to store the log of instances or application servers or the other resources you run in AWS, so you can use this CloudTrail service. You will create a trail and you will store log related to a particular resource in that trail. Later on, you can see that trail. Next is application integration. In this, we have long list of services. I took only two. One is SNS and another is SQS. Because we are restricted to AWS Global Infrastructure, or you can say AWS Solution Architect Associate level. We are not a developer. We are not a system engineer. For developers, we have a different set of permissions. And even for security professionals, we have a different set of service. But to start the journey in AWS, so these services, like I already explained you, these services are very, very important. So these services are common in DevOps. These services are common in AWS Solution Architect, and you can find some services even in system administration, or you can say SysOps, right? And so these are very important service to understand some high level, or you can say advanced level of certification. And application integration is another group. Under this group, we have these two services, let's say SNS and SQS. SNS is a simple notification service. Means if you want to send a notification related to some event, let's say your machine has started, you want to send a notification to the connected email or mobile number. Let's say your machine has been terminated. Let's say the volume has been consumed, or some threshold alert has been generated that you want to send to your administrator or client. So means for any reason, if you want to send a message to your client or administrator or to your team member, you will use SNS service, simple notification service. And a simple notification service does work on various and different kind of you can say platforms. Like you can send messages, you can send some messages through JSON, you can use emails, you can use even HTTP or HTTPS protocol, means you can even integrate with application this SNS. And if you want to send SMS messages, you can use SNS. Now, the second is SQS. SQS is a simple queue service. Means if your application is sending regular messages to your server to attend, maybe your server is busy and that server can drop those messages. But in order to ensure that the messages are not being dropped and it should be delivered anyhow, so we must configure SQS service. So SQS service is a pull-based service, means you are pulling the messages. You are not sending the messages to someone. You are accepting the messages. You are pulling the messages through this SQS. And through the SNS, you are sending the messages. So there is a difference between the SQS and SNS. SNS is sending the messages, and through the SQS, you are pulling the messages. And if you want to make a link between the components of an application within the AWS, this SQS service can be used to decouple the service, right? So we will learn about this. So generally we are using to decouple the service. So very important term I'm using because these days we are creating microservices. So in our developers are making microservices, and microservices means we are not using heavy machines to launch applications. We are using very light machines to launch applications, and we are making our software or application in chunks or in different components, and every component that you run in a different or separate compute resource. So we are using these days microservice concept to develop an application, right? So guys, this was the very basic idea about the services that we can use to cover the course. But the few are very important. So this screen is very important, especially this screen I'm telling you, right? We have the 4 verticals like compute, storage, network, and databases, right? And these were some additional services we have. But if you see the security, identity, and compliance, IAM is a very important service. AWS organization is important. Even the trusted advisor you must understand. And CloudWatch also is very important. And of course, SNS, simple notification service, because you can select this service to, or configure this service to send messages on some certain events. And if you see CloudWatch here, so CloudWatch is a monitoring service for your service, for your AWS services or for resources. So you can measure the performance of your resources through the CloudWatch. Not only you can measure the performance, you can also send alarms. You can set alarms with the resources with the CloudWatch. So we will learn bit by bit everything. So long way to start our journey, but definitely these are the services we learn. Now, if you have any question, you may ask. अगर कोई भी question आप पूछो, please मुझसे.
Sir, being an candidate from networking background, the networking services, the column which you showed, was having a routing part. Like in networking, there are basically routing and switching concept. So Route 53 routing भी करता है और switching भी करता है. Is it like that?
No. Route 53 आपके DNS ट्रैफिक करता है. DNS ट्रैफिक को रूट करता है using different routing policies. Just like geolocation routing policy, simple routing policy, failover routing policy, proxy policy, right? So weighted policy. So all these are the policies. लेकिन आपके जो mind में है, because you came from networking background, so you are thinking that we have to do some sort of routing over there using EGP or IGP kind of protocols or BGP kind of a protocols. No, we are not doing such kind of a routing. Those things are attended by AWS in backend. So AWS is saying, so please do not manage my data center. I'll manage it, right? You have to focus on your task. तो जो root 53 होता है ना, तो basically ये DNS server है. DNS server में करते क्या है? That we need to understand. So what generally we do with the DNS server, that we need to understand, and you can do some advanced things even in Route 53. Because I'm saying the failover policy. What is the meaning of the failover policy? The failover policy says that, let's say you have a server, right? And you published a website and that server fails. What will happen? What will happen to the client? The client won't be able to access the application, correct or not?
Yeah, that's right.
So if you want to provide an alternate link for against that failed instance, what you are doing, you are creating another alternate instance or another alternate resource to provide the service. And you configure that mechanism or configuration through Route 53 failover service. Means if one server is failed, if your main server is failed, so you are going to provide actually that service from that alternate server to your client. मतलब client के लिए वो unavailable नहीं रहेगी. So you have a mechanism to provide the services to your client. So such kind of things are there, right? Okay. Let's say you have servers and you need to distribute some load. Let's say some servers are in Sydney, some servers are in Mumbai, some servers are in, let's say, in North Virginia in the United States. And according to the region, you want to distribute traffic. So that kind of configuration you can do with the Route 53. Okay.
Okay. The traffic which is going to DNS server.
Pardon me?
That we can manage the traffic which is going to the DNS server.
Yes, correct. We can manage the traffic through which is going through the DNS, and Route 53 is a DNS service, right?
Okay.
Okay, no issue. So what I'm doing, I just spoke all these things, and you need to understand, and you have to. So I'm just giving a task to you. I don't know you'll be liking all this or not, but I'll ask you. I'm just going to share this all this stuff. So you will have recording of this, right? You will have the recording of this on your LMS. And what you have to do, because even I'm writing. So for me, this documentation is not yet completed. I'm just writing about the Lambda. What is a Lambda? I didn't write the Lambda over the Lambda. Basically, Lambda is a serverless service. I should have written here. Yeah, this is the Lambda. This is the Lambda. Lambda is a serverless service. What you can do with the Lambda? So Lambda, with the help of the Lambda, you can run programs without provisioning servers. You do not require EC2 instance, and you want to run a program that you can write in Java, Python, Ruby, Go, Node.js, .NET, in any popular language. If you write a program and for the management purpose or to link with some application, if you run the program in AWS, you do not require an EC2 instance. You do not require EC2 instance. So without EC2 instance, without provisioning server, you can run a Lambda function. So in short, I can say that Lambda is a service which can execute program without any server. Very interesting. So means if you want to automate the job, देखो जैसे मैं एक छोटा सा example ले लेता हूँ. Let's say you have 1,000 servers, right? You have 1,000 servers, and all these 1,000 servers in your organization available in different regions. Some are in London, some are in Mumbai, some are in Sydney, Tokyo, blah blah. So means all these servers are working in different region according to the requirement. Now I was asked to take snapshot of all these servers in one go every day. When I just leave my office, let's say 7 o'clock in the evening, so I should take the snapshot of all these 1,000 servers. So can you really understand? Should I complete this task manually?
No.
No, sir.
मुझे
Not possible.
आप सब समझ सकते हो. Can I complete this task manually? So anyone who don't understand Hindi, please let me know. Anyone who don't understand Hindi? Sometimes कभी-कभी मैं बीच में बोल देता हूँ. Everyone understand Hindi, right? Dilip,
Yes.
Akram, Amit,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Giridhar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good, good. It's okay. It's okay. So, guys, let's say I was saying you have 1,000 servers, and you are asked to actually take snapshots of all these servers on a daily basis. Your client says that भाई हमारे पास 1,000 सर्वर चल रहे हैं और मुझे डेली बैकअप चाहिए और जो पुराने बैकअप्स हैं उनको डिलीट कर दो और नए बैकअप्स ले लो on a daily basis. We said yes. And you know how to take the backup manually. You have the knowledge. You know how to take the backup of the instance or the backup of the volume manually. But how to automate the process? And you understand, to automate the process, you must have one program. And that program you should run on this AWS environment. Then only this task can be automated. Correct or not? So somebody will write a program for you, right? Or you can write your program. If you know, like Python, Ruby, whatever the language you want to use, you should have knowledge over one language. And you will write a program, or your team will write a program for you. They will provide a program to you. And let's say that program is responsible to search your instances region-wise. And if instances are available, this program will search for the EBS volume per instance, and those backups were taken. And it will take the backup of those EBS volumes when it finds actually in AWS account. So one by one, this program will scan your region, and one by one, it will take the snapshots of all available EC2 instances. So this is basically logical programming in one language. And that program you want to run on a daily basis on a certain time, let's say 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock. So even you can schedule that program to run. And the program you just created and you configured through Lambda function without any server, without any EC2 instance, right? So automatically that program will run on a stipulated time that you allocate. And you will take a snapshot on a daily basis. And this program also does delete your old snapshots, which are 5 days old or 10 days old, whatever this condition you provide in the program. So this way you can automate your job. So this is a very simple example. Even a Lambda can also be used to push and pull messages between microservices components, right? So many other things you can do with the Lambda functions. So Lambda ultimately is a service that runs the program without launching EC2 instance or without provisioning servers. And what is a light sale? Light sale is a very dynamic service, right? I'll tell you, I'll give the example of the dynamic, this light sale right now. And light sale is basically different from EC2, but the purpose of EC2 and light sale both are exactly same. If you have not proper knowledge about EC2, and let's say you are the new user for EC2, so even you can use light sale to launch and manage your instances. Light sale, that's why it is in compute services, because you are creating and managing the resources, compute resources. Second is the elastic beanstalk. ये भी बहुत interesting service है, elastic beanstalk. Elastic beanstalk is a platform as a service. पता मैं आपको क्यों बता रहा हूँ? Why I'm just telling you all these things orally, and you are listening me. I'm not providing the notes. I'm not providing some visuals here. I'm totally just speaking and you are listening. So what you will do, today is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you will have 2 days in between. Till Monday, you have 2 days. And you have to write at least 2 to 3 lines for every service. So means what is EC2, what is Lambda, what you can do with the Lambda, what is light sail, what is elastic beanstalk. So service wise service, if you're writing even 3 or 4 lines per service, you have to work hard and you will understand what exactly the purpose of these services. Will you do it or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
मेरे ख्याल से करना चाहिए, थोड़ा सा initiative लेना चाहिए. You should take
Right.
initiative, right? So now elastic beanstalk. What is an elastic beanstalk? भाई आप elastic beanstalk से क्या कर सकते हैं? अभी आप मुझसे क्वेश्चन पूछोगे, सर, if elastic beanstalk is there, then why we are learning EC2 service? So elastic beanstalk को आप अपना ना सॉफ्टवेयर दे दो. Let's say you don't know how to launch EC2. You don't know how to create and configure load balancer. You don't know how to configure auto scaling. You don't know how to monitor. So you had no idea. For example, you just consider a case, but you are a very good developer, right? You write an application, you write your program. Now you want to launch that. You want to deploy that program on AWS on some compute resources. Like जो भी software बनाओगे, that should run in your EC2 instances, but you don't know how to create and manage those EC2 instances. So you can provide your program that you want to launch in EC2 instance. So you can provide that program to Elastic Beanstalk service, and Elastic Beanstalk is a platform as a service. So on your behalf, मतलब आपके behalf पर AWS Elastic Beanstalk will launch that application, deploy that application on infrastructure. मतलब EC2 instance भी वो बनाएगा और जिस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए वो सर्विस है उसको भी कॉन्फ़िगर करेगा. फॉर एग्जांपल जावा के लिए है या पाइथन के लिए है तो उसको कॉन्फ़िगर करेगा और उसके बाद वो आपकी एप्लीकेशन उसके ऊपर डाल देगा और आपको डिप्लॉय करके आपको दे देगा. नॉट ओनली दिस, इट विल मैनेज load balancing services, it will manage auto scaling, it will manage the connected other services, right? And you can monitor the performance of your launched EC2 instances or the deployed infrastructure. And the most beautiful thing is this. So everything you find at one place. You have not to open the different services for the different purposes. So Elastic Beanstalk is a platform as a service. And you need to provide only application to deploy. And the rest part is taken care by Elastic Beanstalk. Correct? But very interesting. So EC2, Lambda, Lightsail, Elastic Beanstalk. So all these comes under compute services. So guys, यहाँ तक ठीक लग रहा है आपको?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No. So please tell me how many of you are comfortable with the creation of EC2 instance, means how we can create an EC2 instance. So you have an idea how to create an EC2 instance, how to take the remote of the EC2 instance, generic thing, not advanced thing, but generic thing. Idea है नहीं है?
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Idea है. आपका जो previous lecture था उसमें as you showed on that.
Okay. You have seen from that lecture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, guys, no issue. So I'm not touching actually EC2. I'm going to touch Lightsail. If you go further down under services, we have compute group. In compute group, the very first service is EC2. So I'm not starting EC2 right now. मैं इसको Monday से start करूँगा. Next is Lightsail. So I'm just showing you because you are using free tier account. So in Lightsail, few resources are available free of cost. So you can start those resources. You can launch those resources. And once the job is over, once you learn how to actually launch this, you can delete them. Now click on Lightsail. I click on Lightsail. And this is a very, very attractive and colorful page. So you did see that Amazon Lightsail. सर आई थिंक किसी के ना बैकग्राउंड से कुछ नॉइज आ रही है, वो सारी ना उसमें जाएगी रिकॉर्डिंग में. आपको बात करना हो दोबारा से अनम्यूट कर लेना. सो मीन टाइम यू कैन म्यूट इट, राइट? Thank you dear. So as you clicked on light sail, this screen will open. This screen is separate from EC2, right? So whatever resources you are creating here, these resources won't reflect in EC2. So right now I'm in North Virginia, and you have to select your region first. You see, good evening, instance, container, databases, networking, storages or store, and snapshots. So all these are the different tasks you can do from here. So let's say I'm just creating instance here. So I selected here instances. Go and click on create instance. Very simple. I'll take hardly 5 minutes to complete this, right? So this is the instance location. I really like the way it presenting countries flag. So India's flag. If you are in Mumbai, automatically this tricolor flag will appear. Now Mumbai. And if you want to change the region, let's say you're looking for another region, let's say US East, US West. So this is the North Virginia. So if you take a North Virginia, so definitely it has been changed, right? And it is in the USA. So let me take Mumbai. I'm taking a Mumbai here. Let's say. So this way means you can change the location, and these are some locations are accessible from your account, right? Kitni location hai? 14 locations. Not all 25 locations are accessible for the service in your account, but the 14 locations, 14 regions are there. You slow down, I just scroll down, and we have changed your availability zone. So this is the availability zone you are choosing, you are using right now, AP South 1A. If you want to change it, we have total 3 availability zone. You can choose any one of them. Very colorful, dynamic, and अगर आप इसको यूज करते हो तो बोर नहीं होगे, लेकिन एक बार कोई इंस्टेंस बना लेते हो और अगर यूज नहीं करते ना तो उसको डिलीट कर देना, right? Secondly, let's say you are choosing this one and pick your images. So these all are the operating system or operating system with applications. So we have the 2 operating system. One is the Linux and another is Windows. So under Linux, you have 28 blueprints. So these are the images with the services or with the softwares like WordPress, LAMP server, Drupal, Mean, and Zoomla. Few more are there. And if you want to see only operating system, so you click on operating system, you have all these operating system available with you. Wow. So let's say I'm taking operating system, Amazon Linux, correct? And you just go further, just scroll down. If you have any script to launch your machine, you can provide that script, right? Let's say the script we have. So whatever the script is needed to configure the machine at launch time, you can provide here. You go there. If you have a key pair, you can provide the key pair. Let's say you have a key. So I'm just uploading the key. You choose the file. And let me take NK 15 September. This is the key last time you created on the 15th day before yesterday. I'm taking this key and I'm uploading the key. Wow, the key has been okay. What happened? Oh, it came out. Bad luck. Okay, let me write its. Right, the MFA, I need to just read from my mobile. Again, I'm going back, right? So great. So Mumbai, you chose Mumbai as a region. You chose Linux operating system, and I chose this Amazon Linux. and I was uploading a key here, right? You can upload the key, and you upload the key. Let's say this is the key. I'm uploading the key here, correct? And upload the key. Acknowledge. You're going to see the key has been uploaded. I don't know the key has been uploaded or not, but it should have. So you just delete this. You delete the existing key. Maybe now you should upload it, right? Upload it. Okay. It's in PAM format, right? Okay. By the way, from my side, the key has been uploaded. So see what the change will happen. And this is the enable the automatic snapshot. I do not want to enable to take the snapshot automatically. And this information I really like, actually, the way AWS present in front of you. Let's say, so if you are you can choose the machine on the basis of charges, on the basis of memory, on the basis of processing, storage, or transfer. Let's say on the basis of memory, if you click here, so 32-bit machine, it's a new size. You will pay $160 per month if you are using this machine. And if you're using the 2 GB machine, you have to pay $10 USD per month, right? Processing wise, you have the various machines. You know, eight virtual CPUs. If you're selecting $160, you have to pay. And if you're selecting this one virtual CPU machine, it's 3.5 USD per month. Even the storage we have, and we have the transfer value of the data. Up to 3.5 TB, if you pay, you have to pay this much of amount. So everything you can just write here. You can see here, memory, processing, storage, transfer. Let me choose this one. It's saying that if you are using these three instances from these three categories, so this is available free of cost. Let's say if you are choosing the first 3 months, so this particular instance is free of cost, right? So let me take this one. I'm taking this one, but in this you are getting only 512 MB RAM and one virtual CPU, 20 GB SSD, and 512 GB transfer data rate. And if you need a little high speed, you can select this one, right? So go there, identify your instance. So you can write the name. Let's say I want to give some name to your group. So can you suggest me any name? नाम दे देता हूँ ना ग्रुप का आपको. क्या नाम दूँ?
AWS Hunter.
Hunter. Yes. AWS Hunter. This is Hunter. Okay, AWS Hunter, right? And you're creating how many instances? You're creating one instance, right? And key only tag? No, we are not tagging the key. You create the instance now. Click on create instance. So this instance is being created, right? So it's saying that this instance is being created. It is under creation. That's why you see it's pending and it is in pending state. So it will definitely take time, and you are using one virtual CPU, 40 GB SSD, and 1 GB RAM. And this is your public IP address of this machine, and this is your IPv6, right? And you are using Zone A in Mumbai. And you are creating the instance? No, you are not creating the new instance. You are just going back. Okay, so we have the instances. So it is not yet created. So under instances, you can see this is being created. It's running now. The color has been changed. So if it's running, so this is the Cloud Shell, right? This is the Cloud Shell. And what about these 3 vertical dots? If you click them, you can connect, you can manage, you can stop, reboot, or delete. Very simple. And what about this? This is your remote of this machine. Did you see that? The machine is available. Isn't it very simple as compared to EC2?
Yes, yes.
Right?
It's very easy.
Very easy, but it is not for the professional like you. This is only recommended for the people they are new or they want to work with only 1 or 2 instances, and we do not want to provide some AWS access. कि भैया नए लोग हैं, उनको AWS का access मत दे देना, पता लगा वो तो घर पर आराम से सो रहे हैं और तुम सारी रात बैठ के यहाँ पर मैनेज कर रहे हो. So this could be a new platform for means new people. So by the way, the same thing, let's say this is the thing, and I want to see AWS Management Console, right? I want to see the AWS Management Console, EC2. Can I find the same instance in EC2 in North Virginia? Was it in Mumbai or North Virginia?
Mumbai.
It's in Mumbai. And you can see you are in Mumbai and you don't see any instance. Means that instance doesn't reflect here. Okay, so the machine you create in Lightsail, that machine you don't see in EC2. So that resource and this resource both are different. So once it is done, if you want to delete it, you can terminate it. You just go there and just terminate the instance or delete the instance and say you are deleting the instance. So this way you can delete the instance. So this way you can manage containers, you can manage databases, networking, storage, and Snapshot. So this is an alternate intuitive interface for AWS account for very limited and specific service for not for beginners, not for the advanced users, but for the corporate. If you're working on real cloud domain or the cloud services you want to use, you must use this AWS Management Console, right? So this is the AWS Management Console. Today's topic, the very first topic that we're taking is EC2, right? So guys, EC2 is the very important, the first service which is responsible to just create and manage virtual machines. I think the virtualization topic also has been covered. If I'm not incorrect, I think that also has been correct.
Yeah, that also covered.
Yeah. I just remember that also has been covered. Virtualization. Okay, so we are here. No issue. So guys, so this is the EC2 instance, right? I'm saying that using EC2, you can create a virtual machine, and AWS provide a virtual machine, virtual environment where you create EC2 instance, which replaces your hardware name. And using EC2 instance, you can have huge investment cost to run the physical environment. So, but EC2 instance that saves your cost, because anytime you can stop, anytime you can start, anytime you can terminate, anytime you can recreate. So you will pay only for the used resources. And if the resources are switched off, it means AWS won't charge anything. It will only charge for the storages. So, in this AWS, EC2 also provides an option to select the configuration of the instance. As I told you, EC2 is made of generally the 5 major components. The first is AMI. Second is instance type, which is a configuration that you find in terms of virtual CPU and RAM and network capabilities. So one by one, we will discuss all about this. So the very important component of this EC2 is AMI. AMI is what? The AMI can be defined as a template. AMI can be defined as an image of an operating system. So because we are not using here images of operating system directly, we cannot directly install operating system on virtual machine. That's why we are using images of operating system. So these images are containing operating system. These images can contain softwares. These images can contain configuration that you wish to do in that EC2 instance. And even these images can contain data of the users or your project, or so whatever, but it means everything this image can contain, right? So few things that we will start. So this chapter, we are just going to start with AMI. What is an AMI? AMI is a Amazon machine. So guys, please do understand what this AMI is and how we can understand this AMI. So very first, let's say this is the AWS Management Console. And when you, okay, this is great. This is really interesting. I just pressed button and it came out. Okay. So this is GTOBMD. Sorry, it is not yet clear. Now this is clear. NX 6x76. One 4230. As we are in EC2 dashboard, and as I see, we are in North Virginia, and I don't see any EC2 instance here. So this region is totally blank. So we are just creating an instance. Just click on launch instance. So this is the very first step you see, right? And in this screen, in this AMI screen, left-hand side, we have some options. So one by one, we'll try to understand all these options. Okay. So we know that to launch an EC2 instance, we do require operating system image, and we are working on virtual environment, and we do not need ISO containing images or any drive to launch operating system. So in AWS Cloud Computing, we create instances by using templates or images. So by using AMIs of a machine, you can create a number of similar instances. If you want to create multiple similar instances, the same AMI you will use. And these instances can be created in any region. Region means you can, if you want, you can create machines in North Virginia, Ohio, Mumbai. You can choose any region, right? But once the machine is created, you cannot move that machine from one region to another region. So we have a process to move that machine from one region to another region, but directly the machine cannot be moved. Because every EC2 instance that you create in a particular region, it uses that region's data center. And that's why directly these machines cannot be moved, because these are connected with some resources. And AMI contains the images of an operating system. So we generally see three different kinds of an operating system in our production environment. One is Linux operating system. Second is Windows Server operating system. And sometimes you can also see Mac operating system. So this is the service AMI within the EC2, which supports almost all possible server images here. So you can find almost each and every image that usually you should see to launch instances. So we have more than 5,000 images here, right? So when you create an instance using AMI, you find those applications are available in that instances, or the softwares are available in instances, or maybe I was talking about some data. So we have some categories here, left-hand side, like Quick Start, AMI, AWS Marketplace, Community AMI. So all these are basically the options that you find on this screen. What is the meaning of the Quick Start? In this particular resource, most frequently used AMIs of operating systems are available, right? So we have almost 44 popular images here. If you see, so all these 44 images you can find under Quick Start category. In these images, some images are free and some images are on paid basis, right? So if it is a free, it is very clearly written it is available free of cost, or you can say free tier eligible. And its architecture is written, AMI ID is written, and a little brief, or you can say the brief information about the image also is written. So you can find images of all popular operating systems like Red Hat Linux, Amazon Linux, and these are the images of the Mac operating systems, right? You can see, but some of them are not free of cost. Let's say this Windows image is free of cost, but if you just see the deep learning AMI, this is not for free. Of course, we are using Ubuntu in this, but definitely the softwares or other tools are installed in this image are not free. And if you just go further, you're going to find different AMIs, and every AMI has some specification. Let's say if you're talking about this AMI, this is a Windows 2012 R2 server with SQL Server 2016, right? So these are the most popular images under this category. And the second is My AMI. What is My AMI? Under this category, you can create your own AMI to create instance, and you can also share those AMI to other AWS instances or AWS account. It means the AMI you create, you will find that AMI under this category. So right now, let's say I'm in North Virginia and I don't see any AMI in this region. It means I don't have any AMI. If you open your account and try to see in My AMI, I think if you're using very first time, if you didn't create any AMI, so this area must be blank. The next is AWS Marketplace. So in this category, actually you find vendor provided AMIs. Some vendor provide their customized or product AMIs. You can search and purchase them. So right now you don't see anything, but if you want to search any AMI, you just write your requirement here in this box. Let's say I'm just looking for Tomcat server. I'm writing Tomcat, and as you press enter, so all these Tomcat servers are available. So all these AMIs pertaining to Tomcat server. And if you need to understand about the requirement, or you can say the specification of this AMI, you can just click on more information. So as you click on more information, the story, or you can say the explanation about this AMI is written here. And definitely you have to put some efforts to study it, what exactly this AMI is containing. This way, so all these AMIs are pertaining to Tomcat. And in this way, you can choose any AMI. Just let's say I need Windows 29 server, Windows 2019. I don't know whether it is existing or not, but I'm trying it. Is it? So Windows Server 29 optimized by, and this is provided by company. By the way, this is free of cost, but the few of them are not free of cost. Let's say this is not free of cost. And the cost is written here. Can you see? And if you want to understand the requirement, you can read its narration here or information related to this. So I think this contains some graphical softwares. That's why we are using NVIDIA software here. Okay. So any other requirement that you want to search? No? Any specific requirement that you want to search? Let's say any machine you want to create, and you usually don't find its software or operating system. We can search here. I think I'm audible.
Apache. Yeah, Apache server.
Apache is very simple. Apache is a very common server. You can find a number of Apache servers. So all these are the Apache servers. Means the server which is responsible to publish your web application or website. Generally in Linux, we call it as Apache server, right?
Okay, like it's a web hosting server. Right?
Yeah, this is a web hosting server. And Apache word is being used in Linux kind of machines, with Linux kind of machines, like HTTP is Apache, of course. So there is no specific Apache service, but yeah, if you configure HTTP related service in Linux based operating system, it is known as Apache.
Okay.
Yeah. And any other, let's say SAP. You must be knowing what is a SAP. I have no idea much about the SAP, but I know that the SAP is ERP kind of a software. It should contain ERP kind of a software, and it's very complex software, right? It can have the multiple modules. So SAP is a really big thing. And usually you don't find these images openly available on internet to download and to use on your machines. But if you are in AWS environment, right, so you can directly use it. Let's say all these are the SAP machines. Okay, tell me one more thing. Is somebody who is looking for any appliance or any firewall or networking firewall?
Sir, Dell Sonic Wall.
Pardon me, yes, you were saying what?
Sir, Dell ka Sonic Wall.
Can you spell it?
SONICWALL.
S Sonic what? Sonic firewall.
Sir, Sonic Wall.
WALL.
Yes, sir.
So this is the one word.
Yes, sir. Yes.
M. Right? It's good. So it's a Sonic wall. Firewall, security, VPN, and router. I think this particular product can be used as a firewall. This can be used as for security purpose, or you can be configured as a VPN, or you can use this machine as a router. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know how to use it, but it's saying that if you want to use it, this is not free of cost, and you have to bring your own license.
Yes, sir.
Bring your own license, but in AWS, if you want to use in your network, you can have this image. You can use this image to launch Sonic Firewall. Good. Or can I see Cisco's firewall?
So what is written there as a free trial? Is it?
Yes. Yes. This is, we have the two product here for the same Sonic wall. One is directly, you can just use it to just launch instance. Sometimes what happens, let's say the client is very new and he wants to try whether this product will work in your architecture well or not. So in such cases, you can use for some time. Let's say this is for the file, this is for the try. And the condition is written here. The starting it from $0.7 per hour. And if it is going for a year time, you have to pay $1,740 per annum. And what this contains, so these are the features. So these are the product highlights, right? It seems very complex. I know, so I'm just reading it. So this is very complex. It does supports almost every complex protocol and configuration. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you're going to use Cisco ASA. I don't know, but I know that the Cisco's ASA also is a firewall.
Yes, sir.
Right? ASA. And you're going to find Cisco's firewall images even. So if you're looking for any appliance, if you're looking for any industry software, if you're looking for any operating system image, almost every important and popular image you will find here. You have not to go anywhere to just download and create a machine. Everything is available. And if you see left-hand side, right-hand side here, how many images are there? We have more than 5,000 live images we have under this category, only in AWS Marketplace. So can you believe? And you can find all industry standard popular images. And sometimes, let's say the DCS system, you can say distributed control system. I don't know, will it be available or not? So let me try system. Yes. So distributed version control. So these are the images. So these are the very complex machines. Usually people use these kind of images in only industries, only in plants, only in big factories or big plants, right? So these are the very complex. You might have heard this name very first time. Am I correct? So DCS, you're going to say DCS. So DCS is there. So means almost every important thing you can find here under this category. The only thing is few images are free of cost, few images are available on free trial, and few images are directly available. You can hire and you can directly install the machines. Okay, guys. So this is the one thing. I was just showing you that we have the images. So ultimately, so we can reach on the conclusion that we have the images. And second is community AMI. Left hand side, you have community AMI. So in this particular resource, you can find number of popular and open source community. Popular and open source, both. Windows is not an open source, but it's a popular, right? So they are providing AMIs of various operating systems. For example, Amazon Linux, CentOS, Fedora, Red Hat, Windows, Ubuntu. You can find all these images here, right? If you want to see only CentOS images, click on CentOS. You will have only CentOS images. And if you need, for example, the Red Hat images, so all these belong to the Red Hat. So this way you can just filter it. Not only you can filter on the basis of operating system, you can also filter them on the basis of hardware required to run these images. Let's say 32-bit operating system. Let's say I'm just looking for Fedora 32-bit operating system. Do we have? Yes. So all these Fedora can run on 32-bit operating system. Great. Are you looking for any operating system that can work on Mac or the architecture for the Mac? Yeah, it doesn't match. Actually, the Fedora doesn't support actually Mac. So you have to choose Mac operating system here. So we don't have. Right now, we don't have. But if you remove this and if you're looking for this, let's say, yeah, it will tell you what kind of an machine is required. I think this is 64-bit Mac machine. This 64-bit the Mac machine. And I think it can directly run on 64-bit x86. Yes, this can run on 64-bit x86 with the Intel-based architecture hardware. It can directly run on that. And here we have one option. Some machines, majorly in most of the cases, you can say them in maximum cases, you see that your machine has EBS volume. But we have even another option here. You can also use instance store instead of EBS volume. Means instead of using EBS volume with your EC2 instance, you can directly use instance store. So in this instance store, of course, you can launch your operating system. But this instance store is a kind of a memory which behaves like a temporary memory, just like a RAM. So if you start the machine, it will launch your operating system and you have to configure it again and again if you restart the machine. It doesn't store any information, any configuration permanently if you're storing or if you're using instance store. So for our production environment, if you want to launch any instance, so it is not recommended to use instance store, right?
Okay, so is it like instance store is on the same instance and EBS is on like some other device or some other?
No, I tell you, actually, for example, we consider that this is your EC2 instance, and we are not using EBS volume with this. So if you are not using EBS volume with this, you can use an instance store, and instance store is basically the common storage. And this storage can be used with the multiple instances, number one. So when you launch any operating system on this, that operating system temporarily is launched here or stored here, right? And if you configure it, definitely the configuration will happen. But if you stop this machine, this configuration as well as the data will disappear. And you have to launch it again, right? So this storage, this called the instance store. This behaves like a temporary storage with this machine. So, or you can say you have a machine, but that machine has no permanent hard disk. You have a hard disk, and this hard disk is a floating hard disk. In this, you are launching operating system, but you have to configure every time when you restart it. Correct? And you cannot store data permanently in such kind of instance store based EC2 instances. So this kind of instances are useful if you want to save money for EBS volume, and if you feel that the configuration is not very important and you are not storing any data in your EC2 instances, in such cases you should choose instance store.
Okay, and it's common to more than one instance.
No, definitely you are not sharing it. Actually, what I'm saying, the AWS has this instance store. So this is a big memory right here, and the part of the memory, memory is being used here with this particular instance, right? So when you start this instance, and definitely you will be using some AMI to launch an instance. Am I correct? You must be using some AMI, and this AMI is containing some operating system image. So this operating system is will be launched on this machine, this instance store volume. But this volume is not an EBS volume. So this is a floating volume. Actually, in this volume, you cannot save the configuration of operating system. You cannot save your user data. So if you stop this machine, whatever you store here in the instance store, this will be automatically removed. So it means again, if you want to start, you have to configure it again. So this is the thing. So usually what the people are doing, what people do, they do use some sort of user data with this, or you can say configuration details. Let's say, so if you want to configure this machine as a Apache server, for example, and for that you have some code. So what you are doing, you are just writing that code in this AMI, right? And you integrate that code in this AMI. So every time when you restart the machine, automatically on the basis of this code, this machine will be configured automatically. But one thing is there, you cannot store any user data in this machine, right?
Okay.
It's a little bit confusing because we just started here. No issue. So right now you just consider that we have instance store, but the instance store is not a permanent storage for EC2 instance, and you cannot store user data or any permanent data in such volumes. Correct?
Yeah, got it.
So we have generally two root volumes, EBS and instance store. So EBS is a elastic block storage. We will just discuss about this storage later on, but this storage behaves like hard disk drive. So these are the few things. So we need ultimately AMI. So I was just looking for, these are the AMIs, right? These are the ready-made AMIs. So we can use any one of them to create an instance, but the story is different. Let's say all these AMIs are ready-made. So and these AMIs definitely not according to our requirement or not according to our project requirement. So what you will do, you will use a particular AMI to launch instance, and after that you will configure it as per your requirement. And once it is done, and once it is ready, again you can create an AMI if you want to create a similar instance in some different region or in some different account. So this AMI further can be shared between various AWS accounts, and these AMIs can be published over the internet so that anybody over this AWS global infrastructure can use the same AMI. So we are just going to do this practice now. So guys, so I'm just designing one simple lab here. Let's say you have an AMI, right? So one thing is clear, what is an AMI?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what is an AMI? That is clear, right? So up till here, we were talking about the ready-made AMIs. Now we are just going to create our own AMI, and what we can do with AMI, that we need to understand. So let's say this is AMI. So this is the icon of AMI symbol. Let's say this is the AMI, and this is your ready-made AMI. This is the ready-made AMI, and we are choosing this ready-made AMI from that AMI marketplace. And from this AMI, we are creating an instance. Let's say we are creating an instance, right? We are creating an instance, and this instance contain what? This instance contain an EBS volume. What is an EBS volume? EBS volume is kind of a hard disk, right? Or you can say the disk with the EC2 instance. Just a disk with the EC2 instance. So using this AMI, you are launching an instance, right? This is good. So this is your EC2 instance. EC2 instance. And once the EC2 instance is launched, you will configure as per your requirement. So you will configure as per project requirements. Is good. And once it is done, you will do some testing on this, and you will find that everything is perfect. So this machine is working as per your requirement. So once the machine is configured, again, you can use this machine to create a final AMI. And that you can say this is your customized AMI, right? So this is your AMI. So you can use this AMI. You can create this AMI from this configured machine. From this configured machine, now you have customized AMI, and this is your AMI, or you can say my AMI, right? So you will understand like this. So this is good. So this is your AMI, and this is pertaining to your AWS account, and both your EC2 instance as well as the AMI will be in a same region. So let's say earlier you were in North Virginia, right? So both things are the North Virginia. Good. So the image also is created in the same region. Let's say you are in North Virginia. So this is a region, and let's say we were in North Virginia. Okay, and this is the image in the North Virginia you have. And now what we can do with this AMI, you can share this AMI, number one, among your another AWS accounts. The one thing you can do, you can share it. You can share privately. You can share it privately to other AWS accounts with other AWS accounts. Good. So this is the one task you can do. Secondly, you can share it publicly. You can share it publicly. You can say public AMI. This could be public AMI over AWS global infrastructure. So anybody can access if he has this AMI ID, right? So the AMI can be accessed with the help of AMI ID, and every AMI will have AMI ID, AMI identification number, right? So every AMI will have its own AMI ID. Is it correct or not? Now, if you want to create a similar instance, let's say this is the instance you had, right? This is the instance you have. And if you want to create a similar instance in any other region, what you can do, first of all, you can just copy this AMI from one region to another region. You can copy it from one region to another region. So you can copy from one region to another region. You can copy it. And let's say this is your another region, or you can say Ohio. And from this region, now you can create from this AMI in another region, you can create a similar instance. You can similar instance you can create, right? The similar kind of instance you can create using this AMI. And what else we can do? We can copy, we can share it publicly, we can share it privately, and any other things? No. And one more fact I need to tell you here. So all these activities we need to do practically, right? Let's say this is our lab scenario. So you can say this is our lab scenario. I think this is good. So the very first, we will pick one ready-made AMI. We will pick one ready-made AMI, right? And secondly, we will create an instance from this AMI. We will create instance from this AMI. Third, we will configure it as per our requirement. Fourth, once it is done, once it is tested, once the machine is running fine, we will use this machine to create our own AMI. So this is the fourth step. And fifth step is we can copy it from one region to another region. So how to copy it, we will see. Secondly, we will use this AMI to create a similar instance in another region. And the step 7, can we make it publicly? Yes, or public shareable on the public platform? Yes. So we can make it public. And finally, on 8th step, we'll try to make it share on private platform or with some specific AWS accounts. So this is the 8-step lab. Anything you want to add?
Sir, I just have one doubt. So when we modify our ready-made AMI, so AMI ID will get changed, right? Like
ID will be changed. So this AMI has a one ID. Let's say this AMI, the first AMI has one ID, right? Because you took this AMI from AWS Marketplace, right?
Okay.
And your created AMI will have a different AMI ID. And if you copy it from one region to another region, it's when you are creating another AMI in another region. It's when this AMI ID will be different. Correct?
Okay.
So we have the 3 AMIs, but these AMIs are shared AMIs. So these AMIs will have the same AMI ID we had on this, the number 4.
Okay. Okay. And can we move it to my AMI list?
Yeah, definitely. Because this is your AMI. That's why I'm saying this is my AMI. You didn't notice it. My AMI.
Okay.
The customized AMI is your AMI.
Okay. So by default, it will show in that.
Yeah, definitely. You can see this AMI in your my AMI category. Correct? So almost every important concept we took here in this lab, and see how we can manage it, or how we can just proceed. And later on, we'll see if any changes I see. So Amit, Ankit, Dilip, Giridhar. Great. Only 4 people are there. So unnecessarily, we missed the last class, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Unnecessarily. उस दिन भी हम वेट करते रह गए कि the people are coming. So we cannot ask people forcefully to attend the class.
Yeah, that's right. Because I'm attending from first day actually. First day.
So it's up to you, miss. If you want to change your life, definitely you have to focus on this.
Yeah, on the demo session, I saw that around 50 to 50 joinees was there.
Right. Now people are there, but they want immediate results, and definitely nothing comes very easily. Okay, so by the way, I think this lab scenario is clear to everyone. And now what I'm doing, so I'm just starting with the first step. Let's say I'm just opening. This is my AWS management console. So this is the home page of this AWS cloud computing. So I'm in North Virginia. You can see I'm in North Virginia. And just open EC2, or you can just write EC2 here. EC2 here. So the service will appear in front of you, and just click on this EC2, and EC2 dashboard is in front of you. And now in this region, we do not have any instance. And left-hand side, you can see this is the navigation pane, and you can see number of options we have. And the same EC2 dashboard you will use for professional purposes, or you will use for training purposes, you will use for certification purposes. Means everything is there. It depends on how actually you are using this dashboard and all these features. By the way, we are just going to click on the launch instance. Right now, we do not have any instance. And let me take the very first. Let's say this is the quick start I'm choosing. I'm in a quick start category, left-hand side. And I'm choosing my favorite, Amazon Linux AMI. So this is lightweight AMI, and this is AMI ID we have, right? So this is the AMI ID. So we cannot change this AMI ID because this is a template. It's a ready-made template. So I'm just selecting this AMI, and this t2.micro, okay. And these are the default setting of the network. I'm not changing it. And even I'm not changing the volume size, EBS, and I'm not changing the volume type. I'm taking as it is, because we are focusing on AMI. And add storage and add tag. Tag means you need to provide some name or information in terms of attributes, or you can say values. Let's say this is Apache server. I'm saying Apache server. So we'll configure it as an Apache server. And go and click to security group. And this is the security group. This security group is very, very simple and default, because you are using Linux operating system, and for Linux operating system, port number 22 must be open. And the port number 22 is for SSH protocol, secure shell. And it is by default is allowed from anywhere from the internet. It means you can take its remote from anywhere if you have the key of this instance. So we are adding one more rule, because we are just going to configure this machine as an Apache server, and we need to use HTTP protocol, and HTTP protocol is using port number 80. And again, I want to access my web application or Apache server from internet. And for this, I should choose anywhere. And finally, I can just write the name of this firewall or security group. So because this security group is an external firewall of your EC2 instance. So let's say my firewall. I think this is a good name. I just click, my firewall. Launch, and finally just click on launch, and it is asking to just connect with the key pair. So let's say you don't have any key pair, so you can just create your key pair, and I'm writing let's say today is 22 September, or maybe you just write Netkings 22 September, and you can download the key, and the key will be downloaded. The key is downloaded, I think, right? The key is downloaded. Is it downloaded or not? I must have seen this. Just a minute. I'm here. Yes, it is not yet downloaded. Just click on save, and this has been downloaded. Great. Now you can click on launch instance. So the machine has been launched. So who has joined this class? With the fifth guy? Vivek, you joined right now. Okay, so this machine is almost ready to launch, but this is a totally bare machine. Means the configuration wise, this machine is empty. So this machine is blank, nothing is configured. So this is a simple Linux machine. So you have to configure it. So very first, you please tell me how many of you know about Linux operating system. Say yes or no.
No.
No, sir.
No. Okay, you all are new? Yes, Ankit is saying yes. Vivek is saying yes. Good. Few
Yes,
people.
sir.
Good. So guys, this machine is ready. So this machine has two IP addresses. This is the public IP address, and this is the private IP address for internal use. But if you want to access this machine over the internet, you will use this number, or you will use this IP address, right? So guys, first of all, we are just going to take the remote of this instance. So I'm just taking a very traditional and good method, which is called Cloud Shell. So first of all, click on a Cloud Shell. We already spoke about this method, how to take the remote of EC2 instances. So our Cloud Shell is being launched in North Virginia region. So once it is launched, we will upload our key, a private key in this Cloud Shell. And then from this Cloud Shell, we'll take the remote of the instance. And later on, we will configure it.
So, sir, this Cloud Shell platform is based out of the Linux platform.
Yes, this Cloud Shell also is using the Linux platform. So, it will run on CLI, command line interface, right?
Okay, so we should know the basic commands for Linux platform for CLI.
Yeah, even if you don't know, so I'll tell you. Means you should remember actually what I'm using, and I'll explain, right? Okay. And if you find some difficulty, please let me know. I'll explain. Let's say this is the prompt of the Linux, and so you should understand who are you. You are a user or you are a root, because the root is a power user, but you are not a root here. So you can write here, who am I? And it will answer you. It's saying that you are the Cloud Shell user. You are not a root user, number one. Number two, do we have anything in this? So if you want to see what is there in this current directory, so first of all, you will write pwd. Pwd means present working directory, and it will tell you the path of the directory in which you by default landed, in which you are working. So you are working in home, under home, Cloud Shell user. So the Cloud Shell user is a name of a user, and you are working in his directory. Number three, you will write ls. Ls means listing, just like a directory, and space -l. And guys, please do understand, Linux is a case sensitive operating system, right? So it means The capital L and the small l, both are different. Capital A and the small a, both are different. They are not same. That's what I'm saying, it's a case sensitive. So keep in mind, Linux is case sensitive. So if you write ls space -l and press enter, it will tell you how many keys you have. So I need to delete all these keys. I don't need actually these keys. So how to delete all these keys? So what is common in all these names? Do you find anything common in all these names?
Sir, extension in each star.
Yes, their extensions are common. So can we delete all these files in one go? Yes. So what's the command for that? The command for that is rm space -f. You can write star. Star means any name dot, but the extension is m. I think they should work. Correct? The command is correct or not?
Yeah, it should work.
I think it should work. And it has been executed. Means rm for remove space -f forcefully, and you're removing all files with .pem extension. And if you see how many files you have in this directory, you will run ls space -l listing, and you don't see anything, you don't have anything. You deleted all previous files. So this cloud shell is now totally blank or empty. Now I need to upload the key of the instance that I just created. So right hand side on top, we have one button, actions. You will click on actions to open it, and under this we have a button, we have an option upload file. Click on upload file, and you will choose select file, and you have a file that you have just created, this key just created for the instance, and the name of the file is netkings22september.pem. You select it and just open, click on open, and finally you upload it. As you click on upload, you can find this file is being uploaded. Right now, the upload is done. So it appeared in green color that it has done. Now, again, you will run the same command in Cloud Shell. ls space -l. I'm teaching very slow, right? And you're going to see this file has been uploaded. Now, this time you have one file. But this file has some, permission. And this permission will not support to this particular name if you want to use this key to take the remote of your EC2 instance. So you have to change the permission. So how to change the permission? So I'm not telling you what is the purpose of the permission and how we can define the permission, but I'm just telling the number right now. So if you want to provide only read permission to this file, right now, if you see, we have a read as well as the write permission on this on this file. So we need to change the permission. So in order to change the permission, we need a command, chmod. We need to run the command, the chmod, but this command directly cannot be executed by user. This again is a limitation. So this is an administrative command, and this command comes under the administration task. So simple user or general user cannot run this command. And for that, you will write in the beginning sudo. If you do write sudo, it means in behalf of root or in behalf of administrator, now you can run this command. You will have the privilege to run this command. So this is already given the permission within the configuration of this Linux machine. So you have to write sudo space chmod. Chmod means change mode or change the permission of your existing file. And the permission is 400. It means you are providing only read permission to this file. You must not have actually read as well as the write permission. You should have only read permission. So you're providing 400 permission. And the file name is the capital N. And then you press tab, automatically the complete name will come. You have not to type the complete name. What you did, you pressed capital N and tab button. Automatically the complete name will come. So this command says that you are going to change the permission of this file and you are providing the read permission only by using 400 and press enter. So it means this command has been executed because I don't see any response. So this command has been executed. And if you run ls space -l again, this time you will see the very first in the beginning, you have only read permission for this file. And the file name is the netkings22september.pem. And in the beginning of this line, you can see the permission of this file. Now this file can be used as a private key to take the remote of the instance. Is it clear? Now what's the command you will use? Now what the command you will use? So yeah.
If when we are having read and write permission for that key, that PowerShell will not allow you to take remote session.
No, not in PowerShell. Your machine will not allow.
Okay.
Your machine means your EC2 instance will not allow. Means it will not identify the instance. The instance key.
Okay.
So this instance key should have only read permission. So this is very important concept. Okay. So let's say what's the IP address of the machine? The IP address of the machine is 383.123 and 108. So you can just copy it from here. If you click on this icon, it means the public IP address has been copied. And what's the username of this machine? You need a username also, right? And I didn't provide any username while I was launching this instance because I used only the ready-made template. And in that ready-made template, I think there must be some user. So if you want to see the default user, very simple. Just go to connect and you're going to see the username here. What is the username, by the way?
EC2-user.
Yes, so you will remember. So, and every instance type operating system can have a different user. But for this EC2 instance, we have username EC2-user. And just to remember this public IP address. So I copied the IP address here and I'm going back to my Cloud Shell. So this is a Cloud Shell. So I'm just going to take the remote of this machine now. And for that, you will use SSH. So SSH protocol or SSH command. You will write SSH and space. You will write -I. I for insert. You are going to insert private key for this SSH. And the key name starts from capital N, space capital N, press tab. The entire key name will come. You are using the same key. Now, the username of the machine, space EC2-user, and @ the public IP address of the instance. You copy it from there. So this is the public IP address of the instance. So this way, you will write the command SSH space -i. I means you are inserting the key for the instance, space the key name, which is in a .pem format, space username of the machine, EC2-user, @ public IP address of the instance, and you press enter. As you press enter, it will ask you to accept or write yes. I'm writing yes in smalls, not in caps. Complete yes you have to write and press enter. And you took the remote of this instance. Now you're going to see you are inside your EC2 instance. Correct? So once the remote is taken, you will configure this machine as an Apache server. And in order to configure this machine as an Apache server, you have to ensure that the HTTPD package is installed or not. HTTPD package is installed or not on in this machine. So how we can do it? Very first, right now I'm a user. That's why you can see this kind of a dollar sign. If you see the dollar sign, it means you are not a root. You are not administrator. You are simple user, and user has no or not complete permissions to configure the instance. So better to switch as a root user. So you will first of all switch as a root user. So what you will do, you will write sudo space su space hyphen. Sudo means you are running this command on behalf of root. Su stand for switch user. Su is a short form of switch user. So this is the command, and space hyphen. And hyphen will change the directory. Right now we are in users directory. We are in a EC2 hyphen users directory, and with the username, with the user, I want to change the directory to. That's why we are using hyphen here, and press enter. As you press enter, you will see the username is changed. Now we are root user, and if you need to confirm, you will write who am I? Who am I? So what's the result? Root. And who is the root? Root is an administrator of this machine. Yeah, administrator of this machine. Secondly, if you want to see in which directory you are working in Linux, so what you will write? pwd. So this is the directory. You are in a root directory itself. It's in the both directory as well as the username. Both are correct. Now I need to find out that the HTTP package is installed already in this machine or not. And if it is installed, then I'll not install it. And if it is not installed, then in that case, I have to install that one. And what is the name of the package? HTTP. So you have to run this command rpm -q, and you will write HTTPD. Means you are going to ask from Linux machine that this package is there or not. So RPM is a Red Hat package manager. RPM is a command. You can manage your packages, and Q for query. And you need to understand, you need to query that the HTTP package is installed or not. And if you press enter, it will tell you what it is telling. What it is telling?
It's not installed.
It's not installed. So it means you have to install it now. So you have to install it now. So how to install it? So you have to run the command yum install HTTPD. So yum is a tool which is responsible to install and manage packages through the online repositories, through the connected repositories. So this my machine is connected with the online repository. So as of now, for now, I think you should understand my machine is connected with AWS Linux repository by default. If you run this command, you are going to install HTTPD package automatically. And yum is a tool. By the way, we have a full form of yum, yellow dog updated modifier. So we are not going into detail, but yum is a tool to manage packages in your Linux machine, especially in Amazon Linux and in Red Hat Linux. So Amazon Linux as well as the Red Hat Linux, both are exactly similar. So you are using yum install HTTPD, and you press enter. As you press enter, so it's saying that you are going to install HTTPD package. But to install this package, we need to install few more packages because these are the dependencies for this package. So the total 7 or 8 package you need to install. And you need to give the permission to install it. Right now you didn't give the permission. So you will press small y. You will press Y and press enter. So all these packages will be installed one by one automatically. And all these packages have been installed. And if you run the same command again by upper arrow key, by using keyboard's upper arrow key, you can see previous command. Let's say if you need to confirm that this HTTPD package is there or not. If you run this command again, this time it gives you the package name with the version. The package name with the version. Earlier it was telling that this package is not installed. Now, if you run this command again, once the package is installed, you have a different output. Correct or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now this package has been installed. The package has been installed, but the service, the HTTPD is a package and HTTPD also is a service, and it is acting like a service in this Linux machine. And this is responsible to publish websites, and this is responsible to publish web application or website over the internet. So the service right now is running or not, that we need to understand. The package has been installed, but the service is running or not, that we need to see. So you will run a command. Please note down systemctl space status space HTTPD dot service. Right. There should not be any spelling mistake. Systemctl space status space HTTPD dot service. And if you press enter, it will tell you the status of this service. The service name is HTTPD. And it says that this is dead, inactive and dead. Can you see? This service is inactive as well as dead. But the package is there. But the package is there. It means the package is there. So nobody started this service yet. So if you want, you can start the service. So what should I do in order to start the service? The same command I will run, but with some changes. Sorry. So what's the change? So you're writing system CTL and start, and then the service name HTTPD dot service. Right? And you press enter, and you can see this has been started very immediately. Immediately, without taking any time, if you run the same command again to see the status of the service, I'm running the same command by using upper arrow key. You can see your previously executed commands. Systems status HTTPD dot service and press enter. Did you find some change here? Yes, I did find the change. Now this time I can see in green color, one letter.
Running.
It's active. It means this service is running now. Now you have started the service is running. But one thing is there. If you see one line up here, right hand side, we have a disabled. So a word, I can see a word disabled here. It means if you restart the machine in this condition, if you restart the machine, this HTTPD service will be stopped automatically. It will not start automatically again if you restart the machine. But if you want to keep this service on, even if you restart the machine, it means we need to run one more command, and we need to enable this. So you will run the command, and instead of status, what you will do, you will write enable only. So the command is systemctl space enable space HTTPD dot service and press enter. And this has been executed perfectly. And if you need to see the status again, because I'm just telling you again and again, because you can see the differences, means what's happening after each and every command. Now you need to see the status again. And this time you're going to see the running the status of the service is running, and you can see instead of disable, you have enabled here. So this service has been enabled for the next restart. Now the service is perfectly, so this package perfectly installed and the service has been started. Now your machine is ready to configure as a web server, right? Correct or not? Up till here, the things are clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. I'm running very slow. And now what it will do, you just change the directory, because if you want to create some index.html file or application, web application. So for that application, web application, we use service folder. So HTTPD service folder where you should copy the data. And the path is cd. Cd means change directory, space, /var www /html. So this is the path you have to write. And the same path is being used in Windows servers. You find the same path over there, right? So where www html. So press enter. And if you press enter, the path has been changed. You need to confirm the path has been changed. You will write pwd. This is only for you, right? So you can confirm that the path has been changed. It is writing where www html. So you are inside this path. Now, if you write ls-m, you don't see any file within this directory. So this directory is totally blank, totally empty. So what should I do? So I have to create one page here. So please let me know. Do you know this? Do you know how to write HTML page?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. No issue. Vivek is asking, Vivek, where exactly you are? Is Vivek there? Or is he left?
No, I think he left.
Left, sir.
Oh, great. It is written that he is not able to unmute. Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. So that's why it's really important to just attend or log in time. Okay, so I'm not opening, actually. I'm not teaching you how to write an HTML page. Either you can just copy from somewhere else. It is better idea. Or you're going to create very simple index.html page by using one-line command. So you must be knowing that there is a command called echo or echo, whatever you say. So with this command, you generally display the text on a prompt or a command line. So I'm writing a command. Let's say, this is my Apache server for testing 22 September. Okay, so this is the line. And this line is closed in quotes, both sides. I put the quotes. And space, just put a space here and press greater than sign. It means you are directing this output to a particular file, and write the file name, space again, and write the file name. And this time the file name would be index.html. Index.html. There should not be any spelling mistake, right? So where you have to put space, where you have to put, means write the letters in capital, and how to write it. So everything should be proper. Echo space, quote start, then you did write a sentence, quote close, space, greater than sign, space, index.html, and press enter, right? So if you write again ls space -l, you're going to see this, the index.html file has been created. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If this file has been created, it means your server simplest configuration has been completed. So you configured this machine as a simplest web server. So how to access this page using your browser? And for that, you must have IP address of this instance. So what is the IP address of this instance? This is the public IP address of the instance. And guys, I'm just sharing this public IP address among you. Can you see the public IP address of this instance? I pasted it on chat.
Yes, sir.
You copy this IP address and paste in your browser and hit enter and let me know what do you see.
Yeah, the message you type.
It was not a message, it was basically an index.html.
Index, yeah. Index.
So this is a web page, basically. This is a one-line web page, right?
Okay.
This is a one-line web page. That's why I was saying that this is the simplest web server. But definitely the principles are same. And the same way, you can launch a complex website here. And you are able to see the page by typing this IP address. So this is the result you see. So it means your page has been, your server has been configured as web server. Now, we just came here. So the step 2 has been covered, or the step 3 has been completed. Your machine has been configured as a web server. Correct? The phase 1. Yeah. Phase 1, phase 2, sorry, step 2, step 3 are clear. Now I need to create a new AMI from this configured instance. So this is a configured server. And from this configured server, I need to create an AMI. I'm going back and this is your instance. Sorry. And this is the configured instance. What you will do? So select the instance first of all. You select the instance and go to right hand side. We have an actions option. Right hand side, just besides this launch instances. So we have actions. Just open it, and under this we have image and templates. Can you see image and templates? Just open it, and now we have an option create image. Right? Just click on create image. As you click on create image, it is asking to just name this image. So let's say I'm writing my NK, or you can my Apache server image. Right? My Apache server. So this is the name I'm just giving here. And if you need to write some description, let's say this server for training. Okay, you can write anything here. So only two information I did type here. The first, the image name, and second, description, which is an optional thing. And secondly, so it will take automatically the size of the volume, because my instance size was 8 GB, or you can say EBS volume size was 8 GB. If you want to change it, you are open to change it, but it doesn't impact on your AMI. Now, finally, I'm just clicking on create image. As you click on create image, and you would see the image is being created. So where is that image? Left hand side, we have an option called images. Do you see images? Under images, we have option AMI. Click on AMI, and you would see a new image is being created. And the name of that AMI is my AMI, or my Apache server. Can you see?
Yes.
Right. So this image is being created. So this creation sometimes take 5 to 10 minutes, depend on the size of the your machine, size of your EC2 instance, size of your configured machine. So by default, we were using only 8 GB EBS volume. it should not take more than 2-3 minutes. So once it is active, once it is stable, then we'll try to save with you people. So how many of you are using right now your laptop or desktop in front of you?
Yeah, I'm using.
Yeah, you are using. So you all people are using laptops?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good, very good, very nice. So Ankit, you are also using? Girdhar, you are also using?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. So you can refresh the screen. And if you need to give the name here, AMI name is there, but if you want to give name here, we have a name column. You just write, let's say my Apache server, or you can say HTTP server. So this is another name of Apache server, HTTP server. What is the full form of HTTP? Hypertext Transfer Protocol. I'll not extend the class till 9 o'clock. I will extend till 8:30, right? And you have to do your own all such things. And once it is done, you have to stop this machine. Instead of deleting this machine, you can stop the instance. So next time we can use the same machine. Correct?
Okay.
So Amit, will you give your own your introduction in 5 minutes, one by one? Amit, what you're doing, from where exactly you are, and yeah.
My name is Amit. I'm currently working in Reliance Jio as an enterprise engineer. Hello.
Where you are situated? Means
Yes,
in which city you are working?
My city name is Pune location, sir.
Pune.
Maharashtra, Pune.
Maharashtra. Yeah, I know that. Pune. You are in Pune, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. So your office also is in Pune, and you are also living.
Yes, Pune. But currently I work from home. My office location is Hinjawadi.
Okay, Hinjawadi.
Pune.
Okay,
Hinjawadi, right?
Hinjawadi. Yes, thank you. And what about Ankit?
Sir, my name is Ankit and I am from Panchkula. I am working in a local IT company in Chandigarh.
Right, very good. You are from Chandigarh, right?
Yes, sir.
And in which company you are working?
Sir, Drish Infotech.
Okay. And you're working from home, or you're visiting your company?
Sometimes visiting, sometimes working from home.
Okay, great. So what kind of experience you have in networking, or in operating system, or in administration?
Sir, I am having total 7 years of experience in the same domain.
Very nice. Very good. So this is a good experience you have. So you are from which domain? Means networking, routing,
Sir, I have worked
administration.
in different profile like desktop support, system administrator, network administrator. Yes, sir.
Very nice. So overall, you have the good experience in all these fields.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. And Dilip? Dilip, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Dilip. I'm working in Reliance Jio as a network engineer, same as Amit. These are my colleagues.
So, okay. So you and
Amit is same company.
in the same company, or in the same city?
Same city
company,
and
same
same
city.
city.
Why? Great. It's really great. Thank you. And Giridhar?
Yes, sir. My name is Giridhar. I'm working in Tech Mahindra. I'm having total 11 years of experience. I'm having experience in networking background.
All right. So in which city you are working?
My base location is Pune, but right now I'm working as a work from home in Kolhapur city.
Yes. 2 years back, almost not 2 years back exactly. Last year in the month of September, in the month of March, I was in Pune. I think which one?
Hinjewadi.
Hinjewadi is an industrial area, right? IT.
Yes,
hub.
IT part.
IT
IT
part.
part.
Yes. And I was giving training in Cinecron. Cinecron is a very popular company over there.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We was deliver link to Cinecron. ILL and SIP services deliver.
And they are my client. They are my regular client. And now these days I'm providing them online training, by the way, because we have no other option. So, but since then we didn't travel because all people are stuck in this situation. So, by the way, this is really good. So, can you see this now? Thank you for introduction. And this AMI is ready now. This AMI is ready, but this AMI, if you see below, we have three options. We have details, permissions, and tags. We have three tabs here: details, permission, and tags. In details, you can see information about this AMI, right? So this is the AMI ID we have, owner. This is my account number. The status of the AMI is available. Creation date, architecture, image type is machine, blah, blah. Everything is there. An operating system also is written. This is the Linux image. It is using the Linux operating system, correct? And there's the AMI name. And this is the very important AMI ID. And every AMI will have its own and individual and a unique AMI ID. If you click on second tab called permissions, it says that right now, currently, this AMI is private. Private means you can only access. So this is my AMI and I can only access. But if I want to share among you people, so I need your 12-digit AWS account number. Do you know from where you can just copy the account number? So here on the top, just beside this bell button, this is my account name. You click on this account name. Under this my account, you can find here, this is a 12-digit account number. You can copy this account number and paste it on the chat. So I'll try to share this AMI among you, right? You can also see the same AMI in your account. So you will see how to share this AMI with other AWS accounts. Yes, good. So I have Ankit as well as the Giridhar's number. And see, I'm just sharing this. So you go to the permission and we have an added button, click on add it. As you click on add it, we have an option to make it either public or private. Let it be private because I want to share it with the different account numbers. So we have an AWS account number option here. What can I do? I can just copy account number. This is the Ankit accounts number and I'm just pasting it here. As you paste here, you just press add permission. So this has been added. The one account has been added. So another number is Giridhar. So I'm just pasting Giridhar's accounts number and I add the permission. So this way, two account AWS account number has been added. So Ankit and Giridhar, you both shared your account number. What about the Amit and Dilip? Are you sharing?
No, sir.
Okay. So what we do, we just click on save. As you click on save, it means, and you can just refresh this page. You can refresh this page. As you refresh this page, you're going to see this image has been shared with these two accounts, right? You're going to see these two accounts here. Simple. And how you people can access the same AMI in your account, how you would see. So what you have to do to see the same image in your account, you just click on instance first of all, right? Ankit and Giridhar, you click on first of all instance in your account. First of all, you should be in North Virginia. Please ensure that you are in North Virginia, right? Because in the same region we can share this AMI. So we should be in the same region, and just click on launch instance, and left hand side we have my AMI option. You click on my AMI, and under my AMI you should see. If you don't see, so under this ownership we have an option to select shared with me. As you click on shared with me, you'll be able to see this my Apache server in your account, in your screen. Can you see?
Yes, I'm able to see.
You are able to see it, right?
Yeah.
So it means this has been shared. So this way, the AMI can be shared from one account to another account. And I'm the owner of this AMI, but you can use this AMI to launch an instance. If you launch an instance, similar configured machine you will launch in your North Virginia, right? This is a good thing. You have not to configure it again. So this is the one thing.
Okay.
Now, again, we are going back, right? And I'm selecting AMI here. So this was my AMI. What shall I do in order to make this instance or AMI public? Right now, this is shared with only these two AWS account numbers. So forget about this. You just click on edit here, and we have an option to make this AMI public. So click on the public and just save it. As you save it now and you refresh the screen, you have a button, you have the refresh screen, and you can see this image has been public, correct? So anybody can see this image over the internet now. But how he can see? So I will provide this AMI ID. So this is the AMI ID. This is the AMI. If you have this AMI ID, you can see this AMI ID from anywhere on AWS global infrastructure. So throughout the world, this image is now accessible. If you have this AMI ID. And from where you can see this AMI, you go back again. You go back again, you just click on instance, now launch instance. And this time you should not see this shared AMI in my AMI. You will see this shared AMI, publicly shared AMI under community AMI. Where? Under the community AMI. You will go there and you will paste that AMI ID here. You will paste the AMI ID. What was the AMI ID? I didn't copy from there. Sorry. We are going back. Sorry. There's the AMI, right? This is the AMI, and this is the AMI ID. And I'm just going to see the AMI ID is there or not. But it takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes to share publicly over the internet. Right. So this will take 10-15 minutes. After 10-15 minutes, this will be accessible. But you can see only under community AMI category. So you have to stay here for 5-10 minutes. After 5-10 minutes, if you type it, so I'm sharing this AMI among you. Right. You can use this number. So this is the AMI ID. So if you see this lab, the copy part is remaining. And how to copy it from one region to another region? let's say I want to just copy it from one region to another region. You go back. Now, just move to EC2 dashboard, and this is the dashboard, right? And just click on AMI, and this is the AMI you have, right? This is the AMI you have. So this is the name of the AMI. What you will do, you need to copy it from North Virginia to Ohio region. It means you are not moving it, you are making another copy of this. So select this AMI and go to actions, and under actions, do you see copy AMI option? Just click on copy AMI and choose your destination region. So the destination region, let's say we have Ohio. Where is that? Yeah, this is the Ohio. And select the Ohio and click on copy AMI and just done. So the copy command has been initiated. That has been started. If you change the region to see the progress of this task, yeah, I'm changing this region, and you can see I'm in Ohio, and you can observe that this task is pending. It means this AMI is being copied. Correct? Yeah. Okay, guys. So now we are starting here. So let's say this is the EC2 dashboard, and I'm just going to explain what is an instance type. So when you launch your machine, so very first thing was AMI, and the next thing, right now I'm in Ohio region. So I'm just changing to North Virginia, and this is the North Virginia. We are going back, and let me see again, Ohio, North Virginia, and this is the EC2 dashboard. So this is the machine. We have one machine, and this machine is stopped. So let's say if I just click on Linux, this launch instance. So this part is clear. What is this AMI? So let's say you're selecting the first one, and you just move to the second step. And on the second step, you have the large number of combination of instance type. So you can see all these are the combination, like the T2.nano. We have T3A.small. For like some configurations are starting with T, some configurations are started with C, and some configurations are started with D. So actually, all these are basically families. So in AWS, we have the various combination of the instance resources are provided, which are categorized in instance types. So you can select an instance type which suits your requirement to run the instance or to launch the instance. After launching an instance, it exactly looks like a traditional machine. So you can take remote, and it will behave like exact virtual machine. So in instance type, you're going to find the various types of combinations of virtual CPUs, RAM in terms of memory, storages, as well as some network performance capabilities. So for in-depth idea about the instance, that if you see, we have the various families. And if you see the very first column, all these families are declared, like the C5, T2, C4, MD, all these are, you have not to remember actually. But the question arises where we should use a proper type or particular type, and for which case, which combination of or which type you should use, right? Instance type you should use. This is the question. And means blindly on the basis of virtual CPU and memory, or you can say instance type like EBS, you should not choose instance configuration. So we have a detail. If you see, let me tell you, you just write here in search, okay, AWS instance type list. You go there. This is the link I really like. So this link is a kind of, complete information about EC2 instance type. So I'm selecting the link and I'm sharing the link among you. And let me know, did you get this? So you can choose this link. Anybody who are not in the last class and now you are in the class? Anyone who were not in the last class? Aman. Okay. Aman was not in the last class. Was Rashid was in the class? Okay, no idea. Okay, let me complete this. If the people randomly join this class and they live according to their comfortability, so it would be, it's not a good for me, not even for you. Let's say these are the category in instance type. In instance type, we have general purpose, compute, optimized, memory optimized, accelerated computing, storage optimized, and so all these are the very popular. These are the categories, by the way. And in each category, you have number of families like Mac, T3, T3A, T2. All these are basically the families. They're saying that the family. Okay. But if you click on, let's say you click on T2. So only under T2, you have number of combination. Do you see? Let's say you have T2.nano, T2.micro, T2.large, and every this instance type configuration has the complete configuration like the CPU, memory, and the storage, and network performance. Okay, but why I'm just showing you this page? So the first of all, if you just click on a particular category or a particular family category, so this is the brief introduction about the category, right? There's a brief introduction about the category. And these all are the features related to the category, correct? For example, high frequency Intel Xeon processors you will find under this category if you are choosing T2.micro, T2. Small, T2.medium, T2.large. So any one of them, if you choose, you're getting Xeon processor, Intel Xeon processor based hardware. And it's a burstable CPU. You're getting the burstable CPU. Burstable CPU means you're getting with some, let's say one virtual CPU. But if it is required, it will provide more resources to actually run your program or to handle the load. Secondly, the low cost general purpose. So this category is basically the low cost category, and it is generally used in free tier eligible, right? And it keeps the balance of the compute, memory, and network resources. Sorry. People are coming, but they are late. Rashid, are you there?
Yes, sir. Rashid here.
Yeah, Rashid, why? So you took a lot of time to just join.
Yes, sir. I joined, but I reconnected due to some problem.
Yes, I was saying that you were struggling to join the connection. Now, one more person is coming. So who has joined yet? Now, the one more person has joined. Okay. 17 NN. Will you please change the name in the list of the participants so that we can read your name? Not Rashid. I think a new person has joined.
No, sir.
ये किसी ने ज्वाइन किया है 17 NN लिखा हुआ है. What's his name? What's your name?
My name is Rashid Alim, sir, but I only
you
sir Rashid.
नहीं, राशिद का तो नाम लिखा हुआ है. ये कौन है जो लास्ट में है? 17 NN1A.
I am.
आप ही हो राशिद?
Okay, sir. जी.
Okay, तो राशिद दो है मेरे पास. दो लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. Okay, no issue. So it's really confusion for me. Now, So these all are the features that you see in the configuration type, and all these are the configurations, instance configuration. But the most beautiful part of this explanation is use case. Can you see the use case here? Means where you should join this configuration, where you should join this T2 dot configuration type of instances. So he's writing that if you're dealing with a website or the website application or with the development environment, you're building servers, or you are creating any code repositories, or you are running some microservices, or you want to use the server for the testing and staging environment and line of the business applications. For these purposes, you can use such kind of instances here. And these are the resources. This is the one. So this is a very simple example I'm just giving you. Let's say we have M5 under the same journal purpose. The journal purpose means it keeping the balance among the resources like CPU, memory, and the network interface. So it means it's keeping the balance in all resources. But if you see, let's say M5 only, so it comes with the Xeon Platinum 8175M processors and new Intel Advanced Vector extension features will get, and up to 3.1 gigahertz frequency you'll get on the CPUs. And in this way, all these are written here. And if you want, you can use EBS or NVMe SSDs. So EBS is one kind of volume, behaves like hard disk drive, and another is NVMe, non-volatile memory SSD volumes. And these kind of volumes are even faster as compared to EBS. So this is a technology. Now, so these are the large combination. Can you see in M5, we have the large combination, and you see the virtual CPUs from 2 virtual CPUs to maximum 96 virtual CPUs you are getting. And from few GB RAM to more than 384 GB RAM is there. So guys, this is ultimate. This is ultimate. So you're going to choose anyone that depends on the requirement, but where you should choose all these, where you should choose all this. So this is the use case as given. The use case is what the small, medium-sized databases, database processing tasks require the additional memory, cache fleets, and the running backend servers for the SAP servers, Microsoft SharePoints. Basically, if you are looking for high-end memory-based servers, if you're looking for high-end memory-based server, in that case, you can just go for this M5 category. And not only the M5 category, if you just see, it starts with the M5, but M5D also is there, M5D, dot 8x large, 12x, 16x large, 24x large. And you're going to see in these, you have multiple SSDs, and all these SSDs are NVMe. So this is a technology, non-volatile memories. So these are the fast. And now the EBS bandwidth you are getting. So all these are EBS bandwidth. And what about the network bandwidth? Network bandwidth, you are getting up to 25 Gbps. You're getting up to 25 Gbps. My goodness, you have not to remember anything, first of all. Kuch yaad rakhne ki zarurat nahi hai. You have not to remember anything. But so what is the most important? You should know which particular configuration is most suitable for the work environment. And you need to understand these from these use cases. Okay. So this is the only one thing. So up till here, I was just looking for the journal purpose. So only in journal purpose, you have the number of categories. And if you just go for the compute optimize, as the name is saying, compute, you will get if you are needing any virtual machine, which should be compute intensive. In that case, the compute optimized configuration you will take. And in this, we have the number of categories or the families, you can say. And these are the combination. And the combinations are too many, right? More than 20 combinations are there. And what features you're getting? The custom built AWS Graviton 2 processor with 64-bit ARM neoverse course means I think this is the technology, and whoever is going to select hardware configuration, he must understand when you go to buy a laptop or desktop, or if you ask someone to assemble desktop, you usually understand what is the CPU, what is the configuration of the CPU, and how much RAM as well as network speed is required. So similarly, so if you want to create any virtual machine, at least you must have some idea that what kind of virtual machine you need. High performance virtual machine, right? High end virtual machine is needed, and EBS optimized by default. So all these are the configurations. So I'm not saying that you have to just go and see each and everything, but there is a team. Let's say you are trying, so definitely you should understand what is the purpose of the machine and how actually the machine is being used or how it will be used, right? And to see the requirement of that machine, on the basis of that, you will select this instance type. So instance type. So we have the different kind of categories. General purpose, where you see the balance of the all resources. Memory optimized. The memory optimized, generally you see memory intensive machines where you are needing more GB RAM or more EBS volumes. And the second is accelerated computing. What is accelerated computing? So accelerated computing machines are useful for game development or gaming application development, or maybe you are you want to run server related to engineering works like a CAD server, or maybe STAD server, maybe some other designing server, high-end designing server where the GPU or graphical processor is needed. So that's what I'm saying. You should understand, first of all, the need, why you should choose a particular configuration. Let's say if you're choosing accelerated, and in this accelerated, we have number of categories, and we just read the use cases. This can be used for the machine learning, high performance computing, computational fluid dynamics, and computational finance, seismic analysis, and speech recognition, and autonomous vehicles, and drug discovery. And if you select, let's say, G3 or G4 AD, and of course, these are the features. These are the highly depend on the AMD processors. And here is the use case. You're going to see this graphic intensive applications such as the remote graphic workstation, video transcoding, and photo realistic design, and the game streaming in the cloud. So, and not only this, the price also is very important. And the prices, if you want to see the prices, we have an option on this here. Let's say you want to see the price of this, let's say for this one, right? For this, I'm just copying it and just go to the pricing and go to the pricing. And in the pricing, we have the pricing calculator. You go to the pricing calculator and just create an estimation. And you are looking for EC2 pricing calculation, right? You're looking for EC2. And in EC2, this EC2 tile is there. You just click on configure. And let's say you are selecting Mumbai, and what kind of an operating system you're looking for. Let's say you're looking for Windows operating system or Windows Server operating system. I took Windows Server, right? And here we go. Okay. Where's the configuration? I should write in just a minute. Search by instance. This is the instance type, right? I just do right. Please select an instance type. Okay. Can't we select like this? Is it there? Enter the minimum requirement. No instance type. Add the requirements. Can't we select? So I'm just looking for the GPU actually. And in GPU, we were looking for, let's say 34 or 36 GPUs, and memory is 16, and there is 8, let's say, and this should be 32 or 64. 64, and this also is a 64. See, do we have pricing category not available? Okay, why it doesn't come? The storage capacity. Let me see. Let's say this is the configuration. I'm just taking any other. Maybe it is not there for the pricing. I'm taking T3. In T3, we have number of configuration. Virtual CPUs are 2, and let's say T2.micro, T2.small. In T2.small, we have 2 GB RAM. Right. Let me see again. And I think I should take this to Mumbai, right? An advanced estimation. I need to, yes, here we go. In advance, I think you can directly use this one. Shall I go with this? I don't know, will it work or not? I'm just trying it. Right? Or you can type T2.small. Yeah, T2.small is there. That category was not there. The Linux operating system. So this is limited to the Linux operating system. If you see the Windows operating system, now you will have the different sets of machines. So by the way, so these are from the T2. And where is price? Where is price? Is this price? Is this price? Yeah. Yeah, the price is written here. For 1 year, for 3 years, we have the prices. These are the prices. And secondly, and if you're looking for per hour, I think these are the prices on demand. On demand, these are the per hour price. You'll get this, right? So, and one more thing is there. If you need to just see the calculation, AWS calculator, you can use AWS calculator. You will have the link of the pricing calculator. You go there, the same thing is there, and they change it. And good. I'm seeing some shortcut topic. No, it is not there. I tell you one more thing. This is the first method, like EC2. If it's right, EC2, definitely that you can open it and you can calculate. That I already shown you. But one more place is there, just like cloud.io. Do you have an idea? So this is a kind of a platform which provides the services to even our clients or business people, or the people are estimating for the infrastructure. So I have an account on this, and this account can directly be linked with. This account can directly be linked with the AWS account, but this is not free of cost. So if you want to link this account with the AWS, they do charge per month. I think approximately $100 they charge. So this is the design, or you need to design, for example. Okay, let's say you are selecting a machine. You are selecting a machine. So you have the large number of machines. So let's say I'm looking for graphical based machine. What was the configuration of that machine, by the way? Anybody? What was the configuration of the machine? I was looking for, let's say, okay, accelerator computing. Yes, accelerator computing, and let's say I was here G480, and in this we have the multiple categories. I'm just trying to just see this. I don't know what G480. Let me see will it work or not. You just go there, G480. Do you see G4, G4, G4? If it is there, definitely you will be able to G480. Yes, can you see G480? G480 and this was G480, and it should come with a 2x large. 2x large. This was the X large, 2x large. And this is the real price that you see here on demand. I really like this tool actually. Let's say this is the machine you had, and you are just trying to just launch this machine, and automatically on demand estimated price will come. And instead of the on demand, if you're using the reserved instance or the spot instance, so these are the basically the billing option. On demand per hour basis, you are just paying. So this is most costly plan we have. But if you are reserving the instance for 1 year or 3 years, you will save up to, let's say 3 years. You're going to save up to 33%. You're going to save up to 33%. So I really like this interface. So you can note down cloudcraft.co, and free of cost, you can create your account in this, and you're going to have a good opportunity here. Not only this, you can just go there and just connect this AWS, this portal with the AWS account. But in order to add with the AWS account, it will ask you to pay some money. So if you're just paying monthly, you have to pay $49 per month, right? And if you're looking for entire year, you are saving 2 months money. The total $490 you have to pay per year. So, okay, but this is not free of cost. And but if you see, you can just go for the 14 days trial and 30 days, or you can say this is only for the testing purpose. So I'll not recommend to just connect your debit card or credit card here, but this is really good. So everything is available on just few clicks, and these are the budgets. So from here, you can just have the budget control. You can have the budget control. Let's say you have the only one resource, and in designing, you have number of options, number of templates. You can just go there. This is the plain 3D type and the 2D type. You can draw anything like this. Is easy to. So you select your machine, you go there, simple operating system is there, and you can just see, let's say compute you're taking, and you're taking in simple, let's say large, and this is the configuration you have. And this is the machine. You can just put the machine here, right? You can put the machine here. So, and if you want to see in 3D, you're going to find this in 3D. So, means a lot of technical changes are being seen these days, not only on AWS. So AWS even means a lot of companies are there providing their services to as a third party to AWS. So this will help you. Okay, guys. So this was the instance type. I think now you will have idea what an instance type. We have the multiple families, and these are starting with the T2, R4, P2, T2, I2, I3, C5, and we have the number of instance type here. But the only T2.micro is available free of cost. Not only T2.micro. If you see all instance families, so these are the families. If you open it, all these are the families. And if you want to see only one family configuration, just click on this, and you're going to see only T2. That's all. If you need to filter out, if you're confused how many you have not to just go and see, because if you see all these like this, so it is making confusion. So which I should select, right? So it's better you go there and you can just filter out. Let's say I'm just looking for T2 or C5, and what generation, you're going to choose current generation or all generation. So current generation. So you will have only limited. So this is good. Let's say I'm looking for T2, and in T2 only T2.micro is free tier eligible, but this is incorrect information. If you select all generation, you should have one more. I think they just removed it. Earlier, we had one more option and that was available. So that has been updated, I think. So that has been updated. Can I see T1? Yes. Even in T1.micro, this machine is free. So this machine has one virtual CPU and almost 612 MB RAM, right? So why and where we can use this machine if you want to create a kind of container, right? This machine can be used, or if you have lightweight Linux image, you can use this T1.micro. So even the T1.micro also is available free of cost, and we have T2. And do we have anything in T3? No, sorry. In T3 we don't have, right? So guys, this was all about instance type, right? Now I'm just showing you this this link with you. So if you see, what is an EBS? As you know that, what is an EBS? Elastic block storage. I think I have shown you, but I'm just repeating it if it is not clear. So this is the EC2 you have, right? And generally you see a volume with this. So हमने इसका कोई practical कराया था, lab कराया था? Did we cover any lab related to EBS?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the EBS. And how many EBS types we have? And if you see, let's say this is the EBS. I'm just covering only, important part, practical point of view. So this is the boot volume. This is the boot volume. You're going to say this is a root volume or boot volume. So in this volume, you are launching operating system. It does contain the operating system, any operating system that you want to launch. It means if you want, you can add additional volumes to, right? You're going to add even additional volumes. And how many maximum number of volumes you can add? It depends on the instance type. आप कौन सा instance ले रहे हो? If you are taking T2.micro, in T2.micro, 26 or 27 maximum number of volumes can be connected, and every volume can go up to maximum 64 TB. I think this is the right answer, or 64 TB or 16 TB for journal purpose, I think. So the maximum limit is 16 TB. For the journal purpose, 16 TB, and for IOPS, block extracts, it can go up to 64 TB. But generally, you're going to see it can reach up to 16 GB only, right? So we have the three different categories of volume types. One is SSD, another is HDD, and third type is the previous generation. So generally, if you want to launch operating system, if you want to use the volume as a boot volume or a root volume, in such case, you should take SSD volume. And we have the two categories, journal purpose and the provision IOPS. In journal purpose, we have the further two categories, GP2, GP3, and provision IOPS SSD, we have IO1 and IO2. And third also is there, but it is highly depend what instance type, what instance configuration you are selecting, correct? Secondly, the use cases where you should choose journal purpose. You should choose general purpose if you are not needing very high performance, if the low latency is okay for you, or you're looking for the testing and for development or for the quality testing environment machine. In such cases, you should take journal purpose. But where you should choose IOPS or provision IOPS, it is very serious. If you're looking for production machine, if you're looking for business critical machine, if you're looking for high performance machine, In such cases, you should choose provision IOPS. The major difference between the general purpose and the provisioned IOPS is in general purpose, you cannot change number of IOPS manually. But in general purpose, in provision IOPS, you can change these number of IOPS manually. Like I tell you here, let's say this can go up to, I'm just writing the 16 TB maximum size. It can go to 16 TB. 16 TB is not a small volume. This is a very big volume. आपने कितनी बड़ी हार्ड डिस्क देखी है अपने कंप्यूटर में लगी हुई? What the maximum size you have seen, the capacity of the hard disk in your physical computer?
1 TB maximum.
1 TB? No, 1 TB, 2 TB, 3 TB, right? So it's okay. Up till 3 TB you can say as a single drive, right? I'm not clubbing those drives. So as a single physical drive, the 3 TB is very obvious, you can see. But the 16 TB single drive, and you can connect 26 such volumes with one instance. So I don't think you should need more volumes or more space. So it's up to you. But one thing is there, the multiple EBS volumes can be connected. Number one. Secondly, the one drive can only be attached with one EC2 instance. Is it correct or not? Let's say we have two machines. So can we connect the same EBS volume with both the machines like this? Hello? Can the same volume be connected with both the machines? Let's do 16 TB volume. Connect like this. Galati to hoga. Maximum what you can do? Maximum you can give the wrong answer. You are learning here. You are not giving any interview here. You should have written it's right, wrong. Can it happen or not? In physical world, can you do like this? No. In physical world, definitely we cannot do like this. But in virtual environment, in AWS, in some specific instance type, listen me very carefully, in some specific instance type, this feature is allowed. But if you have the T2.micro, T3.micro, or any other machine, standard machine, so this one hard disk cannot be connected with multiple EC2 instances, number one. One EBS volume can only be connected with the one EC2 instance. But if you have a Nitro-based instance, if you have Nitro-based EC2 instance, what is the Nitro-based? Now I'm again using a new technical word. So Nitro-based instances, if you need to seek Nitro-based instances, you go there, just do write AWS EC2, let's say Nitro-based instance type. I think we will have some list of Nitro-based instances. We will have list of Nitro-based instances. Let me see where is that? Yeah. So this is called Nitro systems. So these are the specific, comes with a specific feature. So all the categories or the families, which starts with A5, C5, C5A, then the P4, R5, all the categories are written here. So if you have your instance that starts with all these categories, it means you are using Nitro-based instance, right? And if you are using Nitro-based instance, what the beauty Nitro-based instance has, the one EBS volume, can be connected with multiple instances in one go, right? So let's say you have the two instances. I'm just taking an example of these two instances. Let's say these are the two instances, and these these volumes are boot volume. And let's say I'm just changing the color of this volume, and this is a common volume. This is going to be a common volume. So what kind of a common volume you can connect with multiple EC2 instance? And first of all, their instance type must be Nitro based from these categories. And secondly, if you see this chart, if you see the chart, the multi-attached volume. So the multi-attached volume is supported under only the provisioned IOPS. So means your volume should be provisioned IOPS, right? So if you have a provisioned IOPS, the same volume can be connected with the multiple EC2 instances, and this volume will act like a common storage with multiple EC2 instances. Is it correct, everyone? मैं भी थोड़ी देर चुप बैठ जाता हूँ यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तुम भी चुप बैठे, मैं भी चुप बैठ जाता हूँ. Is it clear or not?
इसमें कोई लिमिटेशन है क्या? कोई EC2 इंस्टेंस सेम रीजन में होना चाहिए ऐसा कुछ?
Yes, limitation है. Very good. Because the machines you are using to connect with a provision IOPS, so all these things must be in a same availability zone even. Not only the same region, it should be in the same availability zone, right? Region तो बहुत दूर की बात है. So all these resources must be in the same availability zone. I think you must be knowing the region can have the multiple availability zone, correct or not?
Right, sir.
So they should be in the same availability zone. Let's say X availability zone I have to take it. So they must be in the same availability zone. Everything. One more thing I need to add that is really important. Let's say you have this one EC2 instance. You have this EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance is in, let's say, US East 1. So what is it? This is a region. This is a region, right? Very correct. This is a region. पता है आपके बोलने से ना बहुत अच्छा यूँ लगता है कि you are not watching any video. You are understanding, and if you have some issue, you please let me know. Otherwise, what is the use of teaching such online sessions? No. So the region is this, and let's say you launched your machine in US East 1A. Okay. So means the entire machine, the machine that you have that you are using here. This is the machine. This is the machine. This is the machine where I should use highlighter. Okay, no issue. I'm changing. Yes, this is good. Now, okay, let's say this is your region. Sorry, availability zone. It means your machine, your EBS volume must be in the same availability zone. Must be in the same availability zone. AC. So this is the AC, right? AC stands for availability zone. And if you want to create one more volume to link with the same machine, and if you're planning to add it, it should be in the same availability zone. अगर गलती से आपने किसी दूसरे availability zone में बना लिया ना, you won't be able to connect it. It means you cannot connect this. Right? It doesn't allow. It should be in a same availability zone. Now, is it clear or not? Yes. We have the two kind of SSD volumes. One is a general purpose. In the general purpose, IOPS are fixed. IOPS are fixed, and for 1 GB, you are getting 3 IOPS. 3 IOPS. So means you are getting 3 IOPS per GB. Is it clear? and you cannot change it. You're getting the fixed number of IOPS, and for every GB, you're getting 3 IOPS. So this is the condition in the general purpose. But if you have provisioned IOPS, provisioned IOPS, in this again we have category. If you see under even the provisioned IOPS, we have IO1 and IO2. But roughly, I'm just telling you, IOPS are variable, varying IOPS or adjustable IOPS, you could say. Adjustable IOPS. And for 1 GB, maximum 50 IOPS can be taken. So it means if you are needing a high performance volume, what kind of IOPS, what kind of EBS volume you should select? Provision IOPS, right? This is the difference. Means 1:50 का ratio है, 1:50 का ratio. What is the meaning of 1:50 का ratio? Let's say you have size. You have the size of volume, EBS volume, of course. Let's say the size of the EBS volume is 100 GB. It's 100 GB. I'm taking. So maximum IOPS could be maximum IOPS. How many maximum IOPS you can give? You can directly multiply with 50. How much? How much I should write here? Can I write 5,000?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is the calculation that you should see. So you are just going to maintain this one. Almost every important thing I did right here. So multiple EBS volumes can be connected, but all volumes must be in the same availability zone. And this volume, which is connected with multiple EC2 instance, is known as multi-attached volume. Multi-attached volume. It's multi-attached volume. And multi-attached volume only is can only be connected with nitro-based instances. It can only be connected with the nitro-based instances. So both this as well as this machine as well as this machine, both are nitro-based instances, right? Just keep in mind, if you don't have a nitro-based instances, you cannot have this multi-attached feature with these machines. And this is really based on these categories. So you'll get on this. So I think this is what was all about. And I'm taking now one practical here because this is a very important topic I'm taking here. Let's say I'm just writing a lab. I'm designing a lab. And I'm taking Linux instance. Lab. The lab is number 1. Let's say I'm not writing the complete story. I'm just writing this short so that you can understand. So how we can adjust the volume size if the machine is running. Let's say you had 20 GB and all that 20 GB has been exhausted. Okay. So if you want to increase the size of the EBS volume, can it be done? The answer is yes. You can take any machine. And if you're comfortable with a Windows operating system, we can take on a Windows operating system here. Windows operating system, we are saying the servers. I'm talking about the server. And let's say you have one machine. Right? And that machine has, of course, that machine has volume. So earlier it was, let's say, 30 GB volume. It's a 30 GB volume. So, and 30 GB volume is going to be exhausted. And you feel that you should increase its size. So is it possible to increase the size? Is it possible to increase the size? So what I'm doing, I'm just increasing the size, and I'll show you how to increase its size. Right, how to increase its size. So, sorry, this is my mistake.
सर बिना शटडाउन करे मशीन को साइज बढ़ जाएगा?
हाँ, बढ़ जाएगा. इसीलिए तो लोग इसको यूज कर रहे हैं, वर्चुअलाइजेशन को. इन वर्चुअलाइजेशन ऑल सच थिंग्स आर देयर. और वैसे हार्डवेयर में भी हो जाता है, हार्डवेयर में भी कर सकते हैं. उसको बोलते हैं हॉट स्वैपेबल, राइट? So means if you want to increase. So earlier the size was, let's say, 30 GB. Earlier the size was 30 GB. And now you need to increase the size to, let's say, 50 GB. Right. Is it possible? Yeah, that can be possible. Number one. This is the one thing that I want to do. And the second thing I want to do, I want to connect an additional drive here while it is running. While it is running, I need to connect an additional drive. Additional drive. Can I connect an additional drive here? Yes, I'll just put in an operation, additional drive. So this could be your, let's say, D drive, right? So this is the case of the Windows operating system. This is the case of the Windows operating system. And the same thing can you do in a Linux operating system? The same thing can you do on Linux operating system? Yes. You just please raise your hands. How many of you are comfortable in Linux? Just do write yes or no in chat. Yeah, chat में लिख दो. If you know the Linux, you can write yes. If you don't know the Linux, say no. चुप रहोगे तो मैं कैसे पता लगेगा मुझे? Dilip, Aman, Amit, right? And the other people want to remain in. Okay. No response. So I got few answers. So I got the 50-50. Some are saying yes, some are saying no. So these are the two labs I'm taking. The similar kind, but in the Linux actually, the situation, or you can say the scenario, is different, because in Linux you have to mount the volume. You need to mount the volume. So what you have to do? So once the volume, EBS volume has attached, what you will do? You will do few things. And what all these things are? Once the volume is attached, you will create a partition. You will create a partition in the volume, EBS volume, number one. Number two, you will format the partition. You will format the partition. Format means you are providing file system. You are providing the file system to that partition. And once the format is done, you need to mount the partition in Linux root tree structure. Means you can say mounting the partition. Mounting the partition in inverted root tree structure of Linux, right? So this is the language I'm just writing. I think you should understand. So these are few things that need to do in Linux. And definitely we also do the same task in Windows. But in Windows, because you work in graphical mode, the task is very easy to understand. The task is very easy to understand. But in Linux, you must have some procedure and you will remember all these tasks, right? I think here we go. I think you will understand this happening here. You will see. So we have the two situations here. We have the two situations here. The one situation for Windows operating system, right? The one situation for the Windows operating system and another situation for Linux operating system. So we are taking one by one, guys. Shall we? आप लोगों को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है या फिर कुछ the same mode you will follow? समझ में आ रहा है जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ आपको? Right. Now, so we are going here, and this is here we go. Something is wrong. It is not yet started. Saying that not operable. Yeah, I'm here. I'm using this one. Good. So one by one, we are taking all this. So we have the two practicals, the two situations. So in a first, we must have Windows operating system, right? So we are starting with the Windows operating system, guys. So you go there, just start the Windows machine. Linux machine already is there. We will start later on. And here we go. You launch the instance. You select the operating system of Windows. Let's say this is the Windows operating system. And what I'm doing, and at this time, I'm taking a little, non-traditional step. I'm not using T2.micro. Let's say because the T2.micro takes a lot of time and definitely it's slow. So what I'm doing, I'm taking a different configuration. Let's say, can I take this one in which we have the two virtual CPU and 4 GB RAM? Kitni der lagega? Hardly 1 hour, 2 hour. So we'll pay it for 1 hour or usko cancel kar denge baad mein, right? So I'm taking T2.medium instead of T2.micro. Can I take? So I'll get the double resources almost. And instead of 1 GB RAM, I will have 4 GB RAM. And because you are using Windows operating system, you must have 4 GB RAM. So you go there next, and I'm just using my default VPC. And you can select here, let's say I'm taking US East 1A. Availability is what I'm choosing. So I do not want to take a random one. And this machine will have the public IP address. Go to the storage, and by default 30 GB is taken because you're using Windows operating system. So for the Windows operating system, minimum 30 GB is required. And this is the maximum for AWS free tier account, right? Acha, yahan par aap kya kar sakte ho? Because in volume type, you are using the journal purpose. And it comes with the fixed number of IOPS. You cannot change this. But instead of this, if you would have changed to provision IOPS, now you will have option to change this, right? And 50 times okay automatically. It is coming to 50 times, 1:50, because for 30 GB, you have 1,500, right? So, but I'm not taking, I'm taking general purpose. Okay, and you go and just add And let's say you need to give the name of the machine. And let's say I'm just writing Windows Server, Windows 2019 Server, right? And just go and click on configuration. And in this configuration, RDP automatically came. Good. If you need for testing purpose, ICMP can be taken from anywhere and just write, say, this is your Windows security group. And just go there, review, and finally launch. And I think we created last time one key for NK. Do we have that key? This is the key, NK 15th September. I'm just taking the key, right? 15th September, or if you want to create a new one, it's up to you. I'm taking this one. 15. It should be existing. 15 SEP key, launching. Wow, the machine is launched. So what change did I see here? What change I made it here? I took T2.medium instead T2.micro, right? So the machine will see better performance and you will take less time to launch the machine, right? कर सकते हो 2 घंटे के लिए पैसे दे सकते हैं 7-8 रुपए आएंगे मैक्सिमम 8 rupees 10 rupees you are going to pay इतना तो पे कर सकते हैं सीखने के लिए no okay still people are coming no 1 2 3 4 yes so the machine is running good machine is running you see the machine this is the public IP address of the machine and if you go to the connect and you see the RDP client first of all you should take password and the machine is okay the machine is not yet ready so it is not 100% ready you have to wait here and which key you are using NK 15 September key this is the key you are using right so again refresh it and guys I'm selecting the instance you go to the connect and see RDP client and let me see get password no it's asking me to just wait for 4 minute time here right Windows usually Windows take more time as compared to Linux instances Linux is light in weight but it's a GUI mode it runs in a GUI mode so it generally take 4-5 minutes to start your machine properly you can check the status here it is initializing there's a public IP address of the instance and you're going to see this is NK 15 September key so once it is done and we have the EBS volume this is the storage if you see the storage how many EBS volumes we have only one volume the size with 30 GB right I want to change the size of the this volume while the machine is running so guys you select the instance one again okay let me try this time thank God and you just go to the browse and see the key name NK 15 SEP key this is the key good in downloads you're going to see the keys here and just open and decrypt the password this is the password you have nobody can remember this very complex password you can directly copy it from here and just download the desktop file and just start the file open it and paste the password that you copied from there and just say okay done so your machine is running on 4 GB 4 GB RAM. Right. So this is good, really fast. And I need to see its file manager. So this is file explorer, sorry, file manager, not explorer. You can try. Click here. And if you just go to the PC, you have only one volume. And the size of the volume is what? 30 GB. So how to increase the size? I'm just going to the instance here. So this is the instance we have. You go to the storage. This is the storage you have. This is the volume ID, or you can say EBS volume ID. Click on this. This is the volume. Right now, the volume size is 30 GB. You select the volume, go to the actions, modify the volume, and you can say this time is 30 GB. So let it be 40 GB or the 50 GB. Can I do the 50 GB here? 50 GB size is done and modified. Yes, the size has been modified. If you just refresh it. Can you see the size is modified to the 50 GB and the machine is running, correct? And you took the remote of the machine, but here the size was not changed. Anybody who can suggest me how I can use that increased size? How we can use an increased size?
सर इसको इनिशियलाइज करके इसमें
बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. इसको इनिशियलाइज करके तो कौन सा कमांड चलाऊं?
सर disk management.ms.
Disk mg empty, right? I'm just writing the disk mg empty, and this is the increased. Yeah. So what shall I do?
Unallocated.
Extend the volume. Can I extend the volume?
Yes, sir.
Will it work?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. Okay. Extend the volume. And what else I should do? It's done?
Yes, sir. It's done.
Really? No. Let me see. It should have shown me it has done. Yeah, it has done. Now, can you see 50 GB total? It is done. Right. So now the total size is 50 GB and you are using 33 GB of this. So this way, this is very simple in Windows. But if you want to add a new volume, let's say you want to add a new volume. So how to add a new volume with this EC2 instance? You go to the volume here, right? Just create a volume. Just choose the volume type. All these are the volume types for the different use cases. I'm choosing only the SSD general purpose. And let's say I'm taking 20 GB space, and this is the availability zone. So my machine and the volume, both should be in a same availability zone. This is the condition, right? You go there, create volume. Once the volume is created, this is the volume. So what was the size of the volume? Sorry. Where's the volume? Yeah, this is the volume. This is the volume, right? This is 20 GB volume. I can say extra volume. I can recognize extra volume. You go to the extra volume, just go to action and just attach that volume with existing instance. Okay, again, attach with existing instance. Here, what's the instance type? What's the instance name? Search instance ID or tag name. Okay. Either you should have provided the instance ID, it should have come automatically. ये फिर change कर दिया है इन्होंने. Okay, no issue. We are going to the instance. Instance. This is the instance ID. You copy the instance ID, right? Go to the volumes. This is the extra volume. If you scroll horizontally, so this is the available, right? This is the available volume. This is the available volume. So you go there, just click on attach volume and paste the instance ID. Automatically it came. Ab aa gaya yahan. It came automatically. And you can just attach it. You just attach it. So this is the instance volume. I'm just pasting it and attach. So done. So this volume has been attached with the instance. This is the instance you have. You refresh it. This is the instance. Go to the instance storages. And this time you would see that this machine has how many storages? How many volumes? 2 volumes? 2. But technically you have added it. But if you see the volume here, you don't see. If you see, let's say, technically it was connected, but in operating system, you're not able to see that additional volume. And again, the same command you will run. You will run disk mg empty, press enter. This disk management will open, and you can see this is the second volume, 20 GB volume, which is not yet assigned, initialized. So you will click on the right click on the disk one, right click on disk one, make it online. It is done. Again, right click on disk one, initialize the disk, and just include the entire space. And now right click on unallocated, because you need to format it. Just click on new simple volume and next, and you are taking the entire space 20 GB. Next, and you are defining the letter D to this additional volume, and you are defining now NTFS file system. And next, and it is done. And just give just a few seconds the D drive. With the D drive, now you have additional volume. Was it simple, difficult? कैसा था? Yes. How was it? Good? Right. So guys, I think this is done. I'm just removing everything from here. Right. So I'm just removing everything. And if you see the properties of the volume, this is the additional properties of the volume. So this was the status check. You can just go and see the status check. This is the monitoring. Let me see. Can I make some changes here? There's a description and the description. All these the values. And what about monitoring? Okay. And there's a tag. Okay, good. So if you need to detach it, you go there. First of all, detach the volume. You can detach it. And abhi iska wo nahi le raha hu. I'm not taking any backup of this volume because I didn't tell you yet how to take the backup. But I'm just simply clearing that you can detach and delete it. This has been detached. If you need to confirm, just scroll horizontally and you can see this is available now. Available means this has been delinked, detached. Now you can delete it. You can delete the volume. You can delete the volume. This was the additional volume, right? And this was the instance you had. And we were using t2.micro, which is not free. You go there and just terminate the instance. So this machine has been terminated. Maximum you will pay for one hour. Okay, So this machine is being now terminated. Right. Now you have another option. Let's say this is the volume. So I'm just going to attach an additional volume with the Linux machine. So we have a Linux machine. This is the Linux machine. The first of all, just start the machine. You are just starting the Linux machine. And the Windows machine should be terminated automatically. We are waiting here for the state. And in the meantime, if you have any question, you can raise your question. किसी के पास कोई question है तो पूछ लो भाई. So you can see the one machine is terminated and another machine is running. It is being initialized. So the first of all, check its availability zone of this machine, Linux machine. Right. So कौन से इसमें है देखा आपने? In which availability zone this machine is running?
North Virginia.
वो तो region है. वो तो region है. That is a region. If you see, this is in US East 1B. Do you see? Availability zone. Availability zone for Apache server is US East 1B. Right? So the condition is this. If you want to attach an additional EBS volume, that volume must be in the same availability zone. Correct? You go to the volumes. You go to the volumes here. Now again, create a new volume. This time I'm creating a volume for Linux machine. Right? Aman is writing, can we choose the different EBS method for second volume? What method? I didn't get you. What method? Aman, you can speak. I think you are unmuted. कौन से method की बात कर रहे हो Aman?
Sorry, I was asking about the volume type that you can we take a different volume type for the different volume?
No. Why I'm not taking, because the different volume type is a chargeable basis, but the procedure will remain same. Let's say if you are taking, let's say, the provision one, the benefit you have, you can change manually these number of IOPS. But the volume type, if you select the provision ones, you have to pay for it, right? So that's why I'm not taking. So this is the only purpose. So even the machine I took, that was not, it was not for the free tier eligible. Even if I took, because we were working on Windows machine. So by the way, I'm taking here 20 GB this time. or you can say 18 GB I'm taking, and it should be in availability zone US East 1B. And finally, I'm just clicking on create volume. The volume is done. Volume is created. So this is the new volume. I did write the volume for Linux. Volume for Linux, and this 18 GB volume. So you selected the volume, and if you see, this volume is available. Right. So this was an additional volume. I think I should have deleted this volume. So it is making confusion here. Okay, this is good. Now again, I just do check. Now we have this volume available, and both are in my machine as well as the volume in the same availability zone, US East 1B. You just select the volume, go to action, attach the volume, select the machine here. The machine should appear automatically. The machine is running now, Apache server. And this is the nomenclature, or the name of the device, dev SDF. Let it be as it is. We are not changing it. Go and click on attach. Wow. So this volume has been attached. You can see the color has changed. Now it is in green color. It means, so this volume has been attached. And if you need to confirm through the instance type, go to the instances. You select your Linux instance, right? Go to storage. And at this time, you would see we have 2 volumes. So earlier we had the 8 GB volume. So this 8 GB volume is a root volume, or you can say boot volume. And this is the additional volume you added here, 18 GB volume. But technically, this has been connected, but you have to do some tasks. You have to run some commands. So first of all, what you will do, so once you attach the volume with that Linux instance, you will take the remote of the instance, and you will create the partition. You will create the partition in the additional one. You just remove this. This is not done here. So this is the additional one, right? And first of all, you will create a partition in it. Then you will format the partition. Format means you will provide a file system to this partition to work with this machine. And then you will mount the partition in root tree structure of this Linux. So few steps. If you are new with the Linux, so few steps are there that you have to see. So we are going back, and here we go. This is the machine. And guys, I'm just connecting to this machine, right? Okay, you go there, click on EC2 Instance Connect. Username by default is EC2 user. Go and connect. What happened? Wow, it's come. Now, sudo, the very first thing is you need to change. You need to switch as a root user. You have to switch as a root user. Now you are a root user. Are you able to see the screen properly?
Yes, sir.
We need to run a command to just identify how many drives are connected with this EC2 instance. So there is a command lsblk, and enter it. Sorry, lsblk, enter it, and you can see. So xvda, this is a 8 GB boot volume. We have not to do anything with this volume, but the additional volume that you have connected here, it's a xvdf 18 GB. It has no mount point. It has no partition, just like xvda1, right? Hota kya hai? Let's say this is a drive, right? This is a drive. I tell you, this is a drive. So if you select a drive, this is a raw drive. Try to understand. So very first thing that you will do, you will create a partition. You can create a multiple partition even. I'm creating only one partition because the 20 GB is not very big space, right? So let's say I have to create a partition here. So let's say the name of the drive was XVDF. This was the name. This was the name of this drive. Did you see that? Was it? This was the name, XVDF. But and this can also be known as device XVDF. अगर आपको Linux आता है तो ये इतनी सारी एक्सरसाइज मैं नहीं करूंगा. I'll not do all such exercises if you have good idea about the Linux. Why I'm doing it? Because if you are new, then you must have some idea. Shall I continue, or you want to see all these? I'm drawing it here. Okay. सारे के सारे चुपी बैठे हैं भाई, क्या बात है, मेरी आवाज तो जाती है ना वहां पर. Okay, so this is the XVDA, and what you have to do, you have to create a partition. But if you create a partition, what it is, so it can be identified as XVDF1. What is a 1? 1 says that you have the first partition in it, right? So this is the first partition. And once you have a first partition, you will format this disk. You will format this partition with a file system. File system you will provide. Linux का file system क्या होता है? What file system you use in Linux?
ext.
Pardon me?
Sorry, ext.
ext.
Yes, sir. ext2 and ext4.
Okay. Oh, that is an old partition, the old type of the file system. Now we are using XFS. What we are using? XFS, GFS, XFS. This is the file system. And in order to provide this file system, you have to format it. And once it is formatted, so there is a inverted root tree structure. For example, this is the drive. This is the drive you have. And you can just write the complete name of this. Let's say I'm just writing dev, right? This is the partition. This is the partition you have. And what you will do, first of all, you will make a directory under MNT. Generally, we use MNT or mount, right? And let's say you have a disk name, like this is the folder name that you will create, and you will mount this disk on this path, right? What you will do, you are mounting. You will do it, right? You will do it. So this way, the entire procedure will be completed. Correct? Anybody has any doubt? So this is the thing that you have to do. Okay. So ultimately, if you see this one, so XVDF is the only disk we have, but we don't have any partition. So what command I should use to create a partition? fdisk, and you need to write the name of the drive, dev XVDF. So this is the additional disk you have, and press enter. You have not to write one hai hi nahi. Now, so we have this optional, for example, command. So here you will type N for, you're going to say Nagpur, Netherlands, right? And for new partition. So you are creating a new partition. So what kind of partition you're creating? The very first, definitely you are creating a primary partition. You have not to create the extended partition, you have to create the primary partition. So just simply understand, you have to create only one partition, and it should be primary partition. Press P to create partition, primary, enter, and maximum 4 primary partitions can be created, but I need to create only 1 partition. So to write 1 here, type 1 and press enter. This way, the partition is defined. You are going to create a 1 partition, and how much space that you want to include in this partition. The total space was 20 GB, and I need to, or 18 GB, it was 18 GB, and I need to include the entire 18 GB in a single partition. So the first sector starts from 2048 according to the number it shows here. So you will press 2 times enter to include the entire space in this partition. Enter, right? The entire 18 GB space is consumed in this partition, new partition. And now you need to save the partition here. So in order to save the partition, press W for word, and press enter, and you came out from this command. Now, if you run the command again, lsblk, and just press enter, do you see some change here this time? This time under xvdf, we have 1 partition, xvdf1. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it now. But the partition is created, but the partition is still not formatted. So what you should do in order to format the partition, a very simple command, mkfs.xfs, make file system xfs. And what's the partition or the drive name? The drive name is dev xvdf and the partition number 1. So you need to format it, right? And press enter, and this has been formatted. This is a Linux. Everything that you do in a very fast way. The only thing is you should know about the command. So mkfs and dev xvdf1. Now, once this is done, you have to create 1 directory. So mkdir under mnt, I'm just creating, let's say, disk 1. Disk 1, press enter. And in this partition, in this disk, you have to mount this additional volume. And the volume name was xvdf1. So you will write mount, and what to mount? Device xvdf1. And where exactly you're going to mount? I'm just mounting in mnt and disk 1. You are mounting here, and it is done. You need to confirm the mount is done or not. So you have a command mount -s. Right, the number of things are there. But this is very complex to understand what's happening here. So you will run this command again, and you will put a pipe here, and you will seek a particular mounted disk. So you will write grep, and you are looking for, I think, dev and xvdf1. You are looking for. So it will come in front of you. So this way, it is telling that this is done. This is done. And not only this, even if you run lsblk command, you're going to see the mount point here, mnt disk 1. It means if you want to use this additional space, you're going to choose, you can change this drive mnt and disk 1. And this has been changed, and you can confirm the path has been changed. So you are in the new disk now within the Linux. Right now it's blank, but if you want to copy data, if you want to use this space, now you can use the space. So this is good. So this way you can complete the job, right? So it was a little fast if you are new. So what I feel that I think with both Linux as well as the Windows, we did that, how you can attach the volume, right? And how you can detach the volume. So guys, so please just answer in your chat box. Are you okay with this? So you need time to just practice it. So right now what I'm doing, I'm telling you how you can again detach from this Linux machine. So first of all, you have to come out from this folder. Now we are in root folder, and you you have to unmount. You have to unmount device XVDF1, right? And you will run the same command again, this command, to check it has been unmounted, right? So guys, if you need the history of the command, if you need to history of the commands, so all these are the history of the command. I'm just copying all the commands, right? And I'm just pasting in your chat. Do you see? So I just pasted in chat. So guys, so first of all, just go to the EC2 dashboard and detach the volume that you connected with this machine. You go to the volume, select the machine, go to the storage, go to the volume, 18 GB volume, of course, and you have to detach it, go to action and detach the volume. Once it is detached, so it will show you the status. It will show you the status. Just a minute, it is being detached, right? And you're gonna see this has been detached, available. Now you can delete the volume. Delete the volume is deleted, and great. And I'm just stopping my instance here. So this way we stop the resources here. All the resources have been stopped. What is a snapshot? This is your EC2 instance. This is the instance, right? Let's say this is the instance. We have AMI, right? We have an AMI. We have snapshot. Yes, this is the snapshot, right? So these are the few things that I need to tell you. So what you usually do with the help of the AMI, you launch an instance, right? You launch an instance, and this instance contains some EBS volumes. Let's say these are the EBS volume. Let's say I'm just putting this here. Let's say this is an EBS volume. Generally, you see one EBS volume with one EC2 instance. So you're creating this one from an AMI, right? So this is the AMI. This is the AMI. This is your EC2 instance. EC2 instance. Good. And both resources are from the same, let's say, from the same region. Let's say this region. This is the AWS region. It's a region specific. Let's say this is region A. Correct. And you create in a snapshot. Right. So let's say this is the snapshot we have. And what is a snapshot? Snapshot is a backup and recovery method of EBS volume. It's a backup and recovery method of an EBS volume. This is a snapshot. And you always create a snapshot of EBS volume, right? That you have to understand. If you have two EBS volumes, you will create two snapshots here, right? So every EBS volume has its own snapshot. This is the EBS volume. This is the EBS volume. This is the EBS volume. This is the EC2 instance. EC2 instance has this EBS volume. So in this particular case, how many EBS volume we have? We have one EBS volume, right? So this EBS volume contains, what this EBS volume contains? This EBS volume contains operating system plus the configuration of operating system as well as application. It contains applications, and it does contain in the data of the user or machine, you can see, right? So all these elements are contained by this EBS volume. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this particular EBS volume is containing operating system, configuration of the operating system as well as application. It contains applications as well as the data. So if we are taking the backup of this EBS volume, so this backup is known as snapshot. And a snapshot are basically the point in time backup of EBS volume. And EBS snapshots are incremental and cost effective solution. So these are incremental in nature. Your snapshots are incremental in nature. What is the meaning of the incremental in nature? Incremental in nature. So means these are incremental in nature. Snapshots are incremental in nature. It means you can create a multiple snapshot of the same volume on a different type of instance. So an incremental backup is a type of a backup method which copies files that have changed since the last backup. An EBS and EBS data restore process create a volume from the snapshot that can be further attached with the EC2 instance, right? It means you can take a multiple snapshots of the same EBS volume. And this snapshot can further be used to create an EBS volume, right? EBS volume. This can further be used to create an EBS volume. So this can be used to create an EBS volume, number one. So with the snapshot, you can create the similar kind of EBS volume, right? So similar kind of an EBS volume, this is the one thing. Or this can also be used to create an AMI. This can also be used to create an AMI, right? This can also be used to create an AMI. This thing. So that's why these are very important. That's why I'm saying it's basically the backup and recovery method. It's in a backup and recovery method. So what you can recover? You can recover EBS volume from the snapshot, and you can also recover an AMI. The AMI can only be recovered when this EBS volume has operating system as well as the configuration. So if this volume has operating system, then only you will create this AMI, otherwise not. Let's say you have another EBS volume. Let's say you have another EBS volume with this EC2 instance. And this EBS volume does contain only data. It does contain only data. Only data means it does not contain any operating system. It does contain only data. In such case, from this EBS volume, you can, of course, create a snapshot. You can, of course, create a snapshot from this EBS volume, but AMI cannot be created. Why the AMI cannot be created? Because this was not containing operating system. So if you want to create an AMI from the snapshot, that snapshot must contain operating system data. Right? And the snapshot can be copied from one region to another region. This can be copied from one region to another region. Let's say this is the region B. This is the region B, and this can be copied from one region to another region, just like an AMI. Correct? And later on in another region, you can launch EBS volume. And when you launch an EBS volume, when you recover an EBS volume, you always select availability zone. Let's say this is the availability zone, right? Availability zone. I'm saying it's AZ. So your EBS volume is EBS volume is availability zone specific. I think this should be clear. Anybody who has any doubt related to this? Right? And not only you copy it, you can just copy it. You can copy it, right? If you want, you can even share it. If you want, you can even share it publicly and privately. You can share it. Sharing. The sharing can happen in two ways, just like an AMI. It could be shared publicly and privately. So if you want to share this snapshot specific to specific AWS account, that is possible. And if you want to make it public, that also is possible. So this is the entire, actually the chart. So this way you can manage your snapshot. So with the AMI, what you do normally, you create an AMI EC2 instance. EC2 instance can have multiple EBS volume. If the EBS volume is containing operating system configuration application data, definitely in both cases, whether it contains only data or containing the operating system and configuration, definitely you can take a snapshot in both cases. But the snapshot you created from the primary volume, you can create an AMI from that one, right? Secondly, from these snapshots, you can recover or restore EBS volume, and these EBS volumes can further be attached with EC2 instances, right? Let's say this is the EC2 instance. You have another EC2 instance, and if you want to attach, definitely you can attach with the EC2 instances. So this way, so this one EBS volume can be attached. You can create a new EBS volume to attach with another EC2 instance. Guys, you please let me know. The picture is clear.
EBS.
But
same region.
In a same region, but if you want to connect in a different region, we have this option. So for the first of all, you have to copy the snapshot from one region to another region. And from the snapshot, then you have to recover the EBS volume. And in this, if you have any EC2 instance in this availability zone in the same region, you can attach it, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this is the thing that you have to just keep in mind. Okay, and one more thing I need to just specify. So how many of you are clear with this? Please let me know, are you clear with this or not? Just say yes or no on your chat.
Sir, I have one doubt, like
Yeah.
the EBS volume, whatever the data EBS volume is having, we can create a snapshot of that EBS volume.
Right.
If something goes wrong with that EBS volume, then we can use that snapshot as a recovery part. Is it like that?
Yes, perfect. Perfect. That's what I'm saying that. So this is a backup and recovery method, and snapshot are the point in time backup recovery point.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
For example, we can consider in such a case, for example, we have one EBS volume. Let's say this is the EBS volume. This is the EBS volume. So this EBS volume can have multiple snapshots. So maybe on a day one, you have you took one snapshot. On a day two, you might have taken another snapshot. So one EBS volume on a different time, you can have different snapshots, right? Let's say this is the day one, or you can say time one. Day one means the time one. This is time one. This is time two. And if you want, in every hour, you can take snapshot. It's up to you. Every day, every hour, every week, every month, it's up to you. How you want to take actually the backup. So by the way, these all are the backups. But the snapshot directly cannot be accessed. but the snapshot directly cannot be accessed, and the snapshot cannot be directly attached with any EC2 instance. If you want to recover the data, first of all, the snapshot to be recovered as an EBS volume, right? Then that EBS volume, you will connect with EC2 instance to recover the data. Correct?
Okay, so like in practical world, generally and on periodical basis, the snapshots has been created for as in backup of the data.
Perfect. It's basically the kind of a mechanism. This is kind of a method to take the backup of your EBS volume in a regular way. If you want to take a backup of your EBS volume, we take snapshots.
Okay, and if something goes wrong with the existing instance or EBS volume, then
we can recover the EBS volume from our existing snapshots.
Okay. So we have to choose the latest snapshot, right? So
yes, we have to choose the latest snapshot because the latest data you'll get in the latest snapshot.
Okay.
But still the story is not yet over. I tell you why. The story is not yet over. I tell you, I just give an example here. Very simple example I'm taking. Let's say this is your 10 GB volume. We just consider. Let's say this is a 10 GB volume. This is a 10 GB volume. You can consider, and this is connected with one EC2 instance. This is 10 GB volume. And the very first time you are taking the snapshot. So it contains the total 10 GB data. So when you take the snapshot very first time, so let's say this is this. So I think I should have made this kind of a bucket so that you can understand. Let's say this is the snapshot you are taking. For example, the snapshot you are taking. So very first time you are taking a snapshot, the entire 10 GB data is taken in this EBS volume. So what is the size? How much data is copied here? The entire 10 GB, because this was the first snapshot. This was the snapshot 1. This was the snapshot number 1. Let's say 01, right? And I think the volume will remain same on a day 1. Let's say that on a day 1, very first time you take a snapshot, so the entire 10 GB data is copied here in the snapshot. Next day, what happened? Let's say next day, from out of this 10 GB, let's say only you can say the 4 GB data was changed. Let's say this much of GB data was changed, and the rest data was not changed. Let's say this is the rest data, and the rest data is not changed. Only the 4 GB data is changed. So I'm just writing here. Let's say the 4 GB data is changed, and now you're just going to take another snapshot. Next day, you are taking another snapshot. So this time, what will happen? Only the 4 GB data is copied here. You just try to understand. Only the 4 GB data is copied here. Only 4 GB data is copied here, and the rest, which is not copied, is taken from, or it is referenced from the previous snapshot. It is referenced from the previous snapshot. It means this rest 6 GB data. The rest 6 GB data is referenced from the earlier snapshot to save the cost of the volume, to save the cost of the your S3 space, because all these snapshots are stored in S3 storage. So snapshots are stored in S3, right? That you have to just keep in mind. So that's why I'm just creating bucket like icon here. So it means this is the snapshot second, and this is the snapshot second. So what is the difference between the snapshot 1 and snapshot 2? Both are, number one, internally connected, and their volume sizes are different. And this is the current snapshot. This is the previous snapshot. This current snapshot is containing the current changes, and the rest changes or the rest data is referenced from the previous snapshot. But if you delete this one, for example, if you are deleting the snapshot 1, before deleting it, the first of all, it will transfer entire 6 GB data here, then only it will be deleted, otherwise not. Is it clear?
Okay, we cannot directly delete it.
No, you can directly delete it. You are open to delete it. But if you are deleting it, the rest part is from AWS. Now, what the AWS does, AWS understand, because this EBS, this snapshot belongs to this particular snapshot. So both snapshots are interlinked. So before deleting your first snapshot, it will copy the 6 GB, this reference data from snapshot 1 to the snapshot 2. And once the data is copied, then only it will be deleted, otherwise not. Okay. It does happen automatically. You have not to control anything.
Okay.
Right, you have not to control, so this is not your part. So you will not manage how it is being copied and what is rest and what is not rest. So let's say if you have the multiple snapshot, anytime if you want to delete previous snapshot, you can delete. But all these snapshots are interlinked. So because if you see the space consumed by the first snapshot was a 10 GB, and the space consumed by the another snapshot is the 4 GB. So this way you are saving 10 GB space here, or 6 GB space here. Am I correct? Again, the 10 GB is not copied here.
Yes.
Right. Okay. By जिसको समझ में नहीं आया, please let me know. So I can explain once again. Anybody? Sorry. And the snapshot you create. And one more thing, the snapshot you create and the snapshot you create are automatically copied in multiple availability zones to maintain resiliency, right? To maintain resiliency. So all these are different availability zone. Let's say this is availability zone 1, right? This is your availability zone 2, and let's say this is the availability zone 3. So if you copy one, let's say I'm talking about this. So even this one, you will find it is copied automatically in multiple availability zone. So this is copied in multiple availability zone. So if one availability zone is not present, so you will not lose your data. We can recover the data from the another availability zone. Right?
Yes, sir.
मेरे ख्याल से जितना possible था वो इसके अंदर करा दिया. So first, what is the life cycle of snapshot? The snapshot is taken from an EBS volume. So snapshot is created using an EBS volume. And if a machine is containing, let's say if machine is containing 3 EBS volumes. If the machine is containing 3 EBS volumes, so how many snapshots you are expecting?
3.
3, of course. Of course, 3, right? And one snapshot at a time you are taking, it depends on the time, right? And another time, let's say on a different time, if you're taking a snapshot again, you will have incremental or incremental snapshot.
A new changing, sir.
With the new changes, if the changes happen, and definitely. Let's say the changes are not happen. For example, यहाँ पर कुछ change ही नहीं है. For example, 0% change है. तो snapshot तो बनेगा, लेकिन उसके अंदर कुछ डाटा नहीं होगा, वो सारा का सारा प्रीवियसली स्नैपशॉट से रेफरेंस्ड होगा। यू गॉट इट?
ओके सर।
और पूछो, थोड़ा दिमाग लगाओ, क्या क्वेश्चन हो सकता है? मैं हूं यहाँ पर।
एक क्वेश्चन सर ये हो सकता है कि जब फर्स्ट स्नैपशॉट था तो उसमें जो इसका कॉपी हो रहा है, तो उसमें फिर बर्डन अलग से एक्स्ट्रा नहीं होगा फर्स्ट में ये सबका जा रहा है उसमें?
नहीं नहीं, रेफरेंस है ना, ये रेफरेंस है, इसमें प्रीवियस है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल टोटल आपका 10 GB डाटा था फॉर एग्जांपल, तो 10 GB डाटा इसमें कॉपी हो गया, इसका टास्क खत्म हो गया, आप समझ रहे, इसका टास्क खत्म हो गया। अब नेक्स्ट डे आपने, या फिर नेक्स्ट आवर या नेक्स्ट डे, कभी भी दूसरे टाइम पर आपने फिर दोबारा उसका एक स्नैपशॉट ले लिया, तब तक फॉर एग्जांपल 4 GB डाटा चेंज हो चुका था। जब दोबारा स्नैपशॉट लिया तो वो सिर्फ 4 GB डाटा ही नए स्नैपशॉट में आएगा, और जो 6 GB डाटा नहीं आया है वो दोबारा कॉपी क्यों करना, क्योंकि वो तो ऑलरेडी कॉपीड है आपके उसके अंदर, स्टोरेज के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं पर।
तो जब सर ऐसी बात है तो हम जब सेकंड स्नैपशॉट को डिलीट करेंगे जब 4 GB वाले को, तो फर्स्ट में से फिर कॉपी होके इसमें डिलीट होने के लिए नहीं आना चाहिए?
नहीं आएगा, नहीं आएगा, नहीं 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 नहीं।
लेकिन आपने तो कहा सर
इसको
इससे भी आएगा कॉपी।
नहीं 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 नहीं, अगर आप पहले वाले को डिलीट करोगे,
नहीं इसको सेकंड 4 GB को,
मैं लेट मी कंप्लीट, अगर आप पहले वाले को डिलीट करोगे तो पहले वाले से नीचे डाटा आएगा डिलीट होने से पहले, स्नैपशॉट 2 में। लेकिन स्नैपशॉट 2 को डिलीट कर दोगे तो आपका डाटा गया,
ये सिर्फ गया।
या ये जस्ट कीप इन माइंड, मतलब इसको अगर आपने डिलीट कर दिया तो वो मैनेज नहीं कर पाएगा, वो वन साइड मैनेज कर रहा है, पुराने से नए पर वो रेफरेंस मान के चल रहा है। लेकिन नए से पुराने के बीच में क्या रेफरेंस होना चाहिए, क्योंकि पुराना नया वाला तो बाद में बना है, इसका इससे क्या लिंक होना चाहिए? ये डाटा ऊपर से लेगा, पहले वाले वॉल्यूम से लेगा, और इसके मतलब नीचे से डाटा ऊपर नहीं जाएगा, स्नैपशॉट 2 से डाटा स्नैपशॉट 1 में नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन स्नैपशॉट 1 से स्नैपशॉट 2 में रेफरेंस्ड है। वहां से अगर इसको स्नैपशॉट 1 को डिलीट करते हो तो पहले वो यहाँ कॉपी होगा, उसके बाद वो डिलीट होगा।
ओके, ये फायदा होगा सर कॉपी डिफरेंस होने का।
हाँ, ये थोड़ा लॉजिक समझने की बात है, you will lose your data. So what the people are doing, the people are creating multiple snapshots, and the snapshots, we have a life cycle of the snapshot. We can manage the life cycle of the snapshot. So वो भी मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा, ये भी एक नया फीचर है. This also is a new feature they added. Earlier this feature was not there in EC2, but day by day as the platform is maturing, we are finding new options and new things on a same platform. So यहाँ पर पहले हम स्क्रिप्ट लिखते थे, उसके बाद हम उसको रिकवर करने के लिए पता नहीं क्या क्या करते थे in 2016. Now if you open, let me open it. Actually, I didn't open this. If you open EC2 dashboard, so snapshot life cycle का एक अलग से ऑप्शन हमारे पास है. लोग बड़े चुप रहते हैं यार. इतने चुप रहने से मुझे ये डाउट होता है कि जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, whatever I'm just teaching here, you are getting it or not, those concepts are clear or not. So if you just keep your questions or putting your questions, so it will be useful.
नहीं सर, आप बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा.
नहीं वो तो ठीक है, वो
इस वजह से बच्चे जो है ना क्वेश्चन कम करे, नहीं समझ में आने से करते.
नहीं, मुझे थोड़ा सा मेरी आदत है ना, मैं 60-70 लोग इकट्ठा पढ़ाता हूँ. आपका जो बैच है ना वो इतना छोटा है
जी,
बहुत ही छोटा बैच है. जस्ट अ मिनट. मैं चाहता हूं कि आपको बहुत हाई ग्रेड पर जाना है, आपको प्रोफेशनल लेवल पर जाना है. तो यहाँ पर जितना मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ वो कंप्लीट हो जाना चाहिए. प्रोफेशनल लेवल पर वही टॉपिक्स हम लोगों को पकड़ने चाहिए जो बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है और उसी लेवल पर है.
ओके.
मैं कल एक स्टूडेंट से बात कर रहा था. मेरा एक स्टूडेंट है, वो कनाडा में KPMG में लगा हुआ है. He's on a very senior post. So उसको मैंने पढ़ाया था कोई काफी टाइम पहले. तो आज की डेट में तो जितने भी लोगों को पढ़ाया हुआ है, they all people are well settled. They are well settled and they are enjoying their life. So it's okay. So you have to just concentrate and you must have belief कि भाई सब कुछ अच्छा होगा, थोड़ा सा मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. So I'm a facilitator, right? I can guide you, but ultimately the hard work is from your side. Right. For example, this is an instance. So I'm just starting this instance. It was in stopped state. I'm starting it. And see, do we have a snapshot here? Yes, we have a snapshot and we have life cycle manager. Do you see? Under the EBS, we have volumes and we have this, I think now you can see it well. Snapshots and lifecycle manager. If you see the lifecycle manager here, you can manage the life cycle of the snapshot. You can manage the life cycle of the snapshot. Say next. So what you want to take? So I want to take, for example, this machine. Where is the target source? So I think it is not yet started, by the way. Let's say this is the name. The value is, let's say, Apache server, right? And what's the policy description? Let's say my policy 01, any IAM role, I'm taking a default role, and tag, you can tag, let's say, volume. This is, let's say, the project one. Anything, but you should remember, right? And the policy status and the parameter. Still, it is not completed. I think the time is not written here. Let me see the next. So what is not done? Okay. Is saying that Apache server name, the value is required. I think this is correct. Okay, right. So this is done. Now you can schedule. The schedule is 1. So on what frequency you want to take the backup of that EBS volume? ये मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको how you can automate the job. Instead of taking manual snapshot, you can automate the process of taking snapshot. Let's say on a daily basis or a weekly basis. On a weekly basis, every Friday, let's say 1800, you want to take a snapshot, and the retention type is, let's say, I'm just putting 5 days. So it will be available for the next 5 days. And now you can enable it. So the timestamp is added, the instance ID is added with this as a variable tag. And the fast snapshot restore cross region copy you can do. You can provide the cross account sharing even, and you can review the policy. If the policy is okay, you can create the policy. And this is done. अब इसका क्या output होगा? Every Friday evening, 6 o'clock, from that machine, it will take automatic snapshot. And that snapshot will available for the next 5 days to access. Okay. And if you're not accessing within the 5 days, it will be deleted on the 6th day. Correct?
Okay, sir.
Yes. This is the thing. ये आपने automatic कर दिया. अब आपको याद नहीं है, for example, and you are dealing with the, let's say, 10, 20 or 15 machines, for example. So in such case, you can create a kind of a rule or kind of a life cycle rule for your EBS volumes. I'm deleting right now. I do not need it. Now we are going back to the instance, and this is the instance, and how to take a manual snapshot. वो मैं आपको बताता हूँ. Let's say, अब यहाँ पर पहले तो मैं ये देखता हूँ. This is EC2 instance, and this is selected EC2 instance. This EC2 instance is running, perfectly running. This started. It is still initializing. I hope it is running. So I'm just selecting this instance. You go to the storage here. So go to the storage, because in storage, you will find EBS volume. And how many EBS volumes we have connected with this EC2 instance? Only one. And this is the volume ID. So आप क्या करोगे? इस volume पर click करोगे. You have to click on this volume. You have to click on this volume. Right now, the size of the volume is 8 GB. You will select the volume. This is the volume ID, right? And this belongs to Apache server machine. And you selected the volume, go to actions and create a new snapshot. You will create a snapshot. So this is, let's say this is a snapshot 01. Let's say this is the name I just gave. And if you want to give some key value, let's say the project is, okay, so let's say this is the name, the value you are giving. And you just do create. So the snapshot has been created. And where this snapshot is stored? Where this snapshot is stored?
S3 storage.
S3 storage. S3 storage. So S3 storage में किस bucket में snapshot बनाए? In which bucket this snapshot is created? So the answer is we cannot directly access snapshot from the S3 storage space. So you can only see the snapshot through the EC2 APIs. मतलब आप इसी स्क्रीन से स्नैपशॉट देख सकते हो, S3 में जाके नहीं देख सकते. करेक्ट?
Yes.
ये ध्यान रखना. लेकिन वो स्टोर कहां पर हुआ है? S3 में स्टोर हुआ है. और S3 में भी मल्टीपल अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में स्टोर हुआ है. और you just go to the snapshot. This is the snapshot. This is the snapshot you created. This was the snapshot, right? You can write Apache server. Let's say volume, or you can say snap 01. Okay, so this is the snapshot of that machine. और अगर इससे दोबारा से volume बनाना है तो क्या करेंगे? Now you will select the snapshot, go to actions and create a volume. Create a volume. So while you're creating a volume from this existing snapshot, you have a full control to select volume type. Any volume type you can select. We already studied about this EBS volumes. We have the different kind of EBS volumes like the general purpose, provision IOPS, cold, throughput, magnetic. So in a general purpose, we have the GP2, GP3. In provision IOPS, IO1 and IO2. So in provision IOPS, we can change, change or we can mention actually the number of IOPS manually. But in general purpose, you get a default number of IOPS, right? So let's say I'm taking general purpose GP2 and the size of the volume was 8 GB and you have to select. जब भी आप snapshot से EBS volume बनाओगे, you will always select an availability zone, right? देखो मैंने यहाँ बताया ना, जब भी आप snapshot से EBS volume बनाओगे, you will always select availability zone, right? So let's say you took anyone. I took US East 1F, and now you can create a volume. So the volume in that particular availability zone is created. And from where you will find this, you go to the volume under Elastic Block Store. And this is the volume. This is the volume. No, not this is the volume. This is the volume. This is the volume you have just created. You're going to see the today's date. And it was in US East 1F. Now you can tag this resource. या तो वहीं पे टैग कर देते हैं. Let's say new volume. Right?
Yes.
अच्छा, अब मैं एक छोटा सा सिनेरियो बना रहा हूं और उस सिनेरियो के अकॉर्डिंग हम काम करेंगे. यहां तक क्लियर है?
सर यहाँ जो स्नैपशॉट लिया गया सर EBS वॉल्यूम के जरिए, तो ये इंटायर मशीन का बना सिर्फ या फिर स्टोरेज का EBS वॉल्यूम का स्नैपशॉट हुआ? चूंकि
entire machine.
अगर जे वो स्टोरेज के थ्रू ही हुआ उसी
वो
के
स्टोरेज, यस यस।
ओके सर।
अब यहाँ पर देखो, फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स से दिस योर EC2 इंस्टेंस। मैं अब एक केस ले रहा हूँ, आई एम टेकिंग अ केस, आई एम जस्ट टेकिंग अ केस। Let's say this is your EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance in, let's say in North Virginia. This is North Virginia, number one. And you have a machine, perfect. And this already had one EBS volume. Okay, दो चीजें मैं अलग अलग ले सकता हूं, लेकिन मैं अभी एक ही चीज ले रहा हूं. I think the second thing you will do your own. And a similar kind of instance you have to create in another region. The thing is, you have only the snapshot. So the snapshot in a North Virginia region. It's a snapshot in a North Virginia region. This is the region, right? A similar kind of machine you want to create here. So we have two methods. We have only one method. I think I tell you, this is the one lab. So what you will do, you will create, what do you say, AMI, right? So from this, can we create AMI from the snapshot? Yes. And this AMI be copied from one region to another region? The answer is yes. And using this AMI, can we create a similar kind of instance? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that can be done. किसी कोई doubt है?
No, sir.
No, there is no doubt. Very good. Ohio, let's say, this is Ohio. This is the one thing. This is the one use case. And I think this should be clear to everyone. And I'm expecting that you can do this lab. Let's say this is the lab one. Lab number one. And I'm just having a lab number two. मैं कभी भी रिपीट नहीं करता हूं, मैं हमेशा ये सारी चीजें अलग अलग ही बनाऊंगा, डिपेंड करेगा, और अगर आपके पास कोई क्वेश्चन है तो उसके ऊपर बेस्ड ही बनाऊंगा. Now, one thing is there. Let's say we have a region. Okay, in this region, we have two availability zones. This is the one availability zone, and this is another availability zone. This is the region A, whatever. Okay, and we have AZ1 and we have AZ2. वो नाम कुछ भी हो सकते हैं, मैं AZ ले रहा हूँ. So I think should not have any doubt. These are the different availability zones. And in the first availability zone, you already had a machine. But in this machine, we have two EBS volume. We have the two EBS volume, right? So I'm interested in this green color additional, and this is a data volume, right? This is a data volume. This is a data volume. This is data volume. And we already have a machine which is running in different availability zone. ये भी मालूम है आपको?
Yes,
मशीन जो अलग अलग अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में अलग अलग ही होंगी, एक तो होंगी नहीं. अब मैं चाहता हूं कि ये वाला जो डाटा है ना, डाटा वॉल्यूम है, इसको मैं यहाँ लगाना चाहता हूँ. मतलब मुझे एक वॉल्यूम बनाना पड़ेगा पहले. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू क्रिएट वन EBS volume, then you will attach. Correct or not?
okay,
The same I want to connect here. So what shall I do? So this is my ultimate goal. So what you will do, first of all, you will create a snapshot. You will create a snapshot. So let's say this is the snapshot you're creating. It's in S3. So this is the snapshot. So from this snapshot, you will create a volume in this particular availability zone. You will create an EBS volume in a particular availability zone. And once it is done, then you will attach. Right?
Yes.
ये तो करना है. तो इसमें पहला part क्या है? The first part, you must have additional. The first part, you must have additional data volume, and that the data volume must have some data in it. And let's say the both instances are Linux instances, right? और अगर Windows से करना है तो Windows से भी कर सकते हो आप. वो अगर दिक्कत होती है तो Windows से कर लेता हूँ. तो and this is the snapshot. This is snapshot. And what you are doing? You are making an EBS volume. So why we are making an EBS volume? So because our machine is in a different availability zone. So in the same availability zone, you have to create an EBS volume. And then this EBS volume to be connected with this EC2 instance. तो attach करोगे. तब जो data यहाँ पर था, वही data आपको दूसरी machine में दिखाई देगा. ये sync नहीं हुआ data. Data is not syncing, right? The data will not be replicated. The data is not syncing between these volumes. These two volumes are totally independent. Am I correct? So that you have to connect this way. So this is the second. You will create snapshot. Then you will create this EBS volume, and then you will attach. You will attach here. This is the fourth one. You will attach here. So this is the 4-step process. किसी को डाउट है तो बोलो इसमें. इतना elaborated वे में मेरे ख्याल से कहीं snapshot आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा जितना मैं elaborate कर रहा हूँ उसको. जितना मैंने elaborate कर दिया, बहुत ज्यादा elaborate कर दिया. अब मैं पहले आपको ये लेता हूँ. I'm just taking the lab number 2 and lab number 1 you will do your own. And if you are finding any challenge, and please let me know. So you have to attend this lab number 1 your own. Is it correct?
Yes.
Okay. So ये मैं लेता हूँ. I'm just taking the lab number 2. So और ये दोनों मशीन में विंडोज के ले रहा हूँ. आपके इसके लिए विंडोज सर्वर. I'm taking both Windows server. मेरे ख्याल से आपको easy रहेगा. Right. So चलो पहले तो यार जितना भी इसमें बना हुआ है ना अनशन पहले इसको डिलीट करते हैं. बहुत कुछ बना हुआ है जो नहीं होना चाहिए. It will consuming my space. So terminating the instance. You're terminating the instance. Right? Do we have AMIs? Yes, we have only one AMI, and I'm seeing that we have the 4 number of total snapshots. So सारे snapshots select करो और सबको delete कर दो. तो जो AMI से connected होगा ना वो बच जाएगा, बाकी सारे delete हो जाएंगे. AMIs कितनी थी?
1.
So we had only one AMI. So this one EBS volume is split. तो ये AMI का और snapshot का क्या relation है? Yes. What is the relation between an AMI and a snapshot? मैं बता चुका हूँ ये.
स्नैपशॉट सर वो उसका जो है रिकवरी और बैकअप है AMI का, इस वजह से तो उसका डाटा
था, मैंने आपको बताया था, when this, if you're talking about AMI, let's say this is an AMI, and just please just remember this, AMI has two information. AMI has two information. One is metadata. One is metadata. Metadata means the data about AMI. The data about AMI, right? So this is the data about AMI. And the second is the snapshot. And the second is the snapshot, right? So this metadata is connected with this snapshot. लेकिन जब आप AMI देखते हो ना, आपको ये दिखाई देता है. AMI की लिस्ट में आपको क्या दिखाई देता है? Metadata. When you access AMI, actually you are watching metadata. But in actual, the storage, or you can say your data, belongs to the snapshot. And every AMI has its own snapshot. So इसलिए आप यहाँ देख रहे हो कि this is the snapshot. This snapshot belongs to this AMI. कैसे पता लगेगा? How you can find? मैं सही बोल रहा हूँ, गलत बोल रहा हूँ, कैसे पता लगेगा? कैसे पता लगेगा मैं सही बोल रहा हूँ? Is it this the AMI ID?
Yes, sir.
And it ends with 186B?
Okay, ID same.
186, you go to the snapshot. And can you see it ends with it telling that this snapshot belongs to this AMI?
Yes, sir.
Right? दोनों linked है कि नहीं है?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So ये आपको देखना है. And one more thing is there. If you have a snapshot, see, किसी भी machine, किसी भी volume का snapshot है, you select the snapshot, you go to the permission, and you can just edit it, and by default it is a private. Correct? और अगर किसी दूसरे अकाउंट में इसको प्रोवाइड कराना है तो उस अकाउंट का मुझे 12 डिजिट अकाउंट नंबर चाहिए. I need a 12 digit account number of your AWS account. So if I just do right here your account number and add into the permission, it will be shown in the same region, in your account. So you can access this snapshot in your region, right? So कोई है किसी का नंबर दो जरा, मैं दिखाता हूँ अभी. For example, I show you. अच्छा, कितने लोग हैं आप लोगों में से? वैसे तो बहुत बड़ी टीम नहीं है हमारे पास अभी we are very few people, I think 8, including me, total 9 people are there. So please let me know very honestly, how many of you are using your mobile to attend this training?
सर मैं अभी मोबाइल से अटेंड कर रहा हूँ आदेश.
Right. कितने लोग कर रहे हैं? देखो, जब तक ना आपको बहुत ज्यादा आपको लगता नहीं है कि कोई रेस्ट्रिक्शन है तो आपको उसे करना चाहिए. किससे? लैपटॉप वगैरह से ही करना चाहिए. It's loading. Can you see? Now this particular snapshot has been shared with these two numbers. अब एक नंबर है गिरधर का और सेकंड नंबर है अमान का. It's Aman or Aman?
It's Aman, sir.
Aman, right. So अब आपको क्या करना है? अपने अकाउंट में जाओगे और वहां पर स्नैपशॉट के अंदर नॉर्थ वर्जीनिया में देखो, डू यू सी द शेयर्ड स्नैपशॉट इन योर अकाउंट? and you should be in North Virginia. Only these two persons can see, Girdhar and Aman.
नहीं सर, अभी तो मुझे नहीं दिख रहा.
होगा. यहाँ से shared हो गया है. So within 2-3 minutes, I think you should see. अच्छा, आपने क्या किया है पता है? ऊपर देखो, ऊपर यहाँ देखो, ओन बाय मी, यहाँ पर है ओन बाय मी, और एक है प्राइवेट स्नैपशॉट. डू यू सी प्राइवेट स्नैपशॉट्स? इसको चेंज करो और सी. देखो किस में दिखाई दे रहा है. पब्लिक में तो सब कुछ आ जाएगा, पब्लिक नहीं कर रहे हैं.
I can't see here.
Yeah, definitely you must see, I think. Or I can do one thing. I'm just sharing this snapshot ID between you. So you're going to use this snapshot. Just go there, click on this private snapshot, and just type it here, and just press enter. You'll be able to see it.
So मुझे दिख रहा है.
दिख रहा है? दोनों को दिखेगा. दोनों को दिखेगा.
But it started on September 22nd.
Oh, so what is the old AMI? It's an old AMI, right?
Oh, okay.
So I took a snapshot of my old AMI. Yeah, see, September 22nd. Can you see this timestamp? The creation date.
Oh, okay.
Right? Okay, this is the one thing. I think this is clear. So this way you can share between your accounts, number one. So we are going. Yeah.
So why there are so many snapshots in the public? Like who created it and how does they come up here?
हम जैसे भाई लोगों ने create किए, so no issue, and they just create and just make public, and these are available. These are available for use. Let's say even you can add your AMI here. Even you can make your AMI public. Let's say this is an AMI, right? Sorry, snapshot. Where's the snapshot? So this is the snapshot we have. And I'm just making my snapshot, use the permission, go to the permission, edit it, and just make it public. And this is now public. So within a few minutes, this will be published on a public platform. Anybody can use it, but he must have this snapshot ID. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So then now the snapshot is currently public, and this is the snapshot ID, right? You go there. So this change will take, of course, 5 to 10 minutes time because it is making publicly accessible. So you go to a snapshot, you go to, let's say, the public snapshot, and here you will type this snapshot ID and press enter. It is available. Anybody. अब कोई भी कर सकता है. If you have the snapshot ID, anybody can access on AWS Global Platform. So if you want, you can make your snapshot even public. ये तो बहुत बड़ी security issue हो गया. This is the biggest security issue. It means if you have an EC2 access and if you want to leak the data of someone's EC2 instance or EBS volume, what you can do, you can simply make that snapshot publicly accessible and share that snapshot ID. And anybody can access that AMI or that snapshot publicly. Am I right?
Yes.
यही तो बात है. देखो, ये vulnerability है या नहीं है? There is a vulnerability or not?
Yes.
So it's so easily. Maybe your company's machine is containing very sensitive data, and you do not want to make it public. So you must have some. Like the policies, you must have some rules, right? So we have some rules. So हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? You will use IAM, Identity and Access Management. You will use a service called IAM, and in that we will create some users, and we will provide the permission to some users, and we will restrict them कि वो machine का snapshot ना ले सके, ना वो एक्सेस कर सके, या फिर वो मशीन के स्नैपशॉट को शेयर ना कर सके. They should not be able to share the snapshot publicly. So we can specify that permission for that particular user. Correct? Sorry, I'm not hearing.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So हम जितने भी यूजर्स बनाएंगे उनको हम रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर देंगे कि वो इन EBS वॉल्यूम्स का स्नैपशॉट पब्लिकली एक्सेसिबल ना कर सकें. So we will write the permission, we will write the policy. So we have to write some codes in their user, and every user will have its own username and password, and every user will have some policy. So we can modify such policies. Okay. Rashid is how it came out actually. How the people are just going and coming. Rashid, are you there?
Okay, sorry sir, it was disconnected due to some.
नहीं, वो actually disconnect होने से आप बाहर हो जाते हो, फिर मुझे ना join कराना पड़ता है आपको.
Okay, sorry sir, I will can next time.
Okay, so we are just going to do this, and in order to do this, we must have the two machines in two different availability zones, right? तो एक machine तो बनाएंगे दो volume के साथ, and another machine we are creating with a one EBS volume. So see, you go there now. Just we are in instance. We are here. You just click on the instances. So is it running or is terminated? Very nice. It is terminated. And now, right now in North Virginia. So guys, you go to the instance here, and we are just launching the instance, and I'm taking this instance type to 2019, right? Perfect. I'm taking the t2.micro. Sorry, ये सब chat पर खोला रखना पड़ता है मुझको. Next, and I'm selecting availability zone US East 1A for the first, and the public IP address is enabled, of course. Add storage. This time, in this, I'm taking two volumes, right? The first volume is a 30 GB size of the 30 GB, and the second volume is totally blank and totally new, right? I'm not creating from any snapshot. So guys, this is what? This is your size of the EBS volume. So the delete on termination should be selected, और इसको मैंने create कर दिया है. And let's say this is the name. Let's say server 1. Server 1. Let's say this is server 1. And a security group, I think the RDP must be on. So इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं चाहिए मुझे. Okay, and let's say Windows Server Security Group. Will it work? Launch and launch. And NK 27 September. So this machine you created in North Virginia, right? अब इतने एक मशीन और बना लेते हैं, उसको बना लेते हैं दूसरे availability zone में. Let's say another instance in another availability zone. Windows instance in another availability zone. And this time I'm taking, let's say, US East 1B. And this will have only one EBS volume. Right? And let's say the name of the server is, let's say server 2. Server 2. Security group, we already have a security group. क्या नाम था? मैंने बनाया था ना? This one? Launch. And you have this. So ultimately we have two EC2 instances. And according to this diagram, both instances are in the same region, but in different availability zone. And the first instance has 2 EBS volume and the second instance has only E1 EBS volume. अब इसमें कुछ डाटा डाल देते हैं पहले वाले में. कैसे करेंगे? I think this is not still ready. यहाँ पे हम थोड़ा सा वेट कर लेते हैं. So we will wait here for a few minutes because it is initializing. My screen is properly visible?
Yes, sir. सर आपने सिक्योरिटी ग्रुप और जो की है वो
सेम रखा है.
सेम रखा है.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कोई नहीं फर्क.
कोई फर्क. तो अलग भी होता तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
कोई हाँ अलग भी होता तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. मेरे अकाउंट से है और मेरे रीजन में इसलिए मैंने सेम रख लिया. Different account with a definitely security group, you cannot have same security group. You cannot have even same key name. So let's say I'm taking the remote of server 1. So I'm just going to connect here. I'll go to the RDP, get the password here, browse, and what was, it's NK27 PAM, right? You go there, just decrypt it, copy the password, download RDP. Yes, open it, and just paste the password here. And you took the remote of this instance. What we want to ensure here? No. So this machine must have 2 EBS volumes. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Machine must have 2 EBS volumes. We have only one EBS volume. You'll go there, right click on this. Just a minute. You will write this mg empty. Let me see. Yeah, it is added, but it is not allocated yet. So online. again, initialize the disk, and just simply format with NTFS file system. You are making it as a D drive. Wow. बन गया. अब इसके अंदर कुछ डाटा कॉपी कर दो. कहाँ से डाटा कॉपी करूँ इसके अंदर? How to copy, how to download some data.
कुछ भी फाइल क्रिएट करके.
बात तो सही कर रहे हो. Just a minute, duplicate it. S3. My God. So. Playback nahi. I'm just adding files. Let's say I can add one file here. So it will be sufficient, I think, to show you that things are being copied. So we have some important data. Let's say we have few files. I'm just copying. Can't we just make them in zip format? What are the photos to write? Wow. So this is the file, right? This is the file, upload it. This is the file. You go to the file plus just the rare file. You make it as public. Perfect. And now you go again to the same file to read its URL. So this is the URL. Okay. And what I'm doing, I'm going here and I'm just opening this Internet Explorer. Wow, यार ये बड़ा painful है यार इसमें. Don't we have another thing? Can we click? Will it work? Yes. Add. Is it downloaded or not?
Not, I think so. एक बार फिर से enter.
Yeah. Yes. Now, right. View downloads. Will it download? Open with. अरे यार, download किया इसने. Downloads. So I can see this, right? In download. I selected the file and I'm just pasting in my drive D. Right. So this drive has this photos.rar data. So now you can see this drive D has some data. Correct or not?
Yes,
sir.
Now, so what you're doing, go to the instances, choose the second volume of the server one. Choose the second volume of the server one. Go to the storages, and this is the second volume. This is the volume, 8 GB volume. You select the 8 GB volume and just take its snapshot. Let's say server 1, server 01, volume 2, and snapshot 01. Is it correct? Correct?
Yes.
And let's say the name was the server one. Server one. Create a snapshot. Close. Go to the snapshots. Do you see the snapshot? Sorry, I didn't see that. Wait, over. Oh, sorry. On. Yes, this is server 01. Correct? So now you have this snapshot. So I think according to this chart, the task 1 as well as the task number 2 has been completed. So what you have to do, you have to create an EBS volume in a different availability zone in which your machine is working. So the second machine is working in which availability zone? The instance. So the second instance, so the server 2 is launched in US East 1B. Is it? You have to keep this thing in mind. So what you will do, you'll go to snapshot. You will choose the snapshot. Now you go to the actions and create a volume. You have to just keep in mind, you are choosing correct availability zone, US East 1B. So आपने 1B ले लिया और 1B लेने के बाद आपने लिखा the name, let's say recovered volume, right? And create volume. You go on there and you have an EBS volume. Wow, so this is the recovered volume. And that you have created in US East 1B. And it is available. So what you're doing, you have to connect this recovered volume with server 2. Select the volume and go to attach volume. Select the server 2 instance. So this is the server 2 instance we have, and just attach it. And it is done. Wow. So this volume has been connected with server 2. You go to another instance. So this is the server 2. And now if you see the storages, you will have 2 volumes, EBS volume. तो आप इसको तो आप बंद कर दो, इस मशीन को तो आप बंद कर दो, पूरा हो गया. Okay. Now you will start the second machine. So this is the second machine. So you go to the server 2. This what you will do, go to the connect, go to RDP, get the password, browse. Where is the download? This is the key. Okay, decrypt it, copy the password. You can download it. I don't want to just waste my time, so that's why I'm just using some standard methods. Right. You go there. Very first time it is opening, it will take its time. Snapshot we have done in a very elaborated form. You should not have any doubt related to snapshot. Right? So we have only one volume. Again, you go there, you just write disk mg empty, but this time you will not format the disk, right? You will not format the disk. So this is the instance right now. You can just make it online and convert. It's online, right? It's online. So just click on online and it is online. And this is done. And this is connected. So what you're expecting, if I just access it, what you're expecting? Are you expecting the same file?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this has been recovered.
Yes.
Correct? वो कैसे इसको unzip करना है? You must have application to unrar this. But this is the actually the data you wanted to recover. Correct?
Yes.
The same way you will repeat. So this is done, the lab number 2, and I hope you will initiate the lab number 1. And this way, the snapshot topic is completed.
सर अगर अलग रीजन में उसको कन्वर्ट करना है तो इज इट पॉसिबल?
नहीं समझ में आया.
Like we converted the snapshot within the same region but different availability zone. If I want to,
when you create a volume from that, then only you can choose, no? So from the snapshot, if you create a volume, then only you will choose availability zone.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Can I convert it to the other region? Like,
Yeah, definitely. You can go there. Let's say this is a snapshot. So not converted, you will transfer it. You will copy it, right?
yeah.
You go to the snapshot. Let's say this is the snapshot. You want to make a copy. Just click on a copy and choose the destination region here.
Okay.
Right? पूछ रहे थे ना? Okay. So these instances we have. I don't know. ये कुछ गड़बड़ सा हो गया है शायद. ये कुछ एरोस बड़े हो गए हैं और वो कुछ छोटा हो गया है. कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ है. क्या गड़बड़ हुआ है? Let me. Right. Okay. I want to make my page bigger. No, I think this is correct. Right. Now this is better. पता नहीं इतना छोटा दिखाई देगा नहीं देगा आपको, but I think this is clearly visible. If you just enhance it, you'll be able to see it. No, बहुत छोटा है यार ये तो. My God. तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि आप पहले इतना करो इसको और फिर इसको थोड़ा सा आगे करते हैं. What do you say?
चलेगा सर.
मैं देख लेता हूँ कि because you have a lot of things to do. Yes, but one topic I need to include, and the topic is what do you say? Bootstrapping. What is the bootstrapping? The bootstrapping is a method to configure machine at the time of the launch. The bootstrapping is a method to configure instance through the script at the time of the launch. Right. So okay. Let's add boot time if you pass a script to configure instance. The method is known as bootstrapping. हम क्या करते हैं, आप जरा एक चीज सोचने की कोशिश करो कि एक ही तरह की स्क्रिप्ट you are writing again and again, means you are doing the same task again and again to configure an instance. If you launch a new instance, suppose you run a specific number of commands again and again to configure it. Let's say you want to launch an Apache server, right? And every day, the 10 Apache server or instances you are creating and you are terminating them. And every time you configure them. And every time you run some 10 or 15, the same sequence of commands. So don't you think you're wasting your time again and again by doing so that the same task again and again?
Yes, sir.
Right. So instead of writing those commands again and again to configure an instance, so we can create a kind of script. We can create a kind of a script. That script can be in a shell scripting. That scripting can be in PowerShell. It depends on what operating system you're launching. Correct. So Windows में PowerShell scripting होती है and Linux में we use shell scripting. So let's say you are using Apache server and we have a script. Let's say Notepad, and I just do write not in Notepad. Can we Visual Studio? New file. Select a language. Do you have a shell scripting? That is there. Batch, shell scripting. Let's say I'm just taking a batch, but shell scripting, there should be a shell scripting Docker file .c++ sharp. Okay. I'm just writing code text binary. Will it happen? Right. So I'm just writing hash bang bin bash. I think this is correct. Hash bang bin bash. You're writing sudo su hyphen, and now you write yum install httpd -y, and now you're writing system ctl system ctl start httpd pd dot service, right? And the system ctl enable let's say httpd dot service, and you're writing, let's say echo, and you're writing to configure this is my bootstrap configured instance, and you need to transfer this file line to var www html in index.html file. Let's say this is the code you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line code, and I'm expecting there should not be any logical error. Yum, or there should not be any typing error even. System CTL enable, system CTL enable HTTPD. So और ये मेरा आपको भी कॉपी कर रहा हूँ आपके chat में. I'm just copying it here. Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Right. So हम गए यहाँ पर. अब अगर इस sequence of command को, if you're just running all these commands in the same sequence, once the machine is ready, that machine will be configured as a simple Apache server. So instead of actually taking the remote and configure it later on, so I want to pass this script during the launch time of the instance. So this process is known as bootstrapping. The process is known as the bootstrapping. So what you will do, you go there and just go to the instance we have. So we are terminating all these earlier instances. So we had 2 instances. We are terminating these instances, right? So this will happen. Now we are launching an instance here. You go to the launch, right? And just select the Linux instance AMI. And you go to the instance detail. So this third page is very important. This third step is very important. So in this, you choose, let's say you choose availability zone, you choose the public IP address is needed or not needed, you choose VPC. So if you just scroll down a little bit, if you scroll down till last, we have a user data box here. So either you just paste that code here, जो भी कोड लिखा है या तो आप यहाँ पे पेस्ट कर दो, और अगर वो फाइल की फॉर्म में है, if you have in the form of the file, let's say you save the file, save as, and sorry, I'm just storing in your, let's say I'm writing bootstrap.sh. Okay, save it. You're going to save it here. Good. So either you can choose that file to upload the script. If the script is really very large and it is stored in files, you can upload the file from that your local computer, or you can just simply select as a text and you can paste that text here. So I'm just pasting the text here. Hash bang bin bash sudo su blah blah, whatever you did right here. So everything is pasted here as it is. Now you just go to the storage. Second, the storage is added, and this is security group. It's okay. And you're adding in a security group, let's say HTTP, and go and just what you're doing, you are just launching the instance. And this time you won't configure this instance. This machine will be configured automatically as a simple Apache server. So you have not to take its remote to configure it. आपको इसको configure करने के लिए इसका remote लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. So this is the, you're going to say this is your simple server. Oh my God. Right. So the machine is running. Machine will be configured automatically. I'm not going to take the remote of this instance. And this is the public IP address. Dear, I'm sharing the public IP address among you. आप इस public IP address पर click करना और browser पे खोलना. And if this is configured, you will be able to see that line, single line. I think it is not yet configured. It is being initialized, but you can try it. Is it configured or not? Are you able to access the web page?
Yes, sir. Visible. This is my Bootstrap instance.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. मतलब आपने कुछ नहीं किया, machine configure हो गई और page display हो गया. So similarly, if you would have kind of an application, so that can be launched, right? So I think this is clear to everyone.
Yeah.
Nice. So this is called the bootstrapping. और एक टॉपिक और था, कौन सा टॉपिक था?
Bastion host.
Bastion host. What it was? Bastion host. ये तो मैंने अलग इसको कर दिया है. And you will remember it is not pertaining to this, so I'm just underlining it. So this is bootstrapping. This was the bootstrapping. This was the bootstrapping. What is that? And what is a Bastion host? मुझे लगता है कि Bastion host का काम आप लोग कर सकते हो. और what is a Bastion host? The Bastion host can also be known as jump server. How many of you are aware of this term called the jump server? Let's say you have few machines. You have few machines, and these machines are private instances. Let's say all these instances are private instances, right? Let's say these are the instances, and both are private instances. What is the meaning of the private instances? What is the meaning of the private instances? So these machines will have only private IP address. These machines has no public IP address. These machines have only private IP address. Okay. So these instances have only private IP address, right? Okay. So it means the one thing is very clear. If these machines has only private IP addresses, so it means directly from the internet, you cannot take the remote of these instances. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
From the internet, definitely you cannot take. Well, let's say this is the internet you have. Internet. You are the user. You need to access the machine from the internet, and you won't be able to do that because you can only access public machines from the internet. You cannot access private instances, right? And this is your AWS. This is your AWS. This is the AWS, or you can say AWS region. I'm just writing AWS region. AWS, in AWS we have region, let's say region A, whatever, region A, B, C, but you have region A, and you want to take the remote of such instances. What shall I do? Yeah. And these machines has only private IP addresses. Anybody who can suggest me any method? Anybody who can suggest me any method? So dear, what you will do, so these instances, let's say these instances in a private availability or private subnet. So let's say this is the private subnet, and you will have a one public subnet. Let's say this is the public subnet. This is the public subnet. This is the public subnet. So you have two different kind of subnets. You can have two kind of subnets. So public subnet. So if you're creating machines in public subnets, so these machines will have public as well as private IP addresses, both. But if you create a machines in private subnet, so the machines will have only private IP addresses. Correct or not? Sorry. So what you will do, you will create one instance with public IP address. So this instance has a public IP address, right? So this instance has a public IP address as well as private IP address. Public IP to public IP address to take a remote from the internet, and this will have even private IP address to communicate with private instances within VPC, within the VPC. So this machine will have both public as well as the private instances, private IP addresses. So you will take the remote of this instance from the internet, and you will have the key of this instance, right? You will have the key of this instance. Let's say this is the key, and this is the another key. Let's say so this key, this particular key belongs to public instance. So this is the public instance, or you can say Bastion host. So this machine is basically behaving like a bridge between the user who is sitting on the internet and your machine, which is in private subnet, which has only private IP address. And these machines are not directly accessible from the internet. And in order to access these instances, first of all, you will take the remote of this Bastion host or this public instance. And from this instance, you can take the remote of these instances, right? But let's say, and this is the key. So this key you must have in this Bastion host, and this private key belongs to these two instances, right? भाई इनकी भी तो की होगी ना, key belong to private instances. Here, now it's clear. कितने लोग जो कर सकते हैं ये program? So how many of you can complete this year on? तो कर देना चाहिए यार.
कर सकते हैं.
सर पब्लिक सबनेट प्राइवेट सबनेट कैसे?
कुछ नहीं मशीन कुछ मत करो. By default you can use your default subnets, but at the time of the launch of the instance, so these green color machines will have only private IP address, right? You will not enable public IP address to these instances. So इनके पास सिर्फ private IP address होगा. ये तो आपके हाथ में है ना कि किसको पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस देना है, किसको प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस देना है. यस सर, राइट. सो इन दोनों मशीन को आप प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस दोगे और इस मशीन को पब्लिक और प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस दोनों दोगे. सो फ्रॉम इंटरनेट, लेट्स से यू आर हियर एंड दिस की बिलोंग्स टू Bastion host. So I'm just writing the key belongs to Bastion host. Belongs to Bastion host, right? ये वाली जो की है, ये वाली this key belongs to this Bastion host, और ये वाली जो की है, this is for these two instances, right? तो ये की यहाँ पर आपको बनानी पड़ेगी अंदर, और फिर यहाँ से इसमें जाना पड़ेगा. ये कैसे करना है, कॉपी कैसे करनी है की, और फिर आपको देखना है. This is very simple, but I'm just trying to see how you would complete it your own. So I'm taking this scenario. In this, actually, we have the two different kind of instances. The one is the public instance and another is a private instance, right? So the public instance, you will create as a Bastion host. So this will behave like a bridge between the user who is sitting on the internet and between your private machine. So this private machine has only private IP address. So one thing is there. You cannot take the remote of this machine from the internet. The reason we don't have a public IP address, and private IP address doesn't support over the internet. So that's why we need this Bastion host to take the remote of this private instance. So what challenge we have that we need to see. So first of all, I'm just creating two machines here. The one is public machine and another absolutely is a private machine. So from public machine, how to take the remote of the private machine that we have to see. So this public machine is known as Bastion host, and sometimes we call it as jump server. We call it as jump server, right? So this is AWS Management Console. Just open EC2. I'm in North Virginia. So you can choose any region, but in that region, you would create two instances, one public instance and another is private instance. So public instance will have both public and private IP address. In private instance, will have only private IP address, no public IP address. Correct. So guys, this is a stopped instance. I have this stopped instance, and this instance has both public as well as the private IP address. And this instance is in US East 1C. So first of all, I'm just starting this instance. And I'm just launching another instance here. So this time the instance I'm launching will have only private IP address. So this is the instance type, t2.micro. So the third screen is important to make your machine public or private. So in this, you will take the same VPC in which you have your public machine. You can choose availability zone. The machine could be in the same availability zone or in a different availability zone. But one thing is there, both machines must be in the same VPC. But here, by default, the public IP address for this machine is enabled. If you do not disable it, it means your machine will have public IP address. So I need to disable it. So what is the meaning of the disable it? Your machine won't have any public IP address. Your machine will have only private IP address, right? So you disable it. And you are just moving to storage. Storage is okay. By default, 8 GB. You are tagging the machine. You just write the machine name. Let's the machine name. I'm just writing private instance. Let's say this is a private instance. And the security group, only the security group. And the security group in this SSH must be open, but not from the internet. It should be open from the internal network. So will you tell me which internal network ID we have? And to see, you just go to the VPC, right? And you need to see the current network ID of the default VPC, that is 172.31.00. Of course, we know that. But okay, from the VPC, I need to understand this is the network ID of my current network, 172.31.00/6. So this is a private network ID. So what I'm doing, so I have to pass the traffic only from the internal network. So means who can take the SSH of this machine? Only from the same VPC, from the private IP address, correct? So you are restricted this time SSH. So this time we are not using 0000/0. So you just go there, and if you need to enable, let's say ping command, let's say ICMP, again I'm taking ICMP and same network ID I'm taking, let's just copy and paste it here, right? So even only the IP address or means machine from this network range can ping this machine. So review and launch, and finally you launch the instance and you acknowledge the term, this is 2nd October Intel. So if you want to see, this is, let's say I'm just taking this 2nd October Intel. So this is the your key name, correct? So I took actually existing key name. If you want, you could create your own key. Now we have two instances. So the first instance, so I can just rename it. I'm just writing its name. Let's say Bastion host. Bastion host, or you can write jump server. It's up to you. So, okay. So why it is not writing here? Let's see. Bash. Oh, what's wrong? Oh. Okay. So this is the Bastion host, right? Let's say this is the Bastion host and this is the private instance. So first of all, you'll take the remote of the Bastion host. And from the Bastion host, you will take the remote of the private instance. So what shall I do? So very simple. Let's say Bastion host has a public IP address, right? So this is the Bastion host, and this has the public IP address. And what's the key we have for this machine, for this Bastion host? This is the key. 2nd October Intel. I think the both machine has the same key, but this is the public machine. Which one? Bastion host. So what I'm doing, I'm just taking the remote of this Bastion host using Cloud Shell. You just click on Cloud Shell. So Cloud Shell will be uploaded. Instead of Cloud Shell, if you want, you can use PuTTY, Mobex or PowerShell. It's up to you. So the best practice is that you should choose Cloud Shell. I'm launching my Cloud Shell for North Virginia region. Once it is ready, I'll upload the private key of the public instance first in this Cloud Shell environment. And then I'll take the remote of the Bastion host first. So how to take the remote of the Bastion host? So it's simple, but let it be ready. Preparing. So the terminal is okay. Let me see, do we have? Yes, so what I'm doing, I'm just removing all previous stuff. So please do not see what we have. So let's say now the current position is we do not have any private key. So first of all, we must upload the private key of the Bastion host. You just go to the action, upload the key, select the key. So the key is there. The key was in, I think, download. And in download, we have the 2nd October Intel.pam. So I should select that PAM file, upload it. It will be uploaded in a few seconds. And the job is done. Now, once the upload is completed, you will see its name. So it's the 2nd October Intel.pam. But if you see its permission, the permission is not appropriate as per the key. The permission is 664, but it should be 400 permission. So you need to change the permission of this file. So how you would change the permission of the file? You will write sudo permission to change the permission, write chmod. Okay, chmod, and the permission is 400. And the file name is 2nd October Intel.pam. And this way you change the permission. And if you need to confirm, ls-l. And you can see the very first column of this line, the permission of this key has been changed. It's now 400. So the second thing is, so what's the IP address of the machine? So what's the IP address of the machine? This is the IP address of the machine. Let me show you. So this is the IP address, public IP address of the machine. This is the public IP address of the machine. So we are in the Bastion host, and you're going to see this is the public IP address of the machine. And if you just go back to the Cloud Shell and just do right here SSH-i to insert the key. The key name is 2nd October Intel.pam. And then username of the instance ec2-user @ and public IP address of the instance. And this is the command, and you press enter, and you will accept this fingerprint. So this way you took the remote of the Bastion host. You are inside the Bastion host. So this is the IP address 170.30.30.31.31.36. So this is the private IP address of the Bastion host, right? So from this Bastion host, now you can ping this machine. Which machine? Private machine. The private machine has no public IP address. Do you see? The private machine has no public IP address, and private machine has this private IP address. So this is the IP address, which ends with the 2.79. If you go there and if you try to ping this machine from the Bastion host, it should allow the ping command should run. So this is pinging, right? So means from Bastion host, you are able to ping your private machine. Control C. You did Control C here. So now what's the thing? So if you just see the directory of this Bastion host, so this directory is totally empty. Totally empty means totally blank, and you need a private key of the private machine. Then only you will be able to take the remote from here, from this Bastion host. But this machine at present has no key, so you need to create the key, and the key name is 2nd October Intel.pam. So this machine must have the key of the private instance. Is it correct, everyone?
Yes.
Right. So what you will do, you go there, you just write, let's say Vim. The name could be anything, right? Means it's not necessary to just keep the name of the key 2nd October Intel.pam. But name could be anything, but the extension will remain same, and the content will inside the file should not be changed. It should remain same. So let's say I'm just writing 2nd October Intel.pam. Let's say this is the key, and in this key you need to write the content of the key. Press I to insert the content of the key. You're coming back here outside, and this is the first of all, just seek that key. So this is the key. Now just select all the content, right? Select all and just copy the content. You go back to the same editor which was opened to paste the content of the key. Right click and just paste the content of the key, allow paste, and this has been pasted. And now press escape to come out from the insert mode. Press escape, first of all the press escape, right? And now press :WQ, and it's there. So this is done. Now if you see, this time now you have 2nd October Intel.pam, but again the permission is not appropriate. So the permission should be 400, but right now the permission is 664. So you would change the permission. The same command you will run, sudo chmod, and the permission is 400, and this is the file name, and done. Very nice. So the permission of this file has been changed, and now you will run a command, because now from here you want to take the remote of the private instance by inserting this private key. The username is ec2-user, and you will write the private IP address of the instance. And what is the private IP address of the instance? This is the private machine, private instance, and this is the private IP address of the instance that ends with the 279. You go there, right? You go there, and guys, we are just pasting that IP address. So we are using the private IP address here, and press enter and just say yes. And from here you took the remote of the private instance using Bastion host, using that the public machine. So this public machine is behaving like a just bridge between internet user and private machine. So you are using this machine to take the remote of your private instance. And from this private instance, if you just try to ping, let's say Google, to check whether we have the internet connectivity on this machine or not. So it says that the internet connectivity is not there. So why internet connectivity is not there? Maybe your some network configuration is not proper. If the network configuration is not proper, this won't work. And we took the default setting. We didn't create any, or we didn't modify any network setting as of now. So you just Control C, and let me see what the problem we have. Let me see, because this is the default VPC setting I took, and the same problem you will face. So we are here, the VPC. So VPC is correct. You go to the root table. In the root table, if you see the root subnet association So all these networks are subnets are associated. Wow. What about the root? Root is perfect. So, okay. Right. So because we are using only the private IP address, right? So that's why through the private IP address, we won't be able to reach the internet. But, and we don't have any NAT gateway, the NAT interface. So, or NAT gateway. So that's why we are not able to reach. We are not able to reach the internet, but this is perfect. This configuration is perfect, correct? So finally, we took the remote of this private instance. So this is the Bastion host. So with this, this topic EC2 has been completed. Satya is saying the voice is not understandable. I did read this message just now. So you could have spoken. So I think आप बोल सकते हो Satya.
Yeah, sir. Actually, sir, I was joining earlier via Google Chrome browser. Now it was working. Now I have joined with the mobile with the Zoom app. Now it is fine for me.
Okay, correct, Satya. Anybody? Any question related to this?
So I just have one small doubt. So
Yeah.
अगर ये प्राइवेट इंस्टेंस में या फिर प्राइवेट सबनेट में अगर इंस्टेंस बंद होके फिर से चालू किया तो will there be private IP will be changed?
No, private IP address will remain same.
Same. Okay. So it's like static IP.
Yes, it's not static IP address, but it is provided by the DSCP. When it is provided by the DSCP, it is known as the dynamic IP address. But if you have a proper space, let's say range है, मतलब IP address है उसके पास 10, DSCP के पास मशीन चलनी है 2, तो उस केस में IP address static ही हो जाता है, क्योंकि उसके पास DSCP के पास there is no force to change the IP address. The DSCP only shuffles the IP address if the number of machines are higher as compared to the IP addresses that DSCP has. For example, DSCP के पास 20 IP address हैं उस pool के अंदर, और मशीनें आपकी 15 हैं जो बंद होती हैं और start होती हैं, but at a time 10 ही रहती हैं. In that case, the IP address can be shuffled. But if you have the less number of machines and you have the more IP addresses, in that case, there are very less chances to shuffle the IP addresses. Correct?
Okay.
बहुत important है ये.
Okay, got it, sir.
जो पब्लिक आईपी होता है, जैसे पब्लिक आईपी है, उसको अगर हम सॉफ्ट रिबूट करते हैं ना तो वो चेंज नहीं होता है, वो एक ही रहता है. हार्ड रिबूट करेंगे तो ही बदलेगा सर.
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हो. मैं तो बोलता हूँ, आपने कभी ध्यान दिया है, सब लोग पूछते हैं कि सर ये आईपी एड्रेस चेंज हो जाएगा नहीं हो जाएगा, तो फिर मैं बोलता हूँ, आपने कभी नोटिस किया हो, when you stop your machine and start your machine again, then the IP address will be changed.
Yes sir.
तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ, ये मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि इस इंग्लिश को ऐसे बोला जा रहा है, इस सेंटेंस को ऐसे बोला जा रहा है. इसका मतलब ये है कि पहले आप मशीन को स्टॉप करोगे तो जो एग्जिस्टिंग आईपी एड्रेस है वो रिलीज होगी. ठीक है, जब उसको स्टार्ट करोगे दोबारा तो वो आप न्यू आईपी एड्रेस, लेकिन उसको अगर आप उसको हाइबरनेट कर देते हो और वहीं से रीस्टार्ट कर देते हो तो इन दैट केस द आईपी एड्रेस विल रिमेन सेम. करेक्ट? यस, परफेक्ट. दिस इज अ गुड थिंग. Now you're understanding. Anybody? Any other question?
तो सर प्राइवेट आईपी हम लोग स्टैटिक नहीं दे सकते हैं.
क्यों नहीं दे सकते हो? आप बिल्कुल दे सकते हो. स्टैटिक आईपी एड्रेस बिल्कुल दे सकते हो. आप डीएससीपी में जाएंगे और डीएससीपी में जाकर मशीन के मैक एड्रेस को और आईपी एड्रेस के साथ मैप कर देंगे. आपकी मशीन पर वही आईपी एड्रेस रहेगा. क्लियर?
ओके,
याद आ रहा है कि हमारे पास डीएससीपी होता है. डीएससीपी इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ सर्वर टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट आईपी एड्रेसेस इन द गिवन रेंज. राइट। तो अगर किसी मशीन के साथ आपको कोई आईपी एड्रेस फिक्स करना है तो डीएचसीपी में जाकर आप मशीन का मैक एड्रेस लो जिस पर आपने आईपी एड्रेस फिक्स करना है, और उस मैक एड्रेस के सामने वो आईपी एड्रेस लिख दो जो उस मशीन के लिए फिक्स करना है, तो उस मशीन को हमेशा वही आईपी एड्रेस मिलेगा, लेकिन उसके लिए आपको डीएचसीपी कॉन्फ़िगर करना पड़ेगा। करेक्ट?
वो आईपी दैट शुड बी फ्रॉम दैट वीपीसी सबनेट।
वो वीपीसी का काम है। वो काम हो गया आपका वीपीसी का।
ओके।
तो वो अभी यहाँ पर नहीं है, अभी वो आपके कोर्स में भी नहीं है, वो हम पढ़ाते हैं नेटवर्किंग में या फिर प्रोफेशनल में, तो वो इसका पार्ट नहीं है। किसका? AWS सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट का पार्ट नहीं है। जो डीएचसीपी है ना, जैसे ये अब आप देखते हो, डू यू सी द डीएचसीपी समवेयर? वी हैव द डीएचसीपी ऑप्शन। दिस इज द डीएचसीपी. You go to the actions, what? Manage tag, view details, and what all these are? The delete DHCP options. It will delete the DHCP option here. So do we have anything to change it? So this is the DHCP option. So all these are the DHCP options. अब यहाँ पर NTP सर्वर नहीं है कुछ भी, इसको डिलीट कर सकते हो, इसको मैनेज कर सकते हो। You can manage the tag here, ये टैग मैनेज करने के लिए, और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिसको आप यहाँ कर सकते हो, बट यहाँ पर तो इतना ही है, यहाँ पर तो इतना ही है। लेकिन यहाँ पर डीएचसीपी ऑप्शन क्रिएट कर सकते हो और आप उसके अंदर सारे रेंज दे सकते हो इसके अंदर, और उसके अंदर आप नेट बायस नोट कर सकते हो और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो कर सकते हो, लेकिन जनरली इतने रखते हैं। नेट बायस नेम है और एनटीपी सर्वर। यू नो व्हाट इज एनटीपी सर्वर? नेटवर्क टाइम प्रोटोकॉल।
Yes.
I think network time protocol to be, I mean that all nodes should be on single timing.
On a same timing, on a same timing.
Yes,
so उसका टाइम सेम होना चाहिए, सिंकिंग हो जाती है, टाइम सिंकिंग हो जाती है, अलग अलग टाइम नहीं होना चाहिए।
Yes sir, by which we the log and history logs, it will be easy for us.
Correct. So net bias node B, P, M, H बहुत सारे इसके अंदर हैं, ये सारी चीजें हम बाद में पढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन ये सब चीजें इसमें नहीं है। चलो छोड़ो इसको, अब हम नेक्स्ट टॉपिक पढ़ते हैं। So please let me know one thing very clearly from all of you, from your side. So please let me know how many of you are clear with the IPv4 or IP addressing. Just say yes or no. Just try to write yes or no. Chat पे लिखो yes, no, IP addressing है clear? मुझे लगता है क्लियर होनी चाहिए। जहां तक हमने पूछा था, याद आ रहा है मुझे, शायद मैंने ये क्वेश्चन पहले भी किया था शायद। वेरी गुड। सो वी आर नॉट टीचिंग इट अगेन। सो गाइस, आई एम टीचिंग व्हाट इज VPC, right? So what is a VPC? Here we go. So this is I'm here. VPC. So we are starting the VPC. VPC stands for virtual private cloud. Virtual private cloud. So what is the purpose of this service? What you can do with the service? अभी तक तो हमने एक किया है, EC2 किया। EC2 is a service to create and manage EC2 instances. और उसके अंदर बहुत सारी चीजें थी। उसके अंदर AMI था, EBS था, Snapshot था। तो इस तरह से बहुत सारी चीजें थी, सिक्योरिटी था और बूटस्ट्रैपिंग, ब्ला ब्ला, 10-12 चीजें थी, की भी था। तो बहुत सारी क्लासेस से हम यही कर रहे थे. Now we are just going to start a new service called virtual private cloud. So virtual private cloud, it is a basically infrastructure as a service in AWS, correct? And by default, it is scalable. It is known for the scalable infrastructure, and using VPC, you can create the virtual network in which it resembles a traditional network that you manage in your real and physical data center. You can resemble with. So means if you want to create a network within AWS, what service you will use? VPC. So VPC is a logically isolated network. What is a VPC? VPC is a logically isolated network within the AWS region. You can create multiple virtual private network within the same region. But just keep one thing in your mind. Every VPC within the same region is an isolated network. For example, let's say I'm taking a region. Let's say this is your region. Okay. So within the region, this is your default VPC. This is the default VPC. And the default VPC is this is the VPC 1 has network 172.31.0.0/60. So this is the network ID. This is the network ID we have. So there should not be any change. So this is the network ID of this VPC. So this is the VPC 1. Okay. And interesting thing is this VPC has 6 subnets. Actually, this is the region. This is region. This is the region. And just to understand, in this region, and the region is North Virginia. The region is North Virginia. Okay. And you know that how many availability zones we have in the North Virginia? कौन बताएगा?
6, I think.
Correct. You are absolutely correct. So we have 6 availability zones. Let's say these are the 6 availability zones. So I'm just creating the 6 availability zones here. Let's say this is the first availability zone. Okay. This is the first availability zone. What about the opacity? I think this is correct. And this way, 1, 2, 3, let's say 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we can take one more. Why I'm telling you? So this is really important. That's why I'm just explaining. So ये जो 6 आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं ना, ये अवेलेबिलिटी जोन है, और ये अवेलेबिलिटी जोन हर VPC में हो सकते हैं. ये हर VPC में हो सकते हैं. Okay. And let's say this is your VPC. And in this VPC, we have 6 subnets. ये एक सबनेट है. Let's say इस सबनेट का मैं कलर थोड़ा सा चेंज कर देता हूं. So you will recognize it. Let's say this is the subnet. This is the subnet. Let's say this subnet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. ओके. तो कितने सबनेट है? ये डिफॉल्ट VPC था, और इस डिफॉल्ट VPC के अंदर ये आपके पास ये सबनेट्स हैं. तो बात नहीं, 6 सबनेट है, और इन 6 सबनेट के अपने अपने नेटवर्क आईडीज हैं. तो सबनेट 1, सबनेट 2, सबनेट 3, सबनेट 4, और ये हमने नहीं बनाए, ये बाय डिफॉल्ट बने हुए हैं. तो ये तो डिफॉल्ट था, चलो ठीक है, डिफॉल्ट मैंने नहीं बनाया, लेकिन उसका नेटवर्क आईडी था यहाँ पर. तो क्या मैं यहाँ पर अपना सबनेट बना सकता हूँ? Yes, you can create subnet, you can create your VPC. So I'm creating a VPC. Let's say I'm creating a VPC and I want to include only two, let's say only two availability zones. So what all these are? All these are availability zones. So this way, how many availability zones we have? 6. तो जरूरी तो नहीं है कि जब आप VPC बनाओ तो सारे के सारे availability zones लेने हैं, जरूरी नहीं है. तो आप चाहें तो 2 availability zone भी ले सकते हैं. If you want, you can just take 3, 4, 5, and if you want, you can take 4 or you can take all 6 availability zones. It's up to you. So means you can create multiple VPCs. Let's say this VPC you're creating here. Let's say this is the VPC you are creating. And let's say the network ID of the VPC is 192.168.10.0/24. So this is the network ID of this VPC. This is the second VPC. And you created two subnets here. You created 2 subnets here. So these are the 2 subnets. पहला बनाया एक availability zone 1 में and the second in AZ2 में बना दिया. This is the AZ2, right? और इसका network ID आपने दे दिया 192.168.10.0/let's say 25. So can I give the network 192.168.10.128/25? Is it clear? Is it correct network IDs? इस तरह से मैं एक नेटवर्क को 2 नेटवर्क आईडीज में डिवाइड कर सकता हूं?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right? So this is correct ID. तो ये मैंने एक छोटा सा नेटवर्क बना दिया. In this network we have 2 subnets. So it is not mandatory to occupy all available availability zones. It depends on your requirement. आपकी requirement क्या है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. अगर आप चाहते तो ये दोनों के दोनों सबनेट, अगर आप चाहें तो ये दोनों के दोनों सबनेट एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में भी बन सकते हैं. This can also be possible. It is not mandatory कि आपको जितने अवेलेबिलिटी जोन मिल गए उतने ऑक्यूपाई करने ही करने हैं. ये आप पे डिपेंड करता है कि कहां पर बना रहे हो. तो जनरली हम जानबूझ के अलग अलग बनाते हैं कि अगर एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन फेल हो जाता है सो एटलीस्ट द सेकंड सबनेट इन डिफरेंट अवेलेबिलिटी जोन मस्ट बी अवेलेबल. वो तो हम इसलिए बनाते हैं, लेकिन आप कितने भी बना सकते हो, कितने भी सबनेट कितने भी अवेलेबिलिटी जोन बना सकते हो. देयर इज नो सच रिस्ट्रिक्शन. सो लेट्स से दिस इज वन मोर डायग्राम वी हैव. सो दिस इज द VPC. And let's say this is the third VPC I'm just creating. Let's say this is VPC 3, and this time I'm taking 10.10.10.0/24 for example. Can I take this network ID? Because यहाँ पे Saddle blocks लेना है. जरूरी नहीं है कि आप class A, B, C के ही IP addresses लो. You can take your own. You can create your own network IDs. So I'm taking 10.10.10.0/24 and I want to create 4 subnets. Let's say I want to create 1, 2, 3 and 4. Is it possible? Yeah. Why it is not possible? लीजिए, मैंने ऐसे बना दिया और मैंने बीच के 2 सबनेट छोड़ भी दिए. So these are the subnets. So ये नॉर्थ वर्जीनिया का था. So नॉर्थ वर्जीनिया का वो क्या होता है? कोड US East 1. So availability zone कौन से होंगे? So the availability zone is, let's say, US East 1A, then 1B, 1C. Am I correct? इसी तरह से होगा ना? ये सारे के सारे. Yes, these are the availability zones. So US में सारे नहीं बनाऊंगा. US East 1B. Similarly, so आपके पास 1F तक हो जाएंगे. So यहाँ पर एक we created a one more VPC. One more VPC means one more logical network. And the network ID of this logical network is 10.10.10.0/24. And I want to create 4 subnets, equal subnets in 4 different availability zones. So it is not mandatory to take some sequential सबनेट्स की, या आप रैंडम ले सकते हो, रैंडम ले सकते हैं, और जरूरी नहीं है कि एक सबनेट के अंदर एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन के अंदर एक ही सबनेट बनाएंगे. इफ यू वांट यू कैन क्रिएट मल्टीपल सबनेट्स इन अ सिंगल अवेलेबिलिटी जोन. इट्स अप टू यू. So let's say I'm taking network ID 10.10.10.0/26. I think, if I'm not wrong, and the second is 10.10.10. I think 64.26, and this is 10.10.10.128/26, and finally, yes, I think 10.10.10.192/26. Am I correct? So this way we will have the 4 subnets. So this way you can create 4 subnets. But every subnet will have the maximum 64 IP addresses according to this theory. So ये मैं बताने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि नॉर्थ वर्जीनिया के अंदर डिफॉल्ट VPC was this. That this is the default VPC, right? But if you want, you can create multiple VPCs. Their network IDs must be different. And every time you are creating the VPC, that VPC will have the IP address, private IP address range. And maximum, how many maximum VPCs you can create in a region? Maximum 5, right? आप कितने बना सकते हो? 5 बना सकते हो. You cannot create more than 5. If you want to create more than 5 networks in a same region, the answer is definitely you can create, but you have to create raise a query to release quota, or you can say avoid that quota from these regions. So वो आपको raise करना पड़ेगा और AWS उसको हटा देगा. Then in that case you can create more number of VPCs. So this is the first example I was giving. But what components you have? So this was about the VPC. And in this diagram, you learned about the 3 things. The number 1 is VPC. So let's say this was the VPC. Good. This is the VPC, right? So the second one was availability zone, AZ. AZ stand for, this was the green color in availability zone. And this yellow color is called, let's say, subnet. And it is created by you, right? This was the subnet. VPC, availability zone, and subnets. How actually the subnets are created, that I just tried to explain. और जब भी आप VPC बनाते हो, तो आप चाहे तो एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन या मल्टीपल अवेलेबिलिटी जोन उस VPC के अंदर ले सकते हो. करेक्ट? Sorry, I didn't get you. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. Satya is leaving and joining. Hello, Satya. You are leaving and joining. So everything is okay? Okay. No issue. So guys, I'm just going to open a tool, online tool, to draw VPC, right? To draw VPC. Let's say this is the tool we have. The tool name is draw.io or applicationdiagram.net. So here if you see in left-hand side, we have AWS light and dark groups. So I'm choosing cloud. So I'm creating AWS cloud here. So this is the AWS cloud, right? This is the AWS cloud. let's say. Next is you can do one thing within the cloud. Let's say you have one region. You have one region. Let's say this is the region. Within the region, you are creating a VPC. VPC is what? A virtual private cloud or logical network. You are creating a VPC, right? And within the VPC, you have number of availability zones. Let's say I'm taking only 2 availability zones. I'm not taking much availability zones. I'm taking only 2 availability zones. So this is the first availability zone. And let's say 2 availability zone. I'm using North Virginia. And let's say I'm not taking all 6 availability zones. I'm taking only 2 availability zones. So in these 2 availability zones, let's say I'm creating 2 subnets. So the one subnet I'll create in one availability zone, and the second subnet I'll create in another availability zone. So up till here, everything is perfect because within the region we have VPC. Within the VPC, we can have the reach to availability zones, and within the availability zones, you can create subnet or multiple subnets within the zones. Up till here, everything is correct. So VPC network ID, I want to just keep, let's say I'm just keeping 192.168.100.0/24. I'm taking this one. And the first subnet, let's say this is your subnet 01, and the network is 192.168.100.0/25. If you're using /25, it means you can create maximum to 2 networks. You can split that network into 2 networks, 02, and the network ID is 192.168.100.128/25. Perfect. So these are the 2 expected network IDs. And this is your, let's say, US. This is AZ1. I'm just writing AZ1. Is better. AZ1, and this is called, let's say, AZ2, right? And now, what's the important point? So, very important point. Every VPC that you create, every VPC you create, it must be connected with internet gateway, right? So, this is the internet gateway. This is the internet gateway. Correct. So this is the mandatory point. This is the internet gateway. So internet gateway allows you to reach internet. So your VPC or VPC resources can communicate with the internet only because of internet gateway. So this internet gateway must be connected with the internet. And you will have a user. So the user is here, for example, this is the user who will have some gadget, and from here, through the internet, he can reach this VPC, correct? He can reach the VPC. Now, still it is not completed yet. Why I just made this space? Because every VPC will have its default root table, right? It will have its default root table. So this is the default root table, right? So whatever the network ID is written inside it, please just ignore this. This is a kind of icon for the root table, right? And the root table must be connected with internet gateway in order to get the internet connectivity, right? So this root table is connected with internet gateway, and the same root table must be associated with these subnets. So the associated subnets can access internet connectivity through the root table and through the internet, right? So what you will do, you have to create a VPC. Within the VPC, you will create 2 subnets into different availability zones. So this is the route table, which you will get by default. When you create a VPC, you always get one route table by default. जब भी आप VPC बनाते हो, एक route table by default बन जाती है. So this is the default route table, but you have to configure it. Okay, but you don't get actually this internet gateway by default. So you have to create an internet gateway, and you will attach that internet gateway with the VPC. Correct?
Okay, sir.
So इतना करते हैं पहले, और इसके बाद इसके अंदर you will create instance. You will create instance. Let's say this is an instance here. This is the instance. And this instance is connected definitely through this route table. लेकिन मैंने यहाँ पर वो बनाई नहीं है. Internet, security group नहीं बनाया, but the security group should be there, right? This is your EC2 instance. So what I'm doing, I'm just trying to manage all such things. Let's say, do we have export? Yes, we have an export. So we can export as a PNG, export, download. And is it really important to the download? Let me see. Can't we directly export? You can just copy it, copy the clipboard, and let me see. Right? थोड़ा सा उसको साइज उसका चेंज कर देता हूँ उसको. इसी को आपने बनाना है, इसी की तरह से बनाना है. So you have to create the similar one. So this is what? This is your internet gateway. Internet gateway. This is the internet gateway. Yes. Good. This is subnets. This is what? This is the route table. This is the route table. This is the route table. Okay. So itna dhyan rakhna, and this is your EC2 instance. You know that this is your EC2 instance. So इसी को आपने बनाना है as it is. You have 2 subnets, and these are the network IDs of the subnets. And this is the VPC. You can give the name of the VPC even, right? And we are using which region we are using? The region is North Virginia. North Virginia. So I didn't write it. I'm just writing it here. Okay. Subnet भी fix कर दो. Let's say subnet is US East 1A. And let's say I'm taking this is subnet. So this is the subnet you're creating in this availability zone. And US East, let's say you're taking 1D this time. You're taking the different one. It is not necessary to take 1B. So US East 1D. This is 1A and this is 1D. So one subnet you will create in 1A, another subnet you will create in 1D. This way you are going to create. But one thing is there. Both subnets are public subnets. Both subnets are public subnets. Why both subnets are the public subnets? These are public subnets. Anybody who can just explain me why these subnets are the public subnets?
Then they can reach up to the internet, I think.
Right. No, not exactly. Explanation is correct. Explanation is correct. But the subnet is reaching to the internet through the route table, which is directly connected to the internet gateway. It means this is the subnet. The subnet is associated with the route table, which is directly connected with the internet gateway. And internet gateway is what? What is the purpose of the internet gateway? The internet gateway's purpose is to provide internet connectivity to the VPC. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
मतलब इसका काम क्या है? इंटरनेट गेटवे का काम क्या है? इंटरनेट गेटवे का एक ही काम है कि वीपीसी को इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी प्रोवाइड करना. इसका मतलब अगर वीपीसी में इंटरनेट नहीं आ रहा है तो कहाँ गड़बड़ है?
गेटवे में.
It means either it is not configured in the routing table, or it is not connected, because this is a very simple appliance you have. You have not to configure it. You have to only attach with the VPC. And what is the beauty is, one VPC can have only one internet gateway. One VPC cannot have multiple internet gateways. और एक VPC multiple VPCs का connect नहीं हो सकता. Means the one VPC, so one internet gateway cannot be connected with multiple VPCs. So this is highly one-to-one mapping. One VPC, one internet gateway. That's all. One VPC cannot connect it with a multiple internet gateway, and one internet gateway cannot connect with multiple VPCs. I think this concept must be clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is, I'm just going to replicate this one. And I'm going to replicate this one, and you will understand this. So once it is understood, then we will start the next topic. Correct? So here we go. Go to the VPC. You go to the VPC. So this is the VPC dashboard. You open the VPC, you go there, just click on the VPC, or in the search you can write VPC here. So both are the same thing, but ultimately you are getting this dashboard. So right now it shows that you have the VPC. You have how many VPCs you have? Only one VPC you have. What is the meaning of this? If it is showing it's a one VPC, it's a default VPC. आपको default VPC ना तो बनाना है ना delete करना है. Please just remember what I'm saying. Neither you have to create it nor you have to destroy it. Means ना तो बनाना है ना इसको आपने delete करना है. So let it be as it is. So this is a default one. So I'm not just touching this one. I'm going to launch a new VPC. And what I'm doing right now, I'm just closing both my instances here. So I'm just stopping both the instances. I had two instances, right? So मैंने बंद कर दिए, मैं VPC में आ गया. Now I'm just launching VPC. Sorry. So if you just click on launching VPC, you will see this kind of screen. I really don't like this. So you will just go back. आपको ये नहीं करना है. So left hand side, do you see your VPC? So please do not click on the launch VPC wizard here. You have not to see the wizard. You go to the your VPC. You go to the your VPC. So this is the VPC you will have. And right inside on the top, you will have an option create VPC. Not the wizard. Create VPC. You will create VPC and you will need to write the VPC. Let's say I'm writing NetKings VPC. And what was the IP address? 192.168.100.0/24. This was the network ID of the VPC. तो ये यहाँ तक तो मुझे क्लियर हो रहा है कि हमारे पास this is there. So this is the VPC network ID, right? And now you have not to change any IPv6. The tenancy is default. We have the two different kind of tenancies. One is a default tenancy, another is a dedicated. So generally we take default tenancy. We do not take dedicated. If you are choosing dedicated, it means the further the resource, if you would create in such VPC, So all resources will be reserved for you, whether you are using or not, whether you will use them or not. You have to pay for those resources. ऐसा नहीं होता, let's say आपने ओला कार कर ली, तो ओला कार दो तरह से बुक होती है, एक तो शेयर्ड में होती है और एक होती है इंडिविजुअल जो आपकी अपनी होती है. तो किसमें ज्यादा पैसे लगते हैं? इंडिविजुअल में ज्यादा पैसे लगते हैं. तो शेयर्ड में आपके पैसे बच जाते हैं. तो शेयर्ड जो है ना वो ये है डिफॉल्ट वाला. इट मीन्स अगर आप कोई EC2 इंस्टेंस बनाते हो और अभी कोई रिसोर्स यूज कर रहे हो फॉर एग्जांपल, और अभी आपको नहीं करना है, फॉर एग्जांपल यू वांट टू स्विच ऑफ द मशीन, सो एज यू स्विच ऑफ द मशीन यू विल रिलीज द रिसोर्सेज. आपने उन रिसोर्सेज को रिलीज कर दिया है फॉर टाइम भी, तो वो रिसोर्सेज जिसको चाहिए वो यूज कर सकता है. लेकिन अगर आपने डेडिकेटेड इसमें ऑप्शन चूज कर लिया तो मशीन बंद करने के बाद भी वो रिसोर्स किससे बिलोंग करेंगे? आपसे बिलोंग करेंगे. आपने उनको ऑक्यूपाई करके रख रखा है, आपने उनको होल्ड करके रख रखा है, तो उसका पैसा देना पड़ेगा फिर आपको. सो इट्स अप टू यू कि आप डिफॉल्ट करना चाहते हो या डेडिकेटेड. बट अकॉर्डिंग टू मी आई थिंक यू शुड चूज डिफॉल्ट वन. डिफॉल्ट वन इज शेयरेबल, राइट? आई एम चूजिंग द डिफॉल्ट वन. Go down and simply just click on create VPC. VPC create. The VPC is done. मतलब आपने VPC का नेटवर्क आईडी दिया है. So according to this diagram, only ये जो green color boundary है ना, ये आप ही clear होगी, ये बन गई. So within this, right now we were in North Virginia, and within this you created the VPC. Of course, the name you have given of this VPC. Now you have to create two subnets in two different availability zones. एक है US East 1A, दूसरा है US East 1D. इसमें दो आपने सबनेट बना लेते हैं. लेफ्ट हैंड साइड गो टू द सबनेट्स, क्लिक. लेकिन ये जो सबनेट दिखाई दे रहे हैं ना सारे के सारे, ऑल दीज सबनेट्स बिलोंग टू द डिफॉल्ट VPC, राइट? जो जिनके नेटवर्क आईडी ये मैंने नहीं बनाया ना, ये आपने बनाया, ये बाय डिफॉल्ट है. सो मुझे कुछ नहीं करना है. सो आई हैव नॉट टू टच ऑल दीज थिंग्स. सो दीज आर द 6 डिफॉल्ट subnets. So I'm just going to create 2 more subnets for my VPC. So if you select the VPC here, so this is the default VPC, and the second VPC is created by me, NetKing's VPC. So I will select this VPC. और मुझे कितने सबनेट बनाने?
2 सबनेट.
2 बनाने. तो पहला सबनेट बनाते हैं 1 of 1. You just write the subnet name subnet 01. Okay. Availability zone, in which availability zone? US East 1A. Okay. Availability zone network ID 192.168.100.0/25. Is it? So this is the information about the first subnet. You guys go, और यहाँ पर एक है add new subnet. Yes, we need to add one more subnet. 2 है ना total subnet. Now add. You just do right here. Subnet 02. And you are going to create in US East 1D. Okay, you choose the subnet, availability zone. And network ID is 192.168.100. What it was? 128/25, I think. Is it?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, हो गया. Subnet नाम आ गया, availability zone आ गया, and you just provided the CIDR block of the subnet, or you can say network ID. And finally, you just create the subnet. So how many subnets you created? 2 subnets you created. So these are the 2 subnets you created. Wow. And these 2 subnets belong to NetworkKing's VPC. And these are the network IDs. And if you go further right hand side, you're going to see their availability zone, US East 1A and US East 1D. Right. Up till here, everything is perfect. Perfect. So, but still, so within the VPC, you created 2 subnets. Now it's time to create internet gateway. Now go to the internet gateway left hand side. Do we see internet gateway left hand side here? Yes. Click on internet gateway. So this is the internet gateway. We already have the internet gateway. लेकिन ये तो किसका है? This is the internet gateway pertaining to the default VPC. So it is already been attached. तो मैंने बताया था if it is already been attached, we cannot use it. We can use only the free internet gateway. So we don't have any free internet gateway. So it means you have to create one internet gateway. यहाँ पर internet gateway बना देते हैं. You just write. You can just write internet gateway for let's say networking NK. Internet gateway for, or you can say like internet gateway #NK or for NK. You just create an internet gateway. और देखो मजे की बात यह कि इंटरनेट गेटवे बन गया. You just created the internet gateway and internet gateway is created. So this appliance by default is highly available, highly scalable, and highly redundant. मतलब आपको दो इंटरनेट गेटवे नहीं बनाने पड़ेंगे. If one internet gateway fails, so you should need another internet gateway to provide internet connectivity. No. So the same internet gateway by default is highly available, highly scalable, and highly redundant. So you have not to do anything. You just create internet gateway. You provided the internet gateway name. Now, by default, this is not linked with any VPC. It is detached. So right inside, we have an option, actions. आप actions में जाएंगे, you will go to actions and you will attach to a VPC. Click attach to the VPC. तो जिस VPC के साथ इंटरनेट गेटवे नहीं लगा होगा वही सामने आएगा. ठीक है? So you will click on the select VPC. So this is the VPC which came in front of you, or you can see its name, networking VPC. It has no VPC connected, which it has no internet gateway connected. So you just select it and attach the internet gateway. As you clicked on attach the internet gateway, now internet gateway has been attached. You can see very clearly. So this internet gateway has been created and has been attached with this VPC. ये काम भी पूरा हो गया. यानी अगर आप इसके अकॉर्डिंग देखते हो तो VPC बन गया, इंटरनेट गेटवे बन गया, इंटरनेट गेटवे अटैच हो गया और इसके अंदर 2 डिफरेंट अवेलेबिलिटी जोन्स के अंदर 2 सबनेट बन गए. अब फाइनली क्या रह गया?
Routing table and instances we need to create.
Yes, routing table configuration. Routing table is there. I told you when you create a VPC, so you have this default routing table. आपको बनानी नहीं है ये एक routing table तो अपने आप ही बन जाती है. अगर एक से ज्यादा routing table बनानी है, in that case you will create routing table. But if you have one routing table in the scenario, it means you have not to do anything. What you will do? You go back. Left hand side we have the root tables. Click on the root tables, and you see 2 root tables here. See the first root table? So the first root table belongs to your VPC. You can write its name. You're going to say root table 1 of NK. So this is the first root table of NK. I did right here. So आपने इस root table को select किया. So as you selected this, you're going to see below we have few options like details, roots, and subnet association. You go to the roots here. In the roots, only the one root is written here. और इस root के अंदर VPC का network ID है. यानी इस default root table में you can see only the VPC network ID. So you need to click on edit roots. So इसको कुछ नहीं करना है. आप इसको delete नहीं कर सकते. You cannot even modify it. You cannot delete it. You cannot even modify it. So what exactly you want to do? So you want to, according to this diagram, the root table must be connected with the internet gateway. The root table must be connected with the internet gateway to reach internet. Isn't it or not?
Yes, sir.
And what is the internet IP address? 0.0.0./0. So this is the IP address of the internet. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From anywhere.
Yes,
From anywhere. By internet. Is there any particular IP address of the internet? No. So means from anywhere. So you go there. You have to add a root in the routing table. And you want to reach internet actually. Okay, so for that you will write this network ID 0000/0, and you need to reach this internet using internet gateway. So under the target column, if you click here, you have multiple components, but what component you need to select? Internet gateway. So you will select internet gateway, and this is the internet gateway IGWNK. ये बनाया था आपने, ये इसका ID आ गया सामने. You select it, and now you can save the changes. So this way, this root table, this root and the root table's root has been configured. Now you can see you have one more route to reach internet. But अभी भी ये root table इन दोनों subnet से connected नहीं है और associated नहीं है. So you want to associate this root table with the subnet. So we have the second option, subnet association. So you would click on subnet association, and you can see you do not have any subnet associated with the root table. But as you know, below, in the below table, you have two subnets, but none of them are associated with the root table. So you will click on upper table, edit subnet association. And here you will select both the subnets, because both the subnets are connected with it should be connected with the same root table. And now you need to save association. Done. अगर आप दोबारा जाके subnet association देखोगे, if you go there, this time in the upper table, you have these two subnets. Correct? अब ये नीचे से ऊपर आ गए, यानी it means the root table has been associated with these two subnets. So according to this diagram, the root table is connected with the internet gateway, and the root table also is associated with these two subnets. So the configuration is completed. Your VPC configuration is completed. Your VPC configuration is completed, and there, now the only thing that you need to verify its functionality of the VPC, you should create a one EC2 instance in either of subnet. तो हम एक subnet के अंदर एक EC2 instance बना लेते हैं. So we are just going back. You just go to the EC2, just launch an instance. Just launch an instance, and let's say this is Amazon Linux 2. I'm taking this time. And I'm okay with the T2.micro even. ये जो तीसरा screen है ना, in this third screen, very important, you will select this time VPC. So under the network, we have the VPC. If you click on this time, you can see two VPC in the North Virginia. अभी तक तो हम क्या ले रहे थे? Default VPC ले रहे थे. Now you will select in which VPC you will place this machine. So you will place this machine in networking VPC. इसके अंदर कितने सबनेट हैं इस VPC के अंदर?
Two subnets there.
Two subnets are there. और दोनों सबनेट हैं, एक है US East 1A और एक है US East 1D. So I'm choosing, let's say, subnet 1. And public IP address is disabled by default this time. You need to enable it, otherwise you won't get any public IP address of the instance. So if you enable it, you will have public IP address of the instance, and you just go to add storage, blah, blah, blah. And let's say this is the name. Let's say this is VM1 and security group. This is security group and launch. And this is good. Where is the second Intel? Wow. So I think the machine has been done. Machine is created. So guys, so you should give a few minutes time. This machine has both public IP address as well as private IP address, and you can see the private IP address 192.168.100.76. correct? और ये बन जाएगा, ये launch हो जाएगी within a minute. Within a minute, the machine has been almost launched, but it is still under initialization. So we should give some time here. तो आपने देखा कि ये बन गई है 192.168.100.76 के अंदर. So this is the IP address. It means we are using the new VPC, right? and if you are able to take the remote of the instance, everything is okay. इसका एक बार remote ले लें तो सब कुछ ठीक है फिर. You go to the connect and just simply just click on connect and see what happened. क्या हुआ? ले लिया आपने remote. And can I reach internet? Can I reach internet? तो यहाँ से google.com करके देखो, ये पहुंच जाना चाहिए. अगर नहीं पहुंचेगा तो गड़बड़ है. अगर नहीं पहुंचता तो something is wrong. It should ping internet. It is pinging?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
The configuration of this VPC is absolutely perfect as per the diagram. Right. कितने लोगों को समझ आ गया? Just let me know. So if you are okay, please let me know it's okay. And if you have some doubt, please let me know.
Sir, the route table which one we have made is associated with IGW, means that this is the different identity or this is the route table of only IGW. So little bit confusion in this.
No. IGW is Internet Gateway. Internet Gateway is a device which you would connect with the VPC to provide internet connectivity to the VPC. VPC पे तो आपने connect कर दिया. For example, you have connected with the VPC, but you want to transfer that internet traffic to the subnets. So you have a route table. So this route table must be connected with the internet gateway to get the internet connectivity for the subnets. इंटरनेट गेटवे जब तक रूट टेबल से कनेक्ट नहीं करोगे तब तक सबनेट्स के पास इंटरनेट ट्रैफिक नहीं जाएगा.
सर वो बिल्कुल समझ आ गया सर. ये मतलब राउट टेबल अलग से बनता है या फिर मतलब
अलग से बनता है. I told you route table is a different unit within the VPC. By default, when you create a VPC, you always get a default route table. ये route table बनाई नहीं है. This route table you got automatically. But in case if you have two route tables, the second route table you would create. Correct?
So please repeat last line once more.
If you let's say if you need more than one route table, so the second route table or the third route table you will create your own. मतलब एक तो by default one route table you have, but if you are needing more than one route table, in that case you have to create additional route tables.
Okay, sir.
Right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, in which cases we need to more routing table, like just information purpose?
So these subnets are public subnets or private subnets?
Sir, private subnet.
These are public subnets. क्योंकि इन मशीन पे मैं इंटरनेट से चला गया. ये जो आपने EC2 इंस्टेंस बनाई है, इसका आपने रिमोट लिया था?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
तो ये कहाँ से लिया था? इंटरनेट से लिया था ना?
Yes, sir. Correct, sir.
तो अगर आप इंटरनेट से इसका रिमोट ले रहे हो तो इट मींस यू आर एबल टू रीच दिस इंस्टेंस फ्रॉम द इंटरनेट. एंड इफ यू आर एबल टू रीच दिस इंस्टेंस फ्रॉम द इंटरनेट, इट मींस this subnet is a public subnet. This subnet is a public subnet, or it's a accessible from the internet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अच्छा, अब मैं एक दो सिनेरियो और लेता हूँ, and I'll ask you to just complete it, and then I think you will have some more idea. Let's say I'm taking one more diagram, and this time I'm just deleting everything, so I don't need it. Okay. Wow, good. Will it be okay if it's creating from the scratch? Okay. This is the cloud. Interesting. This is the cloud. Within the cloud, you have a region. Perfect. Happy we have a region. We have one region. Within region, we are going to create one VPC. Perfect. This also does. This sounds good. And the second is, let's say this time, again, I'm taking the two VPC because we have less space. So I'm taking only two availability zones here. I'm taking two availability zones here. Right. Let's say these are the two availability zones. Wow. And this is region. This is the VPC, or you can say this is the VPC and these are available. And here I'm creating subnets. This time I'm creating 4 subnets, not 2 subnets. This time I'm creating 4 subnets. कितने सबनेट है साहब? 4. Okay. Now I want to make 2 subnets public subnets. Let's say this is the public subnet 01, and I want to make this is your public subnet 02, and let's say this subnet I'm just making private. This is a private subnet 01, and let's say this I'm just making private private subnet 02. 2 public and the 2 public subnets and the 2 private subnets I'm making here. And we have let's say internet gateway, and definitely how many internet gateway we'll have?
By default 1.
नहीं एक ही होगा, डिफॉल्ट वाली होता है, एक ही होता है इसके अंदर। वीपीसी में एक ही इंटरनेट गेटवे होगा। So we cannot have multiple internet gateways. Can we have multiple internet gateways with the VPC?
No.
No. Right. So, but one thing is there. But if you are talking about the root table, yes, the root table you can have multiple. Let's say I will have, this is the root table. Let's say this is the default root table. And I need a one more root table. Let's say the second root table I'm just creating this time. Why I'm creating the second root table, I'll tell you. Because in दोनों subnet को तो बनाना है public. So the root table, the first root table is connected with the internet gateway. And this root table is connected with these 2 subnets to provide internet connectivity. And my internet gateway is connected with the internet. So ये जो दोनों सबनेट्स है, ये दोनों सबनेट जो है ना, ये क्या बन गए? Public. These 2 subnets are public. Why these are public? Because the configuration of the root table makes your subnets public and private. Very, very important concept I'm telling you. The configuration of root table associated with the subnets, making them public or private. तो ये root table जो है, ये इंटरनेट से कनेक्टेड है और ये रूट टेबल सबनेट से कनेक्टेड है, तो ये सबनेट क्या बन जाएंगे? पब्लिक बन जाएंगे। हाँ हाँ हाँ,
यहाँ ये भी तो कह सकते हैं कि चूंकि ये जो सबनेट बनाए गए हैं ये सबनेटेड हैं पब्लिक आईपी से, इसलिए ये सब सबनेट जो है पब्लिक है।
क्या 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 क्या
मतलब पब्लिक आईपी से इनको जो दोनों को सबनेट्स बनाया गया है, इस वजह से ये पब्लिक सबनेट है।
No. The name is not telling the public or private. और अभी तक हमने आईपी एड्रेस दिया भी नहीं है। आईपी एड्रेस दिया नहीं, और आईपी एड्रेस दोगे तो प्राइवेट ही दोगे आप। आईपी एड्रेस रेंज दोगे तो प्राइवेट ही दोगे आप तो पब्लिक आईपी सबनेट को कभी पब्लिक आईपी दिया है आपने? नहीं
सर, मतलब आईपी से ही सबनेट बनाते हैं ना सर?
ना, अरे तो प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस होता है ना, पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस कहाँ होता है? तो अभी इससे पहले वाला जो सबनेट बनाया था आपने, इससे पहले वाला जो आपने बनाया था, इसमें ये जो आईपी एड्रेस यूज किए थे, ये पब्लिक थे या प्राइवेट थे? बताओ।
प्राइवेट आईपी रेंज।
ये प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस रेंज।
ये जब प्राइवेट थे तो फिर इंटरनेट से ये कैसे कनेक्ट थे सर?
हाँ,
इंटरनेट से जब से इसका मतलब पब्लिक है।
नहीं, प्राइवेट है भाई, ये तो रूट टेबल के थ्रू है ना, रूट टेबल। ये सबनेट जो है, तो सबनेट के पास प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस है, सबनेट जुड़ा हुआ है रूट टेबल से, रूट टेबल जुड़ी हुई है आपके इंटरनेट गेटवे से, इंटरनेट गेटवे जुड़ा हुआ है इंटरनेट से, तो इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी इंटरनेट गेटवे से रूट टेबल से होते हुए सबनेट के अंदर आ रहा है। सबनेट को कभी भी आप पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस नहीं दोगे, सबको पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस दे देंगे, कैसे? ऐसा नहीं होता है।
नहीं,
कि आपके मशीन, आपके कंपनी के अंदर 1000 कंप्यूटर लगे हुए हैं और मान लीजिए 200 सबनेट हैं, तो क्या आप 200 सबनेट को 200 पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस दोगे?
नहीं सर, मतलब पब्लिक आईपी से ही सबनेट बनाते हैं ना सर?
नहीं, कभी नहीं बनाते, कभी नहीं बनाते। पब्लिक आईपी से कभी सबनेट नहीं बनाते। और सबनेट के लिए यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड द रेंज, you have not provided the single IP address, you are providing the network IDs. To subnet you provide the network ID. इसलिए मैं शुरू से बोल रहा था कि किसको IP एड्रेस की नॉलेज थोड़ी गड़बड़ है। तो जब भी आप सबनेट बनाओगे, you always provide the network ID to the subnet. You never provide an individual IP address. Am I correct or not?
Yes sir. Range will provide.
Yes, you will provide the range IP address, and you always provide private IP address range here, and your subnet is connected to the root table and root table is connected to the internet gateway. तो ये राउटिंग हो रही है एक तरह से, तो राउटिंग के थ्रू आपको इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी मिल रही है थ्रू इंटरनेट गेटवे। सो सेम थिंग इज हैपनिंग हियर। लेट मी शो यू where we were. Yes, so this time this is the second root table, और ये जो root table है, this root table is connected with these two subnets. और अब आप देखो इंटरेस्टिंग बात, ये रूट टेबल इंटरनेट गेटवे से जुड़ा हुआ है, नहीं जुड़ा हुआ?
इसको जुड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए, इसलिए ये प्राइवेट
नहीं जुड़ा, नहीं जुड़ा ना। तो इसलिए इसका मैंने कलर भी अलग कर दिया। दिस रूट टेबल इज नॉट कनेक्टेड विद द इंटरनेट गेटवे, सो दिस रूट टेबल डोंट गेट एनी इंटरनेट ट्रैफिक, करेक्ट और नॉट?
यस सर।
Yes sir.
So this root table doesn't get any internet connectivity और internet traffic. तो ये जो दोनों सबनेट हैं जो इस रूट टेबल से एसोसिएटेड हैं, so these subnets are known as
Private
subnets. तो सबनेट्स को पब्लिक और प्राइवेट कौन बना रहा है?
कनेक्टिविटी जो है,
रूट टेबल कनेक्टिविटी कौन बना रहा है? root table connectivity and the configuration of the root table. Configuration of the root table makes your subnet public or private, isn't it?
yes sir.
Yes sir.
So guys, मैं आप लोगों के साथ ये डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ पूरा का पूरा, and I'm just sharing with you, and I will create this with you, and later on यहाँ पर Bastion host का भी आपको पता लग जाएगा. Let's say this is the VPC, and this time I'm taking, let's say 10.10.10.0/24, and here we have the subnet, right? And this is 10.10.10.0/26. This is the first one. This is second, let's say 10.10.10. Sorry. So 10.10.64/26. This is let's say 10.10.10. And it's a 128/26, and very last is let's say 10.10.10. and 192/26. So this way we have the 4 subnets. और ये प्राइवेट आईपी है, पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस है, बताओ?
Private IP.
This is a private IP. जब भी कंपनी के अंदर हम नेटवर्क बनाते हैं, whenever you create network inside your company, whether it is a cloud computing or your own prem environment, you always use what kind of IP addresses? Private IP addresses, right? Okay. So guys, this way you will create. So इसको पूरा create करने के बाद, let's say this is the availability zone 1. Let's say this is AZ1 and this is the AZ2. And now you will create an instance. So let's say the 2 instance we have, you have 1 instance here, and let's say the another instance you will have here. So what is the difference between these 2 instances? Let's say this is the instance 1, right? Let's say this is VM1, and this is, let's say, sorry. This is VM2. आप मुझे बता सकते हो what is the main difference between the VM1 and VM2?
One will be reachable by internet and other we cannot access by internet.
Very nice. Perfect.
सर जब ये reachable है सर, जो VM1 वाला है, तो ये फिर private IP क्यों है? जब जो इंटरनेट पर reachable होता है वो तो public होना चाहिए सर.
आप बता रहे हैं, मैं यही बता रहा है. ये
इसमें तो confusion हो रहा है हमको. नहीं,
कोई confusion नहीं है. Confusion क्या होगा?
Private भी हो रहा है और फिर इंटरनेट पे जा भी रहा है डायरेक्ट.
बाबा भैया, तुम नेटवर्क आईडी में और आईपी एड्रेस में फर्क नहीं समझते क्या? नेटवर्क आईडी क्या होता है और प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस क्या होता है, वो समझते नहीं हो? So this is the network ID 10.10.10.0/26. This is network ID. This is a given to the network, and this is the IP address. So this machine will have the both public and private IP address both. I tell you, let's say this machine will have the public IP. ये जो मशीन है यहाँ पर जो रखी है ये वाली, इसके पास पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस होगा अपना. क्लियर?
यस सर.
और इसके पास प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस भी होगा. प्राइवेट. अभी तक क्या कर रहे थे? इतनी सारी क्लासेस कर ली. जब आप इंस्टेंस बनाते हो तो दोनों पब्लिक और प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस होते हैं नहीं होते?
यस सर.
तो ये जब दोनों आईपी एड्रेस इसके पास होंगे तभी तो आप इस पर, जब पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस होगा तभी तो रीच करोगे इंटरनेट से.
यस सर.
लेकिन जो मशीन यहाँ पर बना रहे हो दूसरी, the machine that you are creating in here, this machine will have only private IP address. Even you cannot give the public IP address.
Yes, sir.
Right? और अगर आप यहाँ पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस दे भी दोगे तो वो रीचेबल नहीं होगा, because the root table is not connected with the internet gateway. So this machine has only one IP address. It's a private IP address. You cannot provide public IP address to such instances which are not connected with the internet gateway through their root tables. तो इसका root table internet gateway से connected नहीं है, तो इसको आप public IP address नहीं दे सकते. और इस VM1 को आपने public IP and private IP address दे रखा, जो आप आज तक करते आए हो. Since the day one, you were providing public IP address, private IP address to your instances. So it means your machine was by default in public subnet. Correct or not?
Yes.
तो ये difference है. This is the difference between this and this. अब मैं इसको replicate करता हूँ and let me see, देखते हैं कैसे बनता है. तो मैं ये चाह रहा था कि मैं जल्दी से जंप ना करूं. मुझे लग रहा है लास्ट टाइम मैंने अभी आपको ये कराया. What I completed, this I completed, and this is the new diagram I just created. So मैं चाहता हूं कि इस डायग्राम को आप बनाओ और डिलीट कैसे करना है VPC वो मैं बता देता हूं. You go there and let's say how to delete the VPC. But before deleting the VPC, you have to delete EC2 instance created within the VPC. जो आपने इस VPC के अंदर ये जो EC2 instance बनाया था ना, अभी ये जो चेक कर रहे थे आप, ये कहाँ बनाया था? नए बनाया था. हाँ, तो VPC को डिलीट करने से पहले आपको ये डिलीट करना पड़ेगा. So you have to delete this. You have to terminate this VM1 before deleting the VPC. That VPC should not have any running resource or any stopped resources. It should be resource free. ये देखो अभी चल रहा है. So once I see it's terminated, then only I can delete the VPC. If we have any running resource or stopped resource, AWS does not allow to delete the VPC. Correct? Terminated? It is terminated? Right. You just go to the VPC. Now, this is the VPC we have. And you select the VPC. I selected NetKing's VPC. And I ensured that we have no running instance. We do not have any resource within this. So you just go to the actions and just delete the VPC. As you click on the delete the VPC, it will ask the permission to delete. Just do right delete. Okay. So what it will delete? It will delete internet gateway. It will delete the root table. It will delete 2 subnets, and it will delete finally NetKing's VPC. ठीक है, 5 चीजें delete हो जाएंगी एक ही बार में. देखो, सब कुछ delete एक बार में. So done. Can you see the VPC now?
No, sir.
That VPC now, no. So that VPC has been deleted और उसके अंदर जो machine थी वो भी delete कर दिया आपने. तो इस तरह से you have created this VPC. You verified the functionality of this VPC, and finally you deleted the VPC, right? So we learned that how to create private and public subnets. And today we are just going to provide internet connectivity to private subnets, because the private subnets definitely you created, but those private subnets has no connectivity. So this is the link. I think this is the diagram, the same diagram I just opened. I didn't delete the diagram. Okay, this is the diagram. So in this diagram, we had two IP addresses, means we have 2 subnets, the public IP subnets and private subnet. In public subnet, we have a machine which has the both IP addresses, public as well as the private, while in private subnet, we had only private instance, right? So now we need to provide, so this instance, the VM2, so this VM2 will have only internet connectivity. It has no internet connectivity. So if you just try to reach internet from this VM2, you won't be able to reach internet, right? So what you will do? Just a minute, yeah. So here we need to just create NAT gateway. We are just creating a NAT gateway. This is the NAT gateway. NAT gateway you will create in private public subnet. This is the NAT gateway. Right. What is a NAT gateway? NAT gateway provides or shares the internet connectivity to private subnets through root table. So you will connect this NAT gateway to the root table. And through this NAT gateway, these 2 private subnets will get internet connectivity. So we are not connecting this root table directly with the internet gateway. So this is the change we have. You might have seen that one thing, I just tell you, for example, okay, let me, no, this is not the case. Just a minute. This is your, yes, this is your diagram, and I'm just going to export this diagram. We are just copying the diagram, right, to the clipboard. And we are here. Yeah, here we go. So this is the diagram. And I think this diagram is pretty clear to everyone. But in order to understand this NAT gateway, I'm just making a small picture here. That picture will give you some little guide here. Let's say you might have seen one router in your homes. Did you see this is a broadband router? I think everyone should be aware of this router. This is called the broadband router. Broadband router. Did you see this router? भाई सबके घरों में राउटर लग रहा है, नहीं ब्रॉडबैंड राउटर नहीं लग रहा, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी. And this broadband router is providing Wi-Fi connectivity, wireless. Yes, I think this is better. Wireless connectivity. So it is providing the wired as well as the wireless. It is providing both wired as well as the wireless connectivity. So this is directly connected with, let's say, internet, right? So this is the internet, and you are accessing it from the internet. Let's say you are the user. The number of users are there. Let's say you are the user, you are connected with the internet, and internet is connected with or terminated with your broadband router. So this is the termination point, right? This is the termination point, and you have the number of gadgets here. Maybe you have a mobile phone, maybe you have some sort of the other gadget, like you have a television, right? Maybe you can have your dashboard, or you're going to say desktop computer. So the desktop computer is connected with wired connectivity, and other devices like mobile, television, and your laptop. All such devices are connected wirelessly. So let's say this is mobile. This is television, IP television, and this is your laptop. And this, you can say this is your desktop, right? So all these connections are there. So some connections are wireless and some connections are wired, but all these are connected through this broadband router. So on all these gadgets, ultimately you are getting the internet connectivity. Am I right or no? Through this broadband router. And we have another point here. Let's say this is the red point I'm just waiting here. This is the red point, right? And this red point, if you see, let's say this is the red point, and you're going to see here, this is public IP address. This is the public IP address. This is the public IP address you have at one end. So this is the public IP address you have on end here. You have the public IP address. So you have the one public IP address, which is terminated at one side, and another side you have this the wireless as well as the wired connectivity through broadband router. And the main purpose of the broadband router to provide internet connectivity, right? So this broadband router is basically a NAT device. This is a NAT device. What is the full form of the NAT device? What is the full form of the NAT?
Network
address translation, right? So this is the network address translation or translator, which provides or which is sharing internet connectivity. We have the multiple different kind of the NAT devices, but through one IP address, we are sharing the internet connectivity to all these private IP addresses. So basically, these devices are containing private IP addresses. So if you want, you can just create like this, all these devices. So are containing what? These are containing the private network. So this is the private network, which I created in a dotted line. So this is the private network, right? This is your private network. So this is the purpose. And similarly, what we are doing, we are creating here, because if you're not connecting with the NAT device, you won't be able to get internet connectivity to this VM2 or in the private subnets. Private subnets were separated, but these private subnets were connected with the root table 2. Let's say this is the root table 2. This is RT2. RT2 means the root table 2. So this root table you will create, right? But the first root table was the default root table 1. So this was the default root table. You don't create it. It is created by default when you create a VPC, right? So this root table 1 is connected with the internet gateway. It is connected with the IGW. IGW stand for internet gateway, right? So the internet gateway is directly connected with the internet. Sorry, internet. So this is the internet. So internet gateway is directly connected to the internet gateway, and it is providing connectivity to public subnet through the root table 1. But the root table 2 was separate. It is not connected to the internet gateway. So definitely the connected subnets, primary subnet 1 and primary subnet 2, won't be able to get the internet connectivity. And for that, we need to create a NAT gateway. So this is called the NAT gateway. This is called the NAT gateway. This is the NAT gateway, right? This is the NAT gateway. So this is the most important part. And every NAT gateway that you create, that will have always one EIP address, one static IP address. And this static IP address is needed to share the internet connectivity among all these private instances, similar to this public IP address, right? So we have one public IP address and where we have EIP. So every NAT gateway will have one EIP. So without EIP, you cannot create a NAT gateway. NAT gateway is not free of cost. I tell you, you have to pay $0.04 $0.045 per hour. You have to pay, I think, $0.045 per hour. So this is the price you have to pay, right? This is the approximate price you have to pay for every year. So this is not a free device that you will pay. I think now the purpose of NAT gateway is clear or not? Please let me know.
Yes, sir, clear.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
It's clear?
Yes.
So I think through this diagram, it should be clear. So the same functionality we will get here from this NAT gateway. So guys, I'm just going to create the entire network here. So this is one VPC, and this VPC is network ID is 10.10.10.0/24. It has 4 subnets. And one more interesting and important thing I need to tell you. For example, you have 10.10.10.0/26. So this is the IP address you have, right? So this is the subnet you have. This way you have the 4 subnets. So I'm taking only one subnet to just make you understand. So this is the subnet. So how many IP addresses you are expecting in this subnet?
Useful address 62.
60. I'm talking total IP addresses.
64.
64 IP addresses. The total IP addresses are IPs are 64. And usable IP addresses, according to the theory that you study, it should be 62. Right. The first IP address as well as the IP address from the range definitely cannot be used, because the first IP address is network ID of the range, and last IP address of the range always is a broadcast IP address. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Right. But we have a different theory here. So in AWS, the first 4 IP addresses and last IP addresses you cannot use. So you have to exclude 5 IP address from each range. So in case of AWS, you have only 59 usable IPs from this range. So how many IP addresses you are excluding this time? 5 IPs you are excluding this time. Every time, whenever you create one subnet, so instead of 2, you will exclude 5 IP address. Always, this is a rule in AWS. So it means according to this range, the first IP address is 10.10.0, then 10.10.10.1, then 1, then 10.10.10.2, then 10.10. I think 3. How many are there? Then it will continue. And the last IP address
64.
is 63. It's 63?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Term 0.
Yeah. So it's a 63, right? So these are excluded IP addresses that I did right here. So the first 4 IP address and the last IP address is excluded. The total 59 IP addresses are usable. So these are excluded IP addresses. These are excluded IP address in this range, right? So you just keep in mind. So this way, from each range, 5 IP addresses will be excluded in the same manner. Okay. So guys, I'm just going to create this one. And if you have any doubt, please let me know, because I'm just going to create this. I'm giving 1 minute time. किसी को कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है तो प्लीज पूछ लीजिए.
So मुझे एक डाउट था, जो पब्लिक सबनेट 1 में अपन ने जो VM1 बनाया है, उसका जो पब्लिक IP है, so can't we use that public IP as a NAT gateway?
No. Your question is really genuine, and I think this is a very intelligent question. So the IP, the machine that you created here, so this is a public VM or public instance, and it cannot play role as a NAT instance, but we have a NAT instance concept. अगर आप NAT instance बनाना चाहते हो तो NAT instance बना सकते हो, but you have to take the that device like the Cisco NAT instance or any other product NAT instance you can create. So you can create that instance or VM as an instance, a NAT instance, and but that you have to configure it. But this NAT gateway by default is configured as a NAT device. So you have not to further configure it. So you have to just launch it, and you have to provide one EIP, and you will connect with the root table 2. And the function of this, or the function, or you can say the work of this NAT gateway will be started. But in case, if you do not want to use this NAT gateway, another option we have, instead of using ready-made NAT gateway, if you want to write your own rules within the NAT device, so in such case, you can create a NAT instance using those images. We have the number of images. We have the Cisco images as an AMIs. So we will choose those images to create our instance as a NAT instances, right? And then that NAT instance can be configured. In that case, that public IP address can be used.
Okay.
Yeah, got
it. So there will be, if we want to, मतलब ये VM हम use नहीं कर सकते as a NAT gateway. अगर use करना है तो there is a product provided by AWS that is called NAT instance, where we can configure the NATing configuration. So,
right. It means what I'm trying to say, we have the both options available. So the first option is NAT gateway, and another concept is NAT instance. तो NAT gateway भी है हमारे पास, NAT instance भी है. So what is the function of the NAT gateway? NAT gateway is configured as a NAT gateway by default. It is by default configured as NAT device. It is configured NAT device. You have not to configure it, NAT gateway. But if you have a NAT, if you want to launch NAT instance, so you will use an AMI pertaining to NAT gateway or NAT device such as Cisco ASA. Am I correct? Cisco ASA का device होता है ना? Cisco ASA, etc. So you can create, yes, and you can use this image to create an instance as a NAT instance, and then you will configure this instance. आप इसका remote ले सकते हो, and you can just configure it as a NAT instance. If you want to write your own rules, किसी को लगता है कि मैंने तो रूल ही नहीं लिखा यहाँ, ये NAT device कैसा, ये तो पकड़ा और लगा दिया. हाँ, हमारे पास we have the two different kind of devices in even real world. आपने देखा होगा दो तरह के स्विच आते हैं, एक आते हैं non-manageable switches और एक आते हैं manageable switches. So non-manageable switches, you do not require to make any changes with the non-manageable switches. While manageable switches does require some sort of configuration if you want to use them. You can create VLANs, you can create tunnels, you can create links. You can do a lot of things with them, right? But similarly, we have the two different kind of devices in NAT gateway, which is a pre-configured. So you have not to use. You just launch it and just make a connection with your root table. While the another side, we have the NAT instances. So if you launch NAT instances, so because you are using those appliances, your product appliances, like the company's appliances, like Fortinet, like maybe other are there. I have no good idea, but sufficient idea I have. So the Cisco is very popular. So similarly, we have few more companies. So you can give those companies name and you can find such NAT device images, right? So unko lekar aap instance bana sakte ho, then you can take its remote and you go there and just configure it. You can write your own rules. I think this concept is clear to everyone. But the NAT instance, whether you are working as a NAT instance or you are working with the NAT gateway, both will have EIP, elastic IP address. Why you are choosing the elastic IP address? Because these IP addresses are fixed IP addresses, right? So you have to choose fixed IP addresses or fixed public IP addresses here. Okay. I think it's clear. So guys, here we go. Now, I'm just going to take remote AWS Management Console. As I was expecting, this will ask for credentials to log in first of all. Let me log in. Zyada time nahi lunga. Agar aapko concept clear hai, if the concept is clear, the configuration is not difficult. The configuration, of course, is not difficult. Sorry. 33 PC and right. Okay. So guys, I'm in North Virginia. You go to the VPC here. In VPC, how many VPCs are there? Only one VPC is there. And this is the default VPC. I have not do anything with this VPC. Let it be as it is. So I'm creating one more VPC. You go there, VPC, and just create a VPC. Write the VPC name. Let's say NKVPC. NKVPC and network ID is let's 10.10.10.0/24. This is the network ID of the VPC, and this I'm taking from here. So as it is, I'll create it, right? So you just remember you have the two root tables. So root table 1 is the default root table. You have not to create this root table. You have to create only the root table 2. So guys, I'm going back, and here we go. And this is you created this. The first thing that we need to see, internet gateway. So सबसे पहले तो internet gateway बनाओ and just connect with the VPC. So create internet gateway. You write, let's say NK internet gateway, and this internet gateway is connected, means created. And now just go to the action and attach to the VPC. And this is the only one VPC which is without internet gateway. So usko select kar lo, and then attach the internet gateway. Attach to the internet. So this VPC has been connected. So this has been attached. So this is the one thing. So internet gateway has been created and it has been connected. Now you go to the subnets. So already we have some subnets, but these subnets belongs to 172.31 network. It's a default VPC. And how many subnets we need to create? 4 subnets we need to create. So in one go, all these 4 subnets can be created. This is the good thing. ऐसे पहले नहीं होता था. पहले आपको एक बार में एक ही नेटवर्क बनाना पड़ता था, एक ही सबनेट बनाना पड़ता था. But for last couple of months, they made some changes. So if you want to create multiple subnets, in one go, you can create multiple subnets. You go to the subnets. That's why I always ask not to use pre-recorded lectures, the old lectures, and please don't see old YouTube stuff. So go to VPC. किस में बना रहे हो? In which VPC you are creating subnets? So you are creating subnets in NKVPC. So this is the first, right? You will write. So according to this is the public subnet, and this public subnet and one public is another subnet. Both are in different availability zones. So guys, public subnet 1. This is the public subnet 01, and you are creating in, let's say, US East 1A. And this is the network ID 10.10.10.0/26. So this is the information about the first subnet. You go there and add a new subnet here. Okay, you go there, just write public subnet 02, and this should be in US East 1B, and the network ID is 10.10.10. Let's say 64/26. If you see, so it's a 64/26, right? You go there. Now again, third subnet. Now the third subnet you're creating is a private subnet. It's right. It's a private subnet 01. And the private subnet 01 is in US East 1A. And the network ID is 10.10.10.128/26. And guys, the very last subnet is there. Let's say private subnet 02. And you're creating in US East 1B. And IP address is 10.10.10.192/26. So this way, you mentioned the 4 subnet information in one go. 1, 2, 3, and this is the 4. As you click create subnet, you will find all subnets are created in one go. Great. Can you see? Their network IDs, subnet network IDs, and VPC name in which you created. These are the subnet IDs automatically generated, and these are the name provided by you. And finally, if you scroll down horizontally, you're going to find even availability zones of these subnets, and you can find available IP addresses. Can you see 59 IP addresses? Now you will understand why 59 is written here. कितने exclude हो रहे हैं IP addresses?
5.
5 exclude हो रहे हैं. 5 exclude हो रहे हैं. Why the 5 are excluded? The one thing is clear. The first IP address and the last IP address cannot be allocated to any machine or any device. But 1, 2, 3. So these IP addresses which are further excluded can be used. So these are the reserved IP addresses, right? So आपको use नहीं करने देगा वो. अगर आप कोई नेट गेटवे बनाते हो या फिर कुछ इस तरह का कोई और डिवाइस बनाते हो या कुछ और कोई नेटवर्किंग डिवाइस बनाते हो, so in that case these 3 excluded, additional 3 excluded private IP addresses can be used. Correct? कोई भी आप गेटवे बनाते हो, नेट गेटवे बनाते हो या फिर कोई फायरवॉल बनाते हो उसके अंदर, तो जो भी बनाओगे इस नेटवर्क के अंदर, उस ये बात तो तय है कि उस डिवाइस में प्राइवेट आईपी एड्रेस तो जरूर होगा, चाहे वो इंस्टेंस हो, चाहे वो नेट गेटवे, व्हाटएवर. तो इसलिए ये 3 आईपी एड्रेसेस एक्सक्लूड किए गए. कहीं गलती से आप उनको कंज्यूम कर लो और बाद में आपको पता लगे, ओ माय गॉड, I consumed all my IP addresses. What shall I do? So, to avoid such a situation, these 3 IP addresses are excluded. किसी ने नहीं पूछा कि सर क्यों 3 IP addresses exclude किए जा रहे हैं? What is the need?
So you were continue ना, that's why we did not speak anything.
मैं इसलिए बार-बार पूछता हूँ, मैं पॉज करता हूँ, मैं थोड़ा पॉज कर रहा हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि मैं बोलता चला जाता हूँ और फिर दूसरों को लगता है कि यार सब कुछ चल तो रहा है, ठीक चल तो रहा है, मैं क्यों बोलूं. सो आई थिंक प्लीज आपको कोई डाउट रहता है आप मुझे रोको एंड प्लीज ट्राई टू क्लियर योर कॉन्सेप्ट. ठीक है? So once you confirm all these information from here, so one thing is clear, all 4 subnets are created. So out of these 4 subnets, 2 are public and 2 are private by name. अभी तक ना ये public है ना ये private है. इनका नाम public और private है. But by configuration, by nature, so all these are not public, not private. So now you go to root table. So you will have this root table, NK root table, NK VPC root table. So this is the root table 1. This is the root table 1 of NK VPC. Or you can say this is the default root table. Default root table. बस ये मैंने नहीं बनाई है, ये आपने नहीं बनाई है, automatically बन गई है. Whenever you create a VPC, always you will get a default root table. And as per this diagram, this default root table must be connected with the internet gateway in order to provide internet connectivity. और जिस सबनेट से भी ये एसोसिएट होगी ये रूट टेबल, वो सबनेट क्या हो जाएगा? पब्लिक. So the configuration of the root table makes your subnet public or private, right? Okay. So guys, you go to the root table. You selected the root table. Scroll down. We have roots here. Under the roots, देखो एक root इसके अंदर लिखा हुआ है ये वाला. यहाँ पे मैंने edit root किया because we need to add a root for the internet gateway. But this root is there. ये network, ये कौन सा network ID है? Can you identify it? VPC का, yes. This is the network ID of the VPC. So ये root table क्या कह रही है? What exactly this root is saying? ये कहता है कि इसने इस root table में किसी subnet का network ID नहीं लिया. You are not using any specific subnet network ID. You used VPC's network ID. It means जितने भी subnet बनाओगे within the VPC, whatever the subnets you are creating within the VPC, so all those subnets will communicate each other by default because of this rule, because of this root, right? And you cannot change it, you cannot modify it, you cannot delete it. So one thing is very clear. So whatever number of subnets you are creating within the VPC, by default, all those subnets can communicate each other. Right, guys? Very important concept. Anji. Yes, Rashid, Aman, Amit, Ankit, Dilip, Girdhar. Yes, Alam, Satya. Sabko clear hai? Everyone is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So they will communicate to each other because of they are in one network, right?
Right. Perfect. ये मैं बोलना चाह रहा हूँ क्योंकि आपने ले लिया और इस नेटवर्क को आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते, इसको मॉडिफाई नहीं कर सकते, इसको डिलीट नहीं कर सकते. इट मींस व्हाटएवर सबनेट्स यू क्रिएट, आप 4 सबनेट बनाते हो, 2 बनाते हो, 10 बनाते हो, 50 बनाते हो, 100 सबनेट बनाते हो एक ही नेटवर्क के अंदर, सो ऑल दीज सबनेट्स विल कम्युनिकेट ईच अदर, राइट?
Okay, sir.
एक क्वेश्चन पूछ सकता है कोई कि आपके पास अगर 4 सबनेट्स हैं within the network, if you have 4 subnets, so all these 4 subnets machines will communicate each other by default. So the answer is
Yes.
yes. Answer is yes. Right. ये बड़ा important है. Confusion नहीं होना चाहिए. इस concept के पीछे बहुत सारी चीजें टिकी हुई है. Okay. So when I started my batch in just now, 7 o'clock, so we were 11 participants, including me. Now suddenly it is reduced to 9. कौन 2 चले गए? वो लगता है कि मेरी आवाज सुनते हैं, नमस्ते करते हैं और चले जाते हैं. ये महानुभाव कौन है भाई? Okay. यार मेरा नाम ये संगीता हो जाता है बार बार. I need to change this name. Can't I change this name permanently? I don't want to change my name. Sanjay Sharma ही रहने दो. Now it's okay. So guys, in this root table, this is the default root. और आपने करना क्या है? इसमें कौन सा रूट डालना है? For internet gateway. और इंटरनेट गेटवे आपको कहां पहुंचाएगा? इंटरनेट को पहुंचाएगा. Right. So you will add a root and in the destination, so your destination is internet, you will choose this internet network ID. This is not an internet network ID. It means 0000/0 means any IP address with any subnet mask. Okay. And in target, you will choose internet gateway, and this is the internet gateway you have. अच्छा, एक चीज और बताओ मुझे, क्या एक इंटरनेट गेटवे एक ही वीपीसी की मल्टीपल रूट टेबल से कनेक्ट हो सकता है? My question is, can you connect internet gateway of the same VPC with the multiple root tables of the same VPC?
होना चाहिए सर, I think.
The answer is yes. You can connect. It depends कि आप किस किस को इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी प्रोवाइड करना चाहते हो. तो जिस भी रूट टेबल को इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी you want to provide, you can connect the internet gateway with that root table. But you cannot have multiple internet gateway in a VPC. Right. So you select this, and finally the configuration is done. You save changes. Now you just scroll down. Now you can see we have the two roots here. Go to subnet association. यहाँ पर कोई भी subnet associated नहीं है. There is no subnet associated with this root table. While we have the 4 subnets. If you see this diagram, so which subnets should be associated with the root table 1? Only the public subnets, right? So यहाँ पर आप जाओगे ऊपर वाली टेबल में, and right hand side we have added subnet association. So which subnets I should select? और जो भी सबनेट आप सिलेक्ट करोगे ना, वो पब्लिक बन जाएंगे, और वो वैसे भी ये नाम से पब्लिक है, public subnet 1 and public subnet 2. So by selection this, you are making them public. Okay, so these 2 subnets are selected, and just save association, and it is done. Wow. This is done. And if you see to the subnet association, you will have the 2 subnets here this time in upper table. And the root also is clear. So this root table is configured properly. You go to the root table. Now you have to create a one more root table. So you will click on a root. पहली बार बना रहे हो root table आप. You just click on create root table and just write nk root table 2, and this is your private root table. Private root table 2 है. And किस VPC में बना रहे हो? In which VPC you are creating? You are creating an NK VPC, and done. Nothing. इतना करने से root table बन जाएगी. You have to select only the VPC, and you have to provide the name of the root table. That's all, nothing else. And just click on create root table. Root table is done. You are not creating any router here, only the root table, because we have this soft device, or you can say appliances. So this appliance will work as a router. You go there, and now guys, most interesting thing, यहाँ पर रूट टेबल में इंटरनेट गेटवे कनेक्ट नहीं होगा. क्या कनेक्ट होगा? नेट गेटवे. बट नेट गेटवे तो है ही नहीं अभी. तो अभी चलो नेट गेटवे को छोड़ देते हैं. कम से कम ये 2 प्राइवेट सबनेट्स तो कनेक्ट कर दें इस रूट टेबल से with the root table 2. You go to the root table 2. So this is the root table. You go there. This is what happened. This is the private root table. This is the private root table, this one, right? You go to the subnet association, and there is no subnet is associated. Just click on edit subnet association, and here you will choose only private subnet 1 and private subnet 2, and you will save the changes, and the job is done. Wow. If you go back to this root table 2 and click on subnet association, now you can see these 2 subnets, private subnet 1 and private subnet 2, are associated with this private root table or second root table. अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस डायग्राम। तो ये दोनों की दोनों इससे कनेक्ट हो गई, बट अभी नेट गेटवे नहीं है। तो अब आपको क्या करना है, नेट गेटवे यहां भी बना सकते हो इन दिस पब्लिक सबनेट, और यू कैन क्रिएट इवन इन अनदर पब्लिक सबनेट, किसी एक में बना सकते हो। बट कहीं कहीं पर एक नेट गेटवे की जगह 2 नेट गेटवे भी ले रखे हैं, ठीक है, कहीं कहीं पर, मीन्स इन वेरी रेयर चांसेस आर देयर, because the net gateway is by default is highly scalable and it can support to maximum bandwidth up to 100 Gbps. तो अगर उससे ज्यादा चाहिए, आपको लगता है कि it's really very high load, you need a dedicated net gateway for each subnet. In that case, you can have multiple route table with the multiple net gateways, right? आप इन दोनों के लिए अलग नेट गेटवे रूट टेबल बना सकते हो और इन दोनों के लिए अलग नेट गेटवे रूट टेबल बना सकते हो, इट्स अप टू यू। सो लेकिन इतना करने की जरूरत नहीं है, इवन अ सिंगल नेट गेटवे इज सफिशिएंट हियर। यू गो देयर, नाउ वी आर बैक एंड लेफ्ट हैंड साइड, नाउ वी हैव नेट गेटवे। आप देखो नेट इंस्टेंस है कहीं यहाँ पर, डू यू सी नेट इंस्टेंस?
नो,
पेयरिंग कनेक्शन के ऊपर है नेट गेटवे, ऊपर है।
नहीं, नेट इंस्टेंस पूछ रहा हूं मैं आपसे। ये तो मुझे दिख रहा है नेट गेटवे। डू वी हैव नेट इंस्टेंस? तो नेट इंस्टेंस कहां से बनता है?
इंस्टेंस E2 इंस्टेंस
EC2 से बनेगा, EC2 सर्विस से बनेगी ना। तो EC2 सर्विस में जाओगे तो जो AMI सेलेक्ट करोगे वो आप किसी नेट डिवाइस की करोगे, करेक्ट?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you go there, net gateway. As you click on a net gateway, you don't see any net gateway. कुछ है ही नहीं, यहाँ पे खाली पड़ा हुआ है। कोई बात नहीं, you go there, click on create net gateway. मैंने पहले बताया था कि you have to give the name of the net gateway. Let's say NK net gateway. And किस सबनेट में बना रहे हो? मेरे पास 4 सबनेट हैं, जो पहला है पब्लिक सबनेट, प्राइवेट सबनेट, पब्लिक सबनेट, प्राइवेट सबनेट. So I'm creating in public subnet 1. This is the public subnet 1. Public subnet 01. I'm creating this NAT gateway in this public subnet. Okay. So connectivity type, of course, I want to provide public connectivity, means internet connectivity. I want to share internet connectivity. Now, we do not have EIP allocated with this NAT gateway. आपके पास कोई EIP है आपके अकाउंट में तो allocate कर देना, लेकिन यहाँ पर तो I don't have any EIP. So you need to allocate an EIP. As you click on allocate EIP, automatically this IP address is allocated. और वो यहाँ पर लग भी गया, आपने select कर दिया. So this is the EIP connected with NAT gateway. And just simply click on create NAT gateway. और ये NAT gateway बनना शुरू हो गया. It is pending. It is pending. Right? It is pending. इसको बनने में करीब 2 से 3 मिनट लगता है. Because ultimately it's a NAT device, right? So it's an appliance. So it is being created by AWS in behalf of you. आपके behalf में कौन बना रहा है? AWS बना रहा है. तो आपने बता दिया कि किस सबनेट में बनेगा ये. तो you just created in this public subnet 1. एक बार ये बन जाए तो इस रूट टेबल में जाएंगे और इस रूट टेबल में फिर इसको कनेक्ट कर देंगे. रूट टेबल 2 में कनेक्ट होगा. You go there. So this will be done. ये बन जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. So you go to the root tables. You go to the root table, and I have to choose private root table. Right? This is the root table. You go to the roots because you need to attach this NAT gateway. Go to the root. यहाँ पर अभी वही है, default वाला ही है. Go to edit roots, and add root. तो नेट गेटवे से कहां जाना चाहते हो? इंटरनेट पर. Of course, you want to share internet connection. Now the target in the target, इस बार इंटरनेट गेटवे नहीं लोगे, क्या लोगे आप? नेट गेटवे. So this time you are choosing net gateway. This is the net gateway you created. बन चुका है. Now you select this net gateway and simply save the changes and everything is done. Wow, perfect. If you see this private root table in the roots, now this NAT gateway is connected with the root table too, or private root table. And if you see the NAT gateway, so this is the NAT gateway. ये बन के तैयार है, available. And this is the public IP address, EIP with this. ये public IP भी है इसके पास और एक private IP address भी है इसके पास. Right? So guys, so this VPC is done. And now it's time to verify everything is working properly. So this has been created and you need to verify it, whether it's means this is working absolutely fine. So what you will do, how you will verify everything is working properly? कोई भी मुझे बता दो एक.
प्राइवेट सबनेट में जो भी है मैं वहां से अगर इंटरनेट एक्सेस होता है तो then it's working.
Very nice, very nice. So you have to create one instance in a public subnet and one instance in a private subnet. The instance you create in a private subnet won't have any public IP address, so that's why you will use a VM1 to reach VM2. और फिर VM2 में जाने के बाद, if you are accessing the internet from the VM2, it means अगर internet access हो रहा है, it means everything is done, everything is okay. And why the internet connection is needed to the VM2? Why it is needed? Why internet connection is required to VM2?
To become public subnet. That then anyone can access from internet.
Yeah, maybe you need to launch, or maybe you need to install some packages from the internet. Maybe you need to download some stuff from the internet. Maybe you want to use GitHub from the internet. Maybe you want to use online repository from the internet. In such cases, your machine must have internet connectivity. Correct or not?
Yes, sir.
ये मतलब छोटी सी बात है, पता होना चाहिए कि प्राइवेट इंस्टेंस है लेकिन इंटरनेट कनेक्शन क्यों चाहिए. अरे भैया इंटरनेट कनेक्शन चाहिए, पूरी टीम काम कर रही है उसके ऊपर. Let's say your developers are working and they are working with GitHub. So GitHub can only be used, or the online repository can only be used when this machine has access over the internet. So no one from the internet can reach this machine, but from this machine at least you should reach internet. Right? इतना हो गया. टेस्ट करने के लिए दो मशीनें बनानी है, VM1 and VM2. VM1 पर बनाओगे आप पब्लिक सबनेट में और VM2 बनाओगे आप प्राइवेट सबनेट के अंदर. Now go there and just open EC2 dashboard. Wow. So this is what instances. We have one running instance. यार ये दोनों instance ही बंद कर देते हैं. We are terminating these instances. We terminated our old instances to avoid any confusion right now. अब मुझे दो instance बनानी है. So go to the launch instance. I'm creating VM1. I'm creating a VM1. वो कहाँ बना रहे हो आप VM1 को? VPC NK VPC के और ये बना रहे हो in public subnet 1. So we have 4 subnets. So you are creating in public subnet 1. And you need to enable its public IP address. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir, right.
This is the public machine. So add storage. It's okay. You can name this machine. Let's say this was the VM1. VM1. Go to the security group. Let it be the security group as it is. So मैं लिख देता हूँ इसको. Let's say NK VPC security group. Okay. और इसके अंदर ना एक रूल और लिख देते हैं ICMP का. अगर पिंग करने की जरूरत पड़े तो एटलीस्ट वी कैन डू द पिंग फ्रॉम एनीवेयर. राइट. You launch the instance and we are using second. Okay, एक नया की बना लेते हैं. आज के नाम से बना लेते हैं. NK 06 October. Key. Download the key. Done. And you launch the instance. First instance has been launched. अब इतनी देर में हम दूसरी इंस्टेंस बना लेते हैं जब तक ये तैयार होती है. VM2 launch. Go to the third screen. यहाँ तक तो ठीक है. T2.micro is correct. Here you will select this time. VPC is a NK VPC, but this time you are choosing private subnet 1. You are choosing the private subnet 1, right? Private subnet 01. And the public IP addresses should be enabled or disabled?
Disable.
Disable. क्योंकि ये private machine है तो public IP address is not needed. Now add storage. And you go to the storage, it's okay. And let's say the machine name is VM2. VM2. Security group मैंने बनाई दिया है. Existing security group, this is the existing security group. NKVPC security group. इसको ले लिया. Launch और हमारे पास की भी है. Existing key. की का नाम क्या है? NK6 October key. I acknowledge the term, launch the instance, and the instance has been launched. Wow. बन गया? तो अब क्या करोगे? पहले आप VM1 का रिमोट लोगे और VM1 से VM2 का रिमोट लोगे. तो VM1 में प्राइवेट की क्रिएट करोगे. You go to the let's say cloud shell. Open the cloud shell. Best है. Cloud shell लेना चाहिए हमेशा. अभी तक सबको समझ में आ रहा है?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Good. So there's a cloud shell. Now you need to upload the key. Sorry, not download. Sorry. You need to upload the key. Select the key. It's NK 6th October. Open. Upload. The key is uploaded. You change the permission of the key now. So ls-n, write sudo and chmod 400 and nk, done. And you can see the permission has been changed. Now from here, you can take the remote SSH space -i, then the key name, then EC2-user, then the IP address. So guys, what is the IP address of the instance? The IP address of the public instance is this, 44195. So you go there and paste and press enter and say yes. You took the remote. अब आप कहाँ पे चले गए? अब आप चले गए मशीन के अंदर. Now you are in public machine. But यहाँ से आप मशीन को पिंग तो कर लोगे जो दूसरी मशीन है, लेकिन उसकी की यहाँ पर होनी चाहिए. You don't have the key right now. So no issue. You will write vim and let's say abc.pen. मैं abc के नाम से बनाऊं, काम करेगी?
Yes sir.
हाँ, बट उसका कंटेंट जो अंदर का है वो सेम होना चाहिए. तो यहाँ पर गए हम and you just go to download. You open the key. You selected control by A. You just copy the content. Come back here. Write I to be insert mode. Right click and just paste the key content here. You paste it. Very good. Press escape to come out from the insert mode. Press colon WQ, sign of exclamation, enter, and ls-l, and you see the key has been created. You need to change the permission of the key. Again, sudo chmod 400 abc, and the permission has been changed. And if you list the file again, this time the permission has been changed. You need to copy the IP address of the private instance. Now, this is the private instance, VM2. And you don't see any public IP address, but we have the private IP address, 10.10.10.188. You copy it, you go back to Cloud Shell, and you do right here, SSH-i, and key name is abc.pem, username is ec2-user @ and this is the IP address, private IP address of the private instance, and press enter, say yes, and you done. Private machine ke andar aa gaye. Now you are inside in the private machine. You took the remote of the private instance, and now you have to ping internet from this machine to check whether the internet is reachable from this machine or not. तो उसके लिए सिंपल सी बात है, you will write ping google.com, करके देखो अगर चल रहा है तो ठीक है, नहीं चल रहा है तो गड़बड़ है. Is it working?
Yes.
Right. Control C to break this sequence. Now, अगर आप लिखते हो sudo, let's say sudo yum install httpd, मैं online repository check कर रहा हूँ, is it accessible from this machine or not? Online Linux repository. कर रहा है yes, press Y to install. हो गया install. तो मतलब internet access कर पा रहे. Perfect. So it means this is perfect. According to this diagram, everything is working perfectly. Your NAT gateway, your machines, your internet connectivity, root table, everything does work fine here. Right? यहाँ तक तो ठीक है. मेरे ख्याल से there should not be any issue with this. Now I'm taking a new concept. I'm taking a new concept, and that you will understand, and that concept is called peering connection. इसके साथ आपका VPC पूरा हो गया. VPC के मैं दूसरे components ले रहा हूँ. Now you did learn how to create and manage public and private subnets, how you can create NAT gateways, how to configure route tables, so all such things that you can do. किसी कोई डाउट है तो पूछो.
So from outside, if you want to access that VM2, then how we can access?
नहीं, वो तो हो ही नहीं सकता. That is not possible because that is a private machine. That is a private machine. और उसका रिमोट लेने के लिए तो आपको जंप सर्वर यूज करना पड़ेगा. The VM1 was the jump server in that case. So first of all, you took the remote of the VM1, and through the VM1, you took the remote of the VM2. But directly from the internet, you cannot reach VM2. Because VM2 has only private IP address. It is not reachable from the internet.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है?
Yes, sir. Okay.
कोई और? नहीं? Peering connection.
सर जो आपने नेट गेटवे बनाया था उसमें कनेक्टिविटी टाइप पब्लिक सिलेक्ट किया था. अगर प्राइवेट किस चीज में यूज होता है वो प्राइवेट कनेक्शन?
कनेक्टिविटी नहीं चूज किया था. जब नेट गेटवे बनाया था तो नेट गेटवे पब्लिक सबनेट के अंदर बनाया था. नेट गेटवे was created in public subnet here. तो प्राइवेट में जब होता है कि जब प्राइवेट से एक प्राइवेट नेटवर्क से दूसरे प्राइवेट नेटवर्क के बीच में आप कनेक्शन शेयर कर रहे हो और उनके नेटवर्क आईडीज डिफरेंट है, तब आप कर सकते हो. जैसे एक VPC है तो within the VPC all subnets can communicate each other. So within the VPC network sharing connection is not required, isn't it?
Okay.
लेकिन अगर मेरे पास यहाँ पर for example if I have two different network IDs within the region जिनके नेटवर्क अलग अलग हैं और उनके बीच में मुझे शेयरिंग करनी है, तो in that case I can choose प्राइवेट नेट.
ओके, मतलब
शेयरिंग करनी, कम्युनिकेशन नहीं, कनेक्शन शेयरिंग करनी. कनेक्शन शेयरिंग मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि नेट गेटवे से दो डिफरेंट VPC आपस में कम्युनिकेट करेंगे तो उसके लिए तो पेयरिंग कनेक्शन है. ठीक है. सो बाय द वे, सो द फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी विल स्टार्ट विद पेयरिंग कनेक्शन. लेट मी You just give me 2 minutes here. I'm just looking for some diagram. Peering connection. See, peering connection, let's say you have the two different VPCs. You have two different VPC in the same region. In a same region. This is the VPC1 and let's say this is the VPC2. Right. And these VPCs will have different network IDs. VPC1 and VPC2. Let's say this is the default VPC 172.31.0.0/16 और ये नेटवर्क आईडी है हमारा 10.10.10.0/24 आई थिंक इतना आपको क्लियर है। और ये दोनों के दोनों VPC हमारे एक ही रीजन में है। जरूरी नहीं कि एक रीजन में हो, बट हमारे केस में दोनों एक ही रीजन में, राइट। सो we have some multiple subnets here and we have some multiple subnets here. So if you have a one machine here and you have this machine here, right? And let's say you have another machine here. So my question is, can these two machines communicate each other by default? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why?
Different network.
Belongs to different network.
They belong to different network, right? Because they belong to the different network. Because we are using private IP addresses to communicate. We are not using public IP addresses. We are using private IP addresses here. And their network IDs are different. VPC 1 has a one network ID, VPC 2 has a different network ID. So peering connection is a kind of a connection in AWS VPC, which allows you to communicate or which establishes the communication between two VPCs. ध्यान से सुनना. I said the two VPC. अगर तीन VPC होंगे तो ये काम नहीं करेगा. It will work only when you have only two VPC. So one peering connection will allow you to establish connection between two VPCs. So let's say this is the peering connection. This is the peering connection, and the peering connection should be connected with a root table. So let's say this is the root table. This is the root table 1. This is the default root table. And every VPC has how many default root tables?
One.
तो ये दोनों default root tables हैं. तो यहाँ पर आप बनाओगे peering connection. This is the peering connection. This is called the peering connection. This can also be known as PCX connection, right? तो जब ये बनाओगे तो ये दो VPC के बीच में बनाओगे. You will create to connect two different VPCs, right? You will connect the two different VPCs. So this is very important. Number 2, these VPCs can be in a same region. These VPCs can be in different regions. These VPCs can be even in different AWS accounts. जरूरी नहीं है कि ये एक ही रीजन में हो, एक ही अकाउंट में हो, ठीक है? तो ये अलग रीजन में भी हो सकते हैं, अलग अकाउंट में भी हो सकते हैं. Correct? This is good news. Because let's say if you have your network and I have my network and I want to transfer data between your VPC and my VPC, in such cases we can use this VPC peering connection even cross accounts. Same region में भी use कर सकते हो, within the account use कर सकते हो, across account use कर सकते हो, और across region use कर सकते हो. But at a time, only two VPC can be connected. Right. Secondly, so you will configure. So this network ID. अब इसमें इस जब peering connection बनाओगे, so you have the two VPC. So आप एक VPC को requester बनाओगे. You will create a one VPC as a requester VPC, and another VPC will be an acceptor VPC. What is the meaning of the acceptor and requester? Means आप ऐसे ही connection नहीं कर सकते दो VPCs के बीच में. So your requester VPC will send one request to acceptor VPC to ask for the permission to connect these two VPCs. अगर जो acceptor इसको accept नहीं करेगा, तो peering connection configuration will not be completed. यानी आपको दूसरे से भी सहमति चाहिए. You need a permission from another person or another VPC. So मैंने बताया ना, the another VPC could be in your account, it could be in different account, it could be in the same region, it could be in a different region. So you will make your one VPC as a requester. कोई भी बना लो, इसको बना लो या इसको बना लो, but another VPC will be an acceptor. An acceptor VPC will accept the request. So in my case, both VPCs are in a same region, right? So both VPCs are in a same region. Let's say ये region A में है, North Virginia में. Let's say region. ये अलग-अलग भी हो सकते थे. हाँ जी. अलग-अलग हो सकते थे ना?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So once this is done, and one more important point. अगर आप दो VPC जोड़ रहे हो, if you are connecting the two VPCs, so their network IDs must be different. ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों तरफ एक ही network ID ले लिया. That not be possible. ये तो practically possible नहीं. Even in your physical environment, it is not possible. If you want to connect two different networks, their network IDs must be different, right? मेरे ख्याल से इतनी बात तो सबको समझ में आ गई होगी.
Yes, sir.
ओके, बनाते. तो मेरे पास दोनों VPC हैं, बट मशीन हमारे पास एक ही है. तो एक मशीन और बना लेते हैं VPC 1 में, जो हमने टर्मिनेट कर दी थी. ये मेरे ध्यान नहीं था, कोई बात नहीं, मैं टर्मिनेट कर दिया मशीन को. You go to the EC2 and just launch a machine. Just launch a machine in the default VPC. There's a default VPC. कोई भी ले लेते हैं. IP address, remote लेने के लिए IP address must be public, but communicate private से करेंगे. Okay, and let's say I'm taking name default VM कर देते हैं. Default VM, default VPC, security group. Okay, and here you are providing ICMP from anywhere. Review and launch. Launch it, and this you can take NK06 approval. अलग-अलग क्यों लेना? So now you have two machines. This is the machine you are creating. और VM1 का IP address क्या है? 10.10.10.4. 10.10.10.4. You try to ping this machine, right? From where? From default VM. This is the default VM. You will take the remote of this instance. You will take the remote of this instance and see. Wow. And ping. IP address क्या था? Machine का IP address क्या था? .4. 10.10.10.4. So by default, they are not communicating. अभी ये communicate नहीं कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, it's okay. We are happy. They are not communicating. No issue. So इसको हटाया. You go to the VPC. Now we have the two VPCs there. Their network IDs are different. हम default VPC को requester बना देते हैं, and we are just making another VPC, NK VPC as a acceptor VPC. So left hand side, we have peering connections. You go to the peering connections. The peering connections, the purpose is to provide the connectivity between two different VPCs. Now you create a peering connection. Peering connection and PCX connection. You just write, let's say PCX01. Okay, now, so it is asking to create a requester VPC. Can you see the requester? So we have the two VPCs here. I'm making my default VPC, which is a default VPC, as a requester VPC. Okay, automatically its network ID came here, and you select the another VPC जिससे आपको peering करनी है. तो कहता है या तो वो आपके अकाउंट में है या फिर हो सकता है it could be in different account. So अगर वो different account में है तो आप different account का network ID यहाँ पर, वो सॉरी account ID यहाँ पर दे दो. You can provide the account ID, and every account has an account ID, and you can specify the region here, दूसरे account का, or you can specify and you have to specify VPC ID also. जिस VPC connection करने जा रहे हो वो भी उसका ID चाहिए. यानी ये सारी चीजें आपको प्रोवाइड करेगा. आपको कहाँ से पता लगेगी? जो कनेक्ट करना चाहता है, who want to get it connected, he will provide such information. Otherwise, you won't get this VPC ID from anybody's account, right? So, but fortunately, both VPCs are in my account, so I'm selecting my account. And both VPCs could be in a different regions or could be in the same region. So वो दोनों same region में. And here we have the VPC. Let's say the another VPC is the NK VPC, and this going to be acceptor VPC. तो आपने दोनों select कर लिए, requester as well as acceptor, and their network IDs, right? You go there below and just create peering connection. Peering connection बन गया. So once the peering connection is done, according to this, you are thinking that everything is done. No, everything is not done. ये जो network ID है, इसको आप इसकी एंट्री आप करोगे इस रूट टेबल में, और इस नेटवर्क की आप एंट्री करोगे इस रूट टेबल में. यानी अभी दोनों रूट टेबल्स आपको कॉन्फ़िगर करना बाकी है. So you will configure these root tables, दोनों रूट टेबल, और दोनों मेन रूट टेबल है अपने अपने VPC की. और लेकिन सबसे पहले आपको एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा ये peering connection. So it is created or not? Let me go to the peering connection again. This peering connection is waiting for that acceptance permission. So pending acceptance, कोई बात नहीं, आप select करो इसको PCX01 को, go to actions, and under action we have accept the request. You accept the request and just accept the request. The status will be changed. Now it is active. And once this PCX connection is active, now you will configure VPC's root tables. अब root tables को आपने configure करना है, उसमें peering connection डालना है, PCX connection डालना है. कैसे करेंगे? You go to the root tables. आपको सारी root table दिखाई दे रही है. तो सबसे पहले you have to take the default root table, the default root table of the default VPC. This one. And you go to the roots here and just click on edit root. यहाँ पर this is my network ID of my VPC, जिससे ये root table connected है. तो यहाँ पर आपको डालना है the network ID of another VPC. So this is the network ID of another VPC, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And in target, you will choose peering connection this time, very last. So this is the option, peering connection. And this is the peering connection, PCX01. You will select and you will save the change. So this way, the configuration of this root table is done. अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं, पहला हो गया काम. Now, so we have the two root tables in NKVPC, but I'm looking for the default one. ये जो यहाँ लिखा है yes. Under the main column, it is written in yes. What is the meaning of yes? Yes means this is the default root table. ये जब बनी थी जब आपने VPC create किया था. This is the default root table. This is the main root table. So you will choose this main root table. So you chose this root table. You go to the roots here and you just click on edit roots and you will add roots. Network ID क्या है दूसरे network का 172.31.0.0/16, right? This is the network ID of the another VPC. And in the target, we have the peering connection. This is the peering connection. The peering connection will be the common PCX01 दोनों के केस में. And save changes. And this is done. Wow. You're going to see these changes here. Yeah, you can see. आपने PCX connection डाल दिया बीच में दोनों root tables के अंदर. So now the configuration is done. Appropriate according to this. तो अब दोबारा से आप इस EC2 instance का remote लोगे और इसको communicate करने की कोशिश करोगे किससे? दूसरी machine से. And this time you will face that you have the perfect connectivity between this machine and this machine. इस machine का IP address क्या था? अगर मैं सही हूं तो 10.10.10.4 was the IP address.
Yes.
This was the 4 IP address, right? बिल्कुल सही. So I'm just taking this remote of this instance और फिर मैं 10.4 को पिंग करने की कोशिश करता हूँ. पहले पिंग नहीं हो रही थी. So you go to the instance here. You go to the default VM, right? So this is the default VM. Let me see. Yeah, this is the default VM. And go to the connect. You take the connection, take the remote, and simply run a command. Ping 10.10.10.10.4. पहले पिंग नहीं हो रहा था. अब पिंग हो रहा है?
Yes, sir.
Plus connection okay. Done. So this way you can connect the connection between two VPCs. But the challenges are not still over. Let's say instead of the two VPC, if you have three VPCs, let's say instead you have three VPCs. This is the one VPC, right? This is another VPC. And let's say this is another VPC. अब इनको आपस में कनेक्ट करना है. तो कितने पेयरिंग कनेक्शन चाहिए होंगे आपको? एक तो इन दोनों के बीच में चाहिए होगा.
Yes, sir.
एक इन दोनों के बीच में चाहिए होगा. और एक इन दोनों के बीच में चाहिए होगा. तो कितने चाहिए आपको?
3.
एक. यस. तो ये आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. लेकिन ये तो प्रॉब्लम बढ़ जाएगी. अगर आपके पास 5 VPC हुए तो क्या करोगे? फिर आप ये मेथड नहीं लोगे. This is not recommended. In such cases, this is not recommended. So all these were the VPCs. These were the VPCs. VPC1, this is the VPC2, right?
Sir, we can make any one of them like acceptor or requester.
वो आपके ऊपर है. There is no such restriction. Any one of them can be acceptor, requester, but at a time एक end acceptor होगा और दूसरा end क्या होगा? Requester होगा. ठीक है? So this is correct. ये समझ में आता है. इतना तो समझ में आता है. That can be done. लेकिन if you have good number of VPCs, in that case, what you will do? Let's say you have 4 or 5 VPCs or you have the different kind of a connectivity. हमारे पास बहुत तरह की connectivities हैं, right? Okay, मेरे ख्याल से इतना हो गया है. एक और टॉपिक करा देता हूँ, so that it will be fine. अगर किसी को कोई चीज समझ में नहीं आ रही है तो प्लीज लेट मी नो. कोई चैलेंज है तो बताओ. And that's why I take pause very quietly and I'm asking all these questions. कोई भी क्वेश्चन है जो लॉजिकल हो लग रहा हो and the concept is not clear, you may bluntly ask those questions.
सर एक डाउट था एक्चुअली, अगर अनदर वीपीसी जो है वो दूसरे अकाउंट में है तो वी कैन कनेक्ट दैट, मतलब अकाउंट नंबर डाल के वो पेयरिंग कनेक्शन बना सकते हैं. लेकिन पॉसिबिलिटी ये है कि अगर दूसरे अकाउंट का वो वीपीसी है कि सेम उसका भी नेटवर्क सेम आईपी सेम हो सकता है और मेरा भी नेटवर्क आईपी सेम हो सकता है, तो
उस केस में क्या है, in that case that peering connection won't work. तो उसी कंडीशन ये है, the VPC's network IDs must be different if you want to connect to the VPC peering connection. Okay, उनके नेटवर्क IDs different ही होने चाहिए. अगर सेम नेटवर्क ID है तो वो काम नहीं करेगा.
ओके,
इसीलिए हम लोग डिफॉल्ट VPC ज्यादातर नहीं लेते हैं. We do not take default VPCs in our business practices, क्योंकि आपने भी ले लिया डिफॉल्ट वन, मैंने भी ले लिया. अब in future if we want to communicate each other, the challenge will appear and both are using the same network ID on a same network ID. So this is really absurd thing. So we should not take default networks. We should create our own network. अब 10.10.10.0 भी कोई ले सकता है. So instead of taking the 10.10.10.0, you should have taken the 10.10.1.0, right? So ये थोड़ा सा अलग हो गया, जल्दी से कोई लेगा नहीं. मतलब जब आप VPC बनाते हो तो नेटवर्क आईडीज क्या लेते हो जनरली? आपको ऐसे लेना चाहिए 10.10.10. लेट्स से 1, मैंने 16 ले लिया, बड़ा नेटवर्क. और not this, sorry, this one, or you can say like this one. I can take like this. ये थोड़ा सा अलग सा हो गया. 10.100.0.0/16. This is different, correct or not? 192.168. Let's say 1.0/24. मतलब कुछ ऐसे नेटवर्क आईडीज लो ना जो जल्दी से कोई लेता ना हो, तो आगे फ्यूचर में दिक्कत नहीं होगी. आप अगर बाय डिफॉल्ट उठा लोगे और दूसरे ने भी डिफॉल्ट वाला उठा लिया या जो जनरली लोग लेते हैं वो उठा लिया, तो कनेक्टिविटी में प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. सो यू शुड चूज all these network IDs wisely. So if you're planning in future to connect your networks, so at least you should not face such challenges. Right now, the another point is that I need to tell you. So मुझे तो सिर्फ आप इतने बता दो, what are the limitations of PCX connection? I'm giving 2 minutes here, 2-3 minutes. You just wisely identify the limitations of the PCX connection and मुझे 2-3 limitations बता दो, तो उससे मुझे पता लग जाएगा कि आपको समझ में आ गई. You take your time. Take your time.
Sir, one point you already tell that if we have multiple VPC, then we cannot connect, like more than 3.
More than two. More than 2 with 1 VPC cannot be connected.
Then, okay.
If there are a number of VPCs are more, then it is quite difficult job to create that peer connections every time.
Perfect. That I do understand. This is this is a major challenge. और कोई दूसरा challenge? Network IDs of VPCs must be different. और advantage क्या है? What are the advantage of the peering connection? What is the major advantage do you see?
The advantage, I think, if we are doing the peering, then we don't need to we can say we can share the data between two very easily, two accounts. And
right, very nice. So the major advantage is this: you can connect the two different VPCs from two different AWS accounts. दोनों अलग अलग अकाउंट के अंदर VPCs हैं, उनको आप कनेक्ट कर सकते हो थ्रू peering connection. Number 1. And a second advantage is this peering connection is free of cost. मजे की बात है ना?
Biggest advantage, sir.
Yeah, this is the advantage. This is free of cost, my dear. But let's say we have a different kind of challenge now. So in this peering connection, both sides, the attachment type is VPC. मतलब जो peering connection से दोनों साइड में जो connected है वो VPC है, तो attachment क्या है? VPC का VPC से है. Okay, so VPC का VPC से attachment है, that you saw. But do we have the different kind of attachments? Do we see the different kind of attachments? Attachments in AWS. Attachments in AWS. कोई दूसरा अटैचमेंट है? हाँ, हमारे पास दूसरा अटैचमेंट है. क्या अटैचमेंट है? पहला अटैचमेंट है कि you have the VPC. VPC is an attachment, right? Second is direct connect. ये भी एक attachment type है. Next is VPN connection. It's an attachment type. Okay, VPN connection है. और एक है peering connection. ये भी attachment type है. और एक है आपका SD-WAN, third party network appliance. SD-WAN. You can say third party network appliance. इतने सारे attachment type हैं. अभी तक तो आपने VPC पढ़ा है और peering connection पढ़ा है, बस इन दोनों को आपस में जोड़ दिया है peering connection से, जबकि you have the direct connectivity, VPN connectivity and SD-WAN connectivity. अब direct connect क्या होता है? Direct connect होता है कि let's say you have your AWS account, right? Sorry. You have the AWS account, and one side you have an AWS account, and AWS infrastructure you have, and another side you have on-prem environment, or you can say your own data center. So another side, and you want to connect them, not using internet connectivity, using some dedicated connectivity between them, AWS and भाई AWS तो इंटरनेट पर है, आप कहोगे हाँ AWS इंटरनेट पर है, लेकिन direct connect are some connectivity. The direct connect are some connectivity, right? So this is a location based direct connect. आपको परचेज करनी पड़ती है direct connection. Okay. मैं से मैं आया हूँ. So AWS will connect with the direct connection. Is connected, and from here you will connect to the on-prem environment. और इसके लिए बहुत important है when you buy a direct connect. So you basically purchase one appliance which is installed at your end. So this is a direct connection appliance जो आपके डाटा सेंटर की तरफ कनेक्टेड होता है और इसको इंस्टॉल किया जाता है और उसके थ्रू you are connected with a very high speed. This is the fiber optics connectivity. So AWS is connected with the data center. So ये direct connection is a kind of a connection. और VPN क्या होता है? What is a VPN? Everybody knows. Let's say you are over the internet. You are over the internet. Okay. And you want to access AWS, your AWS securely with using VPN. ठीक है. So you are using the VPN connectivity. You will configure the VPN connectivity and you are connected here and you are the user. ये आपको डायग्राम जो मैं बनाता हूँ ये यूजफुल लगते हैं या ऐसे ही मैं बनाता हूँ? मेरा भी एफर्ट जाता है ना इसमें.
सर यूजफुल है सर.
ओके. सो अगर आप इंटरनेट पे बैठे हो and you have to use this AWS securely, in that case you will choose this VPN. You will configure VPN and you will choose the VPN. So VPN is providing the connectivity, secure connectivity. But direct connection क्या था? Dedicated connection between AWS and your data center using direct connect. So direct connect is a connection type provided by AWS, and this is a part of AWS global infrastructure, right? Or अगर आपके पास SD-WAN है, which is third-party network appliance tool that can be connected here. But generally, we are seeking VPC, peering connection, and direct connect, and this is the VPN. So the limitation of the PCX is you can connect only VPCs through PCX or the peering connection. Peering connection के थ्रू आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ क्या जोड़ सकते हो? VPC. So we have another kind of a connectivity, and that connectivity is known as transit gateway. So transit gateway is a network transit hub that you can use to interconnect your virtual private cloud and data center that can be used, or you can use any kind of connectivity that supports to your AWS. That will be chosen by transit gateway. Transit gateway may, I'm taking a very simple example. Let's say if you want to use a transit gateway का logo कैसा होता है? Android, see, transit gateway. So this is a transit gateway. This is transit gateway. This is the region, right? This is the region. Within the region, you have VPCs. This is the one VPC, right? You have this another VPC. इन दोनों को जोड़ना है, तो हम ट्रांजिट गेटवे से जोड़ देंगे. ये ट्रांजिट गेटवे आपके अकाउंट से बिलोंग करता है. तो इसलिए मैंने यहाँ पर AWS region ले लिया, AWS region, right? और AWS account ले लिया. Now this is the one VPC, VPC1. This is the VPC1, and this is the VPC2. This is the VPC2. इन दोनों को आपस में जोड़ना है. अगर आपस में जोड़ना है, so again ये root table आप ले लेंगे. You will have the root table. You will connect the root table, or you can say this is the root table, and you have another root table. Okay, this is the root table. This root table should be connected with this, and this root table should be connected with this. Okay, chalo, ऐसे बना दिया. And if you have another AWS account, अगर आपके पास दूसरा AWS account है, right? अगर आपके पास दूसरा AWS account है, let's say this AWS account, another AWS account, and within this you have one VPC. Right, and you want to connect them. इसको इससे connect करना है. So you can have the peering connection first of all. Where is the peering connection? You can have the peering connection. You can provide the peering connection with transit gateway. Transit gateway can be connected with the peering connection. This is connected with this. Right? Secondly, one more thing. You have a data center, for example. You have a data center. Let's say the data center or the direct connection is there. So this can be directly connected with data center direct connect. So ये transit gateway can be connected with the direct connect, and the transit gateway can also be connected with VPN. Can it also be connected with the VPN? Let's say this is the VPN. I'm just writing here VPN. And this can be connected with the VPN. Let's say, I'm just, yeah, बना देता हूँ. So the transit gateway is a kind of a connection which supports different kind of attachment types. Transit gateway. But ये ना free नहीं है transit gateway, ध्यान रखना. Transit gateway is not free. इससे क्या क्या connect हो गया? इससे connect हो गया आपका peering connection, PCX. You can connect the PCX connection. You can connect direct connect. You can connect VPN, and you can also connect the transit gateway. अगर कोई दूसरा transit gateway है, तो आप किसी दूसरे transit gateway को भी transit gateway से connect कर सकते हो, right? So कितने तरह के connection हो गए इसमें? Different types. Transit gateway to transit gateway to PCX, transit gateway to direct connect, and transit gateway to VPN. Okay, or within the AWS account, you can connect multiple VPCs with the transit gateway. अगर आपके पास 10 VPCs हैं और उनको आपस में connect करना है, तो आप PCX connection use नहीं करोगे, you will use transit gateway. So PCX connection, of course, is free connection. It is recommended only for the 2 VPCs. But if you are dealing with the large number of VPCs, let's say you have the large number of VPCs. Let's say you have one more VPC here. Let's say this is the one VPC. ओके मैं जानबूझ के बना रहा हूँ, भूल मत जाना यार। और ये कनेक्शन हो गया, करेक्ट। अगर 10 भी होंगे तो हो जाएगा आपके यहाँ एक ही। तो ट्रांजिट गेटवे इज व्हाट? ट्रांजिट गेटवे इज अ नेटवर्क, काइंड ऑफ अ नेटवर्क हब. It's a kind of a network hub which connects with various type of attachments. Before closing all such things, you go to the first of all EC2 instances. You select all the instances you created, right? You select all the instances you created in one go and just terminate all the instances. Number one, क्योंकि वो आपका जो नेट गेटवे है, the net gateway is not free. You cannot live like this. So if you're living like this, so it can create a big blow on your billing or your invoice. So better to just first of all delete all such instances. So first of all you are deleting all such instances, and then you'll go back and very first you will click on the create this peering connection. You delete the peering connection, right? पहले तो आपने peering connection बनाया था, उसको delete करो and delete all root table entries even. एक ही साथ कर दो peering connection और उसको root entries you should delete. Number one. Number two, you click on net gateways. आप जब net gateway delete करोगे ना, तो EIP वो आपका रिलीज नहीं होगा ऑटोमेटिकली. नेट गेटवे एक बार आपका डिलीट हो जाएगा तो EIP रिलीज करना पड़ेगा. बाय डिफॉल्ट वो डिलीट नहीं होगा, रिलीज नहीं होगा. सो यू हैव टू स्टे हियर. सो यू जस्ट वेट, इट इज बीइंग डिलीटेड एंड द मशीन्स ऑफ कोर्स आर टर्मिनेटेड, राइट? सो मशीन की तरफ से आप बेफिक्र हो गए. नाउ once it is NAT gateway is deleted, you will release the EIP. क्योंकि free EIP का पैसा लगता है. अगर EIP is engaged with EC2 instance or some device, then in that case the one EIP is free of cost. But if you are not using the EIP and that allocated in your account, in that case you have to pay for that free EIP even. So देखो जरा यहाँ पर, you just wait. It is deleting. Deleted. Is it? Now go to EIP. Left hand side, we have the EIP. Where is this? It is the EIP. Go to the EIP. Select the EIP. Go to action and release the EIP. EIP is done. Deleted. Right, the EIP is deleted. Now, अब कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, VPC का पैसा नहीं लगेगा. VPC को रहने दो. आपका जो important था जिससे पैसा लगता है, EIP and NAT gateway, both are deleted. And VPC of course was free, but we deleted it. Correct? So guys, now we can close the session. We were doing theoretically, we just explained what is the transit gateway, right? Transit gateway. So transit gateway is a component in VPC that allows you to attach a different kind of connectivity, right? So this is the transit gateway. So we are taking a very simple use case. Let's say this is the region we have. This is the region. This is the AWS region. AWS region. Let's say we are in North Virginia. And we have two VPCs here. Let's say we have two VPCs. There's the one VPC. And we have another VPC. And we need to connect them using transit gateway, right? So you know that what is the function of transit gateway? Transit gateway. Let's say this is a transit gateway. and the transit gateway to be connected with these two VPCs. So these are the two different VPCs. So this is the first VPC, let's say, and this is the second VPC we have, right? And their network IDs are definitely should be different. And we have here their default routing table. You can routing table or route table. Let's say these are the route tables we have. These are the default route tables. These are the default route tables of these two VPCs. So this is the first route table of the first VPC, and this is the another route table of another VPC. So in between, you have the transit gateway. So what is the transit gateway? Transit gateway is a kind of a hub which allows you to make connection with the way different kind of attachments or different kind of connection options. Like this can be connected with peering connection. This can be connected with the VPN. This can be connected with a direct connect, and this can be connected with another transit gateway. So we are taking a very simple use case here. So in this use case, we have these two VPCs. So if I just move to my AWS account, so these are the VPCs we have. Let's say this is the AWS Management Console. Okay, I came out. Wow. So I was expecting, this is what? This is the 5CSSR3, right? And the password we need to give the password. And finally, we need to provide multi-factor authentication code. So multi-factor authentication code, I have to read it from my application 280 and 304. I think they should be correct. Wow. So guys, you go to the VPC. I'm in North Virginia right now, and we have two VPCs right now. So these are the two VPCs, correct? So this is the first network ID, and let's say this is the network ID of the first VPC. This is the network ID of the first VPC. And you must have the network ID of the second one. This is the second network ID from the second one. So this is the second VPC, right? So you have the two VPCs, and these are the network IDs of these two VPCs. So that you have to understand, this network ID you have to put in this, and this network ID you have to put in this route table. And these two are basically the main route tables of the VPCs. So you must have some EC2 instances. Let's say this is the EC2 instance. So to check the connectivity, you must have two instances in both VPCs. So you will open EC2 service to create the first of all these two EC2 instances. So you are just going back, and here we are duplicating the session, and here you go and just move to EC2, right? So this is EC2. So we do not have any instance here. I think we deleted all the instances. So one by one, we will create the instances. You go, okay, you can launch the instance here. You launch the instance. First of all, we are just going to create the instance in default VPC. Let's say I'm choosing availability zone, public IP address is enabled. This is the default VPC. The storage is okay. This is okay. And just do write the name of the instance. Let's say this is VM1, right? Security group. In security group, do we have security group in which all such things? Yes. NFS. What about this? This is again is from the NFS web server. I'm just looking for, let me see. No, I don't have. So I think I should have just created it with ICMP allowed traffic from anywhere. And let's say this is security group testing. Okay. Now you just provide existing key. We have an existing key, NK. 24th September and 6th October. 6th October is okay. And this is done. This is the first instance in the first VPC. And now the second instance to be created, right? So the second instance to be created in second public subnet, and the IP address should be, public IP address should be enabled. Go to the storage, 8 GB is okay. You just do write the name. Let's say the name is VM2. And if you go there, you will choose the same security group. Do we have the security group? Yes, we have the security group NKVPC. For this VPC, we have the security group. So I'm choosing the same security group in which ICMP is allowed, right? And you launch it. And we are choosing, I should have choose, let me see, I should have choose 6th October, NK 6th October, right? So I'm not taking their remote using keys that we can directly check. So now we have two instances. So first instance, this is the private IP address of the first instance, which is in default VPC. So this is the IP address of the first instance. This is the IP address of the first instance. And what's the IP address of the second instance? This is the IP address of the second instance here. So this is the IP address 133, right? But by default, if you're just trying to ping these both machines, so these won't communicate. Will these communicate or not? By default?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No. So these will not communicate. But you need to just provide the communication between them. So that's why you're just going to create this transit gateway. Transit gateway, right? So this is a transit gateway. So what I'm doing, the very first step, you have to create this transit gateway. You go there. So this is the first step. You will create a transit gateway. Then you will configure in step 2, you will configure the root table 1 and root table 2. This will come under the second step, right? So both root table 1 by 1 you will configure. And the third is you need to check the connectivity. You check the connectivity. The third is the connectivity to be checked to verify the connectivity. So you go there to the VPC first of all. And in the VPC, if you go down, we have the transit gateways. In the transit gateways, click on the transit gateways, and the transit gateway is not there. So we do not see any transit gateway. Create a transit gateway and write the name of the transit gateway. Let's say NK transit gateway, right? A description is, let's say, demo training, okay? And here we go, and we need to provide ASN number. What is an ASN number, guys?
Autonomous system.
So anybody who knows about this autonomous system, what is the autonomous system? Anybody who can explain what is an autonomous system?
I think, sir, this is autonomous system depends on the area wise, I think. Area.
How you would explain what is an somebody is asking you what is an autonomous system. How you would explain what is an autonomous system? It's pertaining to routers, right?
Yes, sir.
It is pertaining to router, just like a domain name. If you have the number of servers, so to manage them, we need a domain name system or domain. We need a domain. Domain is what? A domain is providing a single administrative unit. In a similar fashion, if you want to make a domain of routers, so you can put all those routers in a single autonomous system number. So this number to be purchased from ISP, and you can put all your routers under a single autonomous system to manage them using a single administrative unit. So this number is telling that all these routers are in a single group. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if somebody is asking questions, you should explain in a very clear language, right? You have not to use a book language. Book language does usually people used to write in examination, but if somebody is asking, you have to explain this way. So do we have any autonomous system? So I don't see any autonomous system. So what the autonomous system should be written? Earlier we had some autonomous system, but right now I don't see the autonomous system. So this is the CIDR block of transit gateway. Okay, the transit gateway CIDR block. This has been changed. The entire configuration is changed. My goodness. Good. Great. Accept and share the attachments. Okay. You need to put here transit gateway to be attached with one VPC. Right. It is pertaining to the region, by the way. It should not be pertaining to VPC. So I shouldn't provide, but according to this, it is asking me to just put in a VPC. Right. So where 172.31.00/60, will it work? If this is happening, will it work or not? Let me see. There's a change. ये सब कुछ change हो गया, पहले ऐसे नहीं था ये. So it never asked about the CIDR block of the transit gateway. Today it is asking about the transit gateway CIDR block. It is pending right now. So first it should be created. Then you have to create attachments. So these are the attachments, but for that, the transit gateway to be created first. So we are seeing that once it is done, we need to see what we have. Okay, this is the CIDR block. Do we see autonomous system number here? Do we see any autonomous system number?
64512.
Yeah, so this is the default one, right? So this is the default autonomous system. And the one great thing is this, it asks about the transit gateway CIDR blocks. But we can proceed without it also. We can proceed it without it also. I don't know why it is asked for this, but definitely you go to the action now. We have few things, the shared transit gateway, and you can share the transit gateway. You can manage tags here. Let me see, is it still available? Once it is available, you can see on the next screen, attachments. Go and create attachments. मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पर. अरे सब कुछ ठीक है यार. ये क्या चेंज किया यार इसने? I'm just deleting it. I'm deleting the transit gateway. Just a minute. They made some changes here. Create a transit gateway. Let's say TR NZT 0 bar. Let's say demo. I'm not making any changes here. Just create the transit gateway. So I didn't provide the CIDR block this time, right? I didn't provide the CIDR block. Let me see what the CIDR block it will take automatically. So it is not necessary to provide the CIDR blocks. That's why I'm saying why the CIDR block is there. So it is pertaining to region, not pertaining, it should not be pertaining to any VPC. And it's a chargeable. So meantime, if you want, you can see AWS transit gateway pricing. You go to the pricing and it will tell you about the pricing. Let's say you are in North Virginia region, right? You are in North Virginia region. So per attachment, you have to pay $0.05 per attachment. So how many attachments we have? We have 2 VPC instruments. We have 2 attachments. So for every attachment, you have to pay $0.05. And the amount of the data to be transferred through this transit gateway for per GB data transfer rate is $0.02. So these are the 2 actually the different the component that you need to keep in mind about the pricing. We are going back to the transit gateway. It is available.
On the regions, or it is different for the different regions?
Yes, it could be, but almost it is same in all regions.
Okay, sir.
Means they have the provision to keep their prices different for the different regions.
Okay, sir.
So go to the transit gateway. This time you should see the transit gateway.
So is it per hour basis charges or?
Not per hour basis, per attachment. One time attachment. Let's say you have 5 attachments or 3 attachments or 4 attachments. So it will only charge for those attachments. And later on, you just keep for any time. Let it be keep for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But once the attachment is attached, so it will charge for the attachment. But it is a one-time charge for the attachment.
Okay, so if we do now, then it will charge for subs. So.
Right.
Okay.
So transit gateway attachments. So you are going to create a transit gateway attachment. You need to write the name of the transit gateway attachment. Let's say the transit gateway attachment is, let's say, VPC1. Okay. And the ID is this transit gateway. And let's say you are choosing VPC. So how many kind of attachment types are there? VPC is there, VPN is there, peering connection is there, and direct connect is there. Connect means the direct connect. So I'm choosing VPC. I have 2 VPCs. I need the DNS support. So by default it is there. You are choosing a default VPC, which is a VPC1. You are choosing all the subnets. If you do not want to use all the subnets, you can remove if it is not needed. For example, my machine only is in US East 1A. So you can remove all these subnets. It's up to you. So you create the one attachment. And second is, let's say, this is for, I'm going to say VPC2, and this is the transit gateway, and you are going to connect with the VPC, and VPC ID is NKVPC, and we had 2 subnets in NKVPC, and finally the attachment. So this is the transit gateway, and we have the 2 attachments with this transit gateway, right? So we have the 2 attachments, VPC1 and VPC2. So once it is done, it is pending. Still, it is not activated. So it is pending, and it will take time. It takes time. So these are the transit gateways you have used. So these are the IDs of the transit gateway. Okay, so you are going back to now root tables. So we have the 2 main root tables. So you look for the first default root table, and you go to the roots, and you go there. And just add it a root. And at this time, you need to just reach the network ID of the another VPC. According to this, the network ID is 10.10.10.0. So you will write 10.10.10.0/24. And you are going to connect with the transit gateway here. Do we have a transit gateway? Yes, we have the transit gateway. This is the transit gateway attachment, and save the changes in the root table 1. Now go to the root table second. This is the second VPC's main root table, right? It is in NK VPC. Go to the roots, edit root, and you will write 172.31.0.0/16. So this is the network ID. I think you will be agreed on this, and transit gateway, and this is the for VPC2 attachment, and save the settings. So that's done. The job is done. If the job is done, your root tables are configured, your transit gateway is configured. It means if everything is perfect, this machine should communicate with 10.10.10.133. So you will take the remote of this machine to ping this machine. And if it is done, the job is done. You go to the EC2 instance, and guys, you will take the remote of this instance, right? And here, from here, you need to ping this machine. You will write the ping 10.10.10.133, and something is bad. Something is bad. Did I use the right IP address?
It is right.
It is right. It should have communicated.
It is private one. We have to
private IP address. Definitely, we are using the AWS global infrastructure to communicate instances. So I think in both instances, if you're talking about the second instance, if you see the security group, in security group, ICMP is allowed, right? This is perfect from anywhere. So because of this, I think we should not face any issue, but definitely it is not pinging. It means something's wrong with this transit gateway. Can you go there to transit gateway and modify the transit gateway? Let me see. So this transit gateway is done. This is perfect. But here we have one thing that I need to. It's optional, it's not mandatory actually. So that's why I didn't take it, right? But this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. There should not be any mistake. This is perfect.
I think, sir, please check the routing table. I think for the
maybe
we have a need to add.
Let me see. Let me check once again. I think you're talking about this one, right?
Yes, sir. This one you have added. I think we need to add NKRT2. I don't
what the IP address I did take 172.31.16. No, this is perfect. This is perfect. The transit gateway. Nothing is wrong.
I think we in VM 1 or 2, you have selected the wrong subnet group. I think you have selected something, some private subnet, I guess, while creating the instance.
Let me see.
No, that was the okay, I think.
No, that is okay. It's a
Yes.
public subnet. This is a public subnet. This is correct. This is correct. This is correct. And if you see, even this also is correct, 172.31. So can I use this IP address from this machine? Shall I try? Shall I try from this machine? Yeah. Something is wrong with this machine. Something is wrong with this machine. If I was trying to take the connection of this machine is not appropriate. This machine is not working, right? This machine is not working.
So if we check the IP address of that VM.
No, IP address is perfect. IP address is correct. IP address is there. We have the public IP address. So this machine.
Private IP address is got is 133. 133
okay.
belongs.
And what did I use? What did I use? 133 I did use, right?
133 belongs to private subnet 01.
No. 133.
Yeah.
So 120.
It should be any of the public subnet which we have selected, because the default routing.
No, in this VPC, I think both are public subnets. If you see the routing table, so both are the public subnets. Okay, let me choose. Let me see. It's subnet. No, this is correct, I think. Because I chose US East 1A, and this is VM2. Let me delete this machine. I think I just terminating this machine. Something's wrong with the machine, right? Let me start. I'm launching a new instance. I'll not take much time here. So you are going to use, I think, the NK VPC, right? And in this, I should take public subnet 1. I think I should have taken this one, right? I think this is the mistake I did.
Yeah, I think so. Due to the attachment.
Right. I think the configuration of the gateway is perfect.
1A.
Let me see. I think this is correct now. I did see only that availability zone. I think, will it work? So this time, now I can see this is the instance IP address 51.
Yes, sir.
Instance IP address is 51. And I'm going again to take the remote. And this time I'm trying the 51. Yes, that was the case. That was the case. I think this should be. It's pinging, right?
Yes, sir.
That was the case. So we accidentally took the private subnet, and the private subnet has no connection with actually the other VPC, and for that you need to just configure that another router, because another route table. So the default route table belongs to the public subnet only, right? Okay, so guys, this was your VPC. This was your what do you say? Transit gateway. So transit gateway is done. So this way you can connect any component. So we are just going to delete first of all. Shall I delete?
Yes, sir. Sir, if we are using the same process like peering connection, so what is the benefit of using transit gateway? I think everything is looking same, routing table, internet gateway.
Everything is correct, but what if you want to use, let's say you have 4 VPCs. Let's say you have the 4 VPCs instead of 2 VPCs. Then what you will do?
Then we have to choose transit gateway.
Because what is the limitation of the VPC? VPC pairing connection.
Peering, it's only two
VPCs. It is only for the 2 VPCs, and it is recommended not to create too many VPCs or VPC pairing connections. So in that case, you should choose transit gateway number 1. Maybe you are in future will plan to connect with your on-prem environment. You can connect with the direct connect. Maybe you can connect with the VPN connectivity. So transit gateway is a kind of a connection, or is a kind of a hub, which allows you to connect with the different kind of connectivities. So transit gateway can be connected to the VPN, VPC, peering connection, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's why we chose this. But by the configuration point of view, peering connection as well as transit gateway, both seems same, but the transit gateway is little different. It's a two-step process. The first of all, you create a transit gateway. In the second step, you create attachments. And why you create attachments separately? Because AWS charge per attachment separately $0.05, right? So guys, I'm just deleting one by one all these transit gateways. You just write the delete here, delete, and now the
Like so far VPC, if we have given one IP means one network ID initially, if you want to, we can change it later or not.
Yeah, definitely you can change it. You can change it. You can modify it. Unable to delete because the attachments are still under deletion.
सर इसमें अटैचमेंट करने का काम बढ़ जाता है.
अटैचमेंट काम तो बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन अटैचमेंट तो एक ही बार करना है ना, बार बार तो नहीं करना ना. एक बार आपने अटैचमेंट कर दिया, जॉब इज ओवर.
लेकिन ज्यादा वीपीसी रहेंगे, जितने वीपीसी रहेंगे उतने अटैचमेंट बढ़ेंगे.
जितने वीपीसीज रहेंगे, जितने वीपीएन रहेंगे, जितने डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट रहेंगे, उतने अटैचमेंट बढ़ जाएंगे. डिलीटिंग. इसके बाद कौन सा टॉपिक करना है? S3 नहीं हुआ ना अभी आपका?
नो सर.
S3 स्टार्ट करते हैं आज. स्टोरेज. Then the storage, will start the storage. We have two options, so you have to select. Either we can start with a load balancer, or we should start with the storage. We can start with the load balancer again. क्या लें आज? Load balancer या S3? Deleted.
स्टोरेज ले लेते हैं. स्टोरेज ले लेते हैं S3.
So guys, this is the queue. First of all, we will take storage. In storage, we'll talk about S3. Once the storage is done, then we'll start ELB, then auto scaling, and after that, route 53. ठीक है, route 53. और उसके बाद फिर हम लेंगे, we'll take lambda, then elastic. So this is the queue. Please just keep in your mind. Elastic means stop. Wow. My mouse is not working. Just a minute. Right. Mouse is not working. So these are the topics. First of all, we have to take the storage, then the S3, then auto scaling, route 53. Route 53 is what? Route 53 is a DNS service. It's a DNS service. And load balancer and auto scaling are most important. Then one more topic I need to cover, integration of ELB and auto scaling. दोनों को जोड़ते कैसे हैं? लोड बैलेंसर को और ऑटो स्केलिंग को। ठीक है, तो ये टॉपिक्स हैं, इनको टॉपिक को लेकर। तो S3 कोशिश करते हैं, मुझे तो लगता नहीं कि आज कंप्लीट होगा, बिकॉज S3 little lengthy, but S3 is very interesting. It's a storage over the internet. It is storage over the internet. So if you're talking about the AWS storages, we generally have three different kind of storages. One is object storage. We have an object storage. Second is we have what do you say, file system storage. And third, you are well aware that block storage. Block storage पढ़ा है आप लोगों ने?
In that large amount of data we are saving, like in the form of block. With that large data we can divide into the blocks, then we can transfer it.
कौन सा storage पढ़ा है आपने? कौन से उसमें पढ़ा है सर्विस में?
Service, sir. I don't know, sir, but little bit knowing about the block storage.
Anybody who can?
Elastic block storage.
Yes. So elastic block storage we did, right? We did elastic block storage. So the object storage is basically flat storage. Flat, you're going to say flat storage. This is not for any particular operating system. This is a flat storage. File system storage, we have the two different kind of file system storage. In AWS, we have EFS and we have FSX. ये दो सर्विसेज हैं, एक का नाम है EFS, दूसरे का नाम है FSX. EFS is using NFS protocol. It's using NFS protocol, right? So it is using the NFS protocol, while FSX is using SMB protocol. ये दो अलग-अलग सर्विस है, ये दोनों फाइल सिस्टम में आती हैं. This one and this one. इसके अंदर दोनों. और ब्लॉक स्टोरेज जो होता है, ये ब्लॉक लेवल स्टोरेज है. And the service is EBS, Elastic Block Storage, जो आप उसमें लगाते हो, किसमें? EC2 instance में, just like in a hard disk, right? Just like a hard disk, HDD or SSD. ये तो पढ़ा ही होगा आपने. Yeah, you will remember. So here the service is S3. यहाँ पे service है S3. This is the service, you will remember. S3 is what? S3 is a simple storage service. It's a simple storage service. Service का नाम S3 है. Right. So this is the very brief about the three different kind of storages. We have the three different kind of storages in AWS. So we have to start the object storage. And what is an object storage? Let me show you. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Now what I'm doing, dear, I'm just copying it from here. I'm coming back to the page, your page. Coming back to the page. This is done. This is to be done, right? This is your page. And this is the today's work. And here we go. You're going to see this one. Time बच जाएगा ना, मैंने पहले बना के रखा हुआ है. इतना सारा लिखूंगा तो 1 घंटा लग जाएगा. Okay, so I'll share with you. What is S3? S3 is a simple storage service. So, and it's a storage over the internet. ध्यान से देखना. S3 is a storage over the internet. S3 is a global service. S3 is a global service. S3 is a object storage, or sometimes we call it as flat storage. Flat storage क्यों बोलते हैं? Because we do not have any file system on it, just like NTFS, NFS, SMB, or XFS. So such kind of file systems are not there. So it is basically the storage over the internet. जैसे Google Drive में होता है, OneDrive में होता है, वहाँ पे कोई file system होता है? Do you see any file system on Google Drive? Yeah. So somebody is asking what is the file system of the Google Drive. If somebody is asking what is the file system of OneDrive, so what should be your answer as a technical person? You will say these are flat storages. Similarly, even S3 also is a flat storage. So in S3, you can store any amount of data. Any amount means there is no limit. It has no particular volume. ये 20 GB का होगा, 100 GB का होगा, 1 TB का होगा. There is no such limit. So this is limitless storage. Limitless means you can store any amount of data. That could be in PBs, TBs, whatever. The data you have, you can store. But as a free tier account, in a free tier account, only 5 GB data is available free of cost. Only 5 GB data is available free of cost, right? And third, the second is the object. S3 objects are accessible over the internet. Over the internet, not of the internet, over the internet, over the internet. So S3 objects are accessible over the internet. And what are the objects? Objects are files. यहाँ पर हम objects को क्या बोलते हैं? Files को हम object बोलते हैं. So if you store any data in storage, usually you use file. या कोई दूसरा भी method है, कोई दूसरी भी चीज है. आप क्या करते हो? When you store some data in storage, so the data is in file format, correct or not? Whether it is a image or movie or video or document, software, PDF, whatever you have, but everything is in form of file. So the file in S3 storage is known as object. हम जब object बोलेंगे तो इसका मतलब file है. First of all, in S3, because S3 is a global service, so within the S3 you can create bucket. Bucket are what? The bucket is a kind of folders. The bucket are the kind of folders, right? The kind of a folders, and these folders has a unique name. Why we are calling these folders as a bucket? Because within the S3, immediate within the S3, you can create limited number of folders. So these immediate folders are known as buckets. Buckets are region specific. जब bucket बनाते हैं, when you create a bucket, you always select a region. While S3 service is a global service, and every time when you create a bucket, you provide a unique name globally. For example, आपने कोई bucket बनाई with the name student, and that name is already been used by someone. So that name cannot be used to create a new bucket because that name has been already used. Just like a domain name. If somebody has created a domain name, if the domain name is already occupied, the same domain name you cannot purchase. In a similar fashion, if you already means if some name as a bucket is somebody using that one, so that name cannot be used. And that's why we are saying every bucket name is globally unique within the AWS infrastructure, within the AWS infrastructure, not over the internet, right? Within the AWS infrastructure. Next, and every bucket has unlimited capacity. As I told you, you can store any amount of the data. The bucket cannot be linked as a disk with EC2 instances. So this storage, this S3 storage cannot be linked with any EC2 instance directly as a hard disk, right? But definitely you can transfer data between EC2 and S3 bucket, but as a disk, this S3 storage cannot be used. Now, the bucket can be public or private. The bucket can be public or private. If it is a public, it means the objects of this bucket can be used over the internet. And if the bucket is private, you cannot access those data over the internet. मतलब public होगी तो internet पे access कर सकते हो, private होगी तो नहीं कर सकते. And by default, all buckets are private. By default, all buckets are private. Right? इतना clear हुआ नहीं हुआ?
Yes, sir.
Right. Second, within the bucket, you can create a further folder, and these folders are known as folder. आप bucket के अंदर folder बना सकते हो और उनको हम folder ही बोलेंगे. We will call them as a folder. And within the folder, you can create further folders. Means you can create nested folders within the bucket. You can create any number of nested folders. And you can store files in the bucket or in the folder. So these blue dots basically are files. These blue colors are basically files, and these files are known as objects. These files are known as object, and every file will have its name. The name of the file can be termed as key of the object, right? Key of the object. And every object stored in the S3 will have its key name. Key name का मतलब उसका नाम होगा. तो जो नाम होता है ना फाइल का, वो ये बताता है कि वो S3 bucket में कहाँ पर है. I mean, it is not containing only the file name, it also contains the folder path also, right? Folder path plus name. So with the key of the object, you can easily identify the location of the object within the bucket. Next is, you can create too many nested folders here. Any number of nested folders can be created. कितने भी सब फोल्डर बना सकते हो आप, और किसी के अंदर भी आप फाइल लगा सकते हो, फाइल अपलोड कर सकते हो. So guys, this is the one thing. Second thing is, when you create a bucket and you upload data in it, डाटा को हम फाइल बोलते हैं, फाइल को यहाँ ऑब्जेक्ट बोलते हैं. So when you create an object or when you upload the object, so these buckets by default are replicated in multiple availability zone of the same region. Let's say मुंबई में कितने availability zone है? 3 है. तो अगर आप एक बकेट बनाते हो मुंबई में, तो वो बकेट ऑटोमेटिकली आपकी नॉलेज के बिना वो 3 अलग अलग अवेलेबिलिटी जोन में बन जाएगी. Why AWS is doing so to create multiple buckets in different regions? To provide resiliency, to provide the backup or resiliency. Means अगर एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन फेल हो जाए तो same data can be accessed from the another availability zone. So this is a good thing. This is providing the high availability, high reliability, and it is basically giving you a kind of a guarantee that the data is safe. आपके दिमाग में ये बात भी आ जाएगी, the data is safe. Your data has no risk, right? So by default, your bucket is replicated in multiple availability zones. And I did write here, by default, the bucket is replicated greater than and equal to 3 availability zone. जरूरी नहीं है कि 3 availability zone में replicated हो. Maybe it can be replicated more than 3 availability zones. So he's saying that the greater than equal to 3. कम से कम 3 में तो होगा. Next is, these are some features of the bucket. Bucket से कर क्या सकते हो? So the very first thing that you think about the bucket, you can create a bucket and you can store data in it in terms of files, and those files are known as objects. Secondly, the bucket can be used to publish a static website. It can be used to publish a static website. It can be used to host a static website. Okay, good. We will see. Second, the bucket can be used for the versioning. The bucket can be used for the versioning. Versioning means one version of the object. One version of the objects can have multiple variants. Practically, I'll show you. एक फाइल को एक ही नाम से बार बार चेंज करके अपलोड कर सकते हो, तो इट विल कीप द डिफरेंट वेरिएंट्स ऑफ द ऑब्जेक्ट्स. नाउ रेप्लिकेशन, अगर आपका डाटा एक रीजन में है और उसको आपने दूसरे रीजन में रेप्लिकेट करना है, सो रेप्लिकेशन ऑफ द डाटा कैन बी अकर्ड, और क्रॉस रीजन रेप्लिकेशन कैन बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड हियर. द क्रॉस रीजन रेप्लिकेशन कैन बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड हियर. Right. Now, object, you can manage object lifecycle management. हम देखेंगे life cycle क्या होती है and how you can manage it. Now, next is data encryption. If you want, you can encrypt the data. If you want, you can encrypt the data within the bucket. You can see the server logging. You can manage server access logging. You can manage transfer acceleration. If you have large amount of data, let's say आपके पास 300 GB का, 500 GB का, 1 TB का डाटा है, and you want to transfer it, you want to transit it. So by simple method, it can take a lot of time, and the chances are there you can face some errors. So if you are dealing with a large amount of transfer, we have one additional option in the S3 service called transfer acceleration. इसके charges लगते हैं, but transfer acceleration आपका डाटा बहुत तेजी से transfer कर देता है, right? So and event notification जो भी हो रहा है S3 buckets के अंदर, and if you want to find out what's happening, who is deleting, कौन सा user लिख रहा है, कौन सा user delete कर रहा है, what's happening, so you can see all those events and you can specify notification over there. So these are some benefits of S3 service. And we have some quota. What is the quota? By default, maximum 100 buckets per region can be created. Per account, not 100, per account. 100 buckets in each of your account can be created. This is the quota, basically. It's not a limit, it's a quota. By default, you cannot create more than 100 buckets. But if you need, you can ask AWS to increase the limit, and once the limit is increased, you can create up to 1,000 buckets in S3, right? So next is we have the storage classes. Storage classes is directly pertaining to the charges of the storage or nature of the data, or you can say it's a kind of method to access the data. इसको हम बाद में पढ़ेंगे क्योंकि कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा बहुत ज्यादा. यहाँ तक देखते हैं, बस अभी पहले यहाँ तक देखते हैं इतना कैसे कर लेते हैं. So please let me know, are you clear with this or not? Practically?
Practically करके देने को देखो क्लियर होगा.
Yes, perfect. ये मैं सुनना चाह रहा था. Okay, so what we have to do, we are just going to do some practicals. we are going to do some labs. So labs of S3. Very first lab, that how to create a bucket. Bucket is what? Bucket is the immediate folder within the S3. How to create a bucket? Number one, how to upload data in it, right? And how to share data, and how to share the data over the internet, right? पहले इतना कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद फिर करेंगे configure bucket for static website hosting, फिर इतना करते हैं, फिर देखते हैं क्या कर सकते हैं. मुझे लगता है आराम से कंप्लीट कर लेंगे. Shall we move?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you go to the S3 first of all. मैंने बोला था आपको कि S3 is a global service. If you click on S3, right hand side on the top, in which region we are?
Global.
It's a global. Why it is global? Because S3 is a global service. And these are number of buckets we have. My God, I have buckets, 18 buckets. Yeah, मैं delete कर देता हूँ, right? I don't need all these buckets. Let me delete all these buckets. आप जरा 2 मिनट मुझे दे दो. And I need to 2 मिनट नहीं, मुझे 5 मिनट देने पड़ेंगे कम से कम. 8-10 bucket delete करने नहीं तो आपको confusion होगा. So how to delete the bucket? You are going back. This is, and you are just emptying it. This is the bucket name. You will copy the bucket name. You will paste it here and just delete. The bucket is deleted. Right. This is the cloud formation. You will delete the bucket. It's very absurd. You're going to delete this one. This bucket is not empty. So you need to, first of all, empty the bucket. You can delete the content of the bucket. You will write permanent delete, right? You will write permanent delete. First of all, you will empty the bucket. You will go back and here you will delete it. Then this is the bucket name. This is not created by me, it's created by service, right? That's why the name is really absurd. Very lengthy name. This is the cloud formation. Again, you go there, you select all these files, you delete and just do right here, the same, permanent delete. This is a way. आप देखना कहीं पर मैं 2 बार delete करूँगा. अभी तक तो मैं एक ही बार delete कर रहा हूँ. And I'm just going back here and I do select and delete. So first of all, you are deleting objects, right? Means files. और उसके बाद आप folder delete करते हो, यानी bucket delete करते हो. So these all are the buckets. These all are the buckets, and you are going there. Let's say you have too many files. You are deleting. देखो सबको मैंने select कर दिया है, but यहाँ पर permanent delete नहीं आया. यहाँ पर आया only delete. So what is the meaning? इसका मतलब है कि इसके अंदर वर्जनिंग ऑन है, मैं बताऊंगा आपको. और if you just open the versioning, once the data was deleted, again it is available. So you will select the same data. Second time you are deleting, this time it is asking you to say permanent delete. So you will copy and you will paste here. You will delete and you will close. Right? You are going back destination. You select it and you will delete. And this is the destination. This is a very, very lengthy process, by the way, but this is the only process we have to delete the buckets. If you are dealing with the too many buckets, only the 4 buckets were deleted as of now. Now, if you just empty, you can just go there, you just write here, what's saying the, it is saying something, go to the lifecycle rule is applied here, no issue. You go there, right, and you can delete it. And this is the cloud formation bucket created by the cloud formation service. You are deleting it, and this way the buckets definitely are deleted, but the few buckets are really rigid. For example, this is an elastic beanstalk. If you delete, if you try to delete, you won't be able to delete. I'll tell you why. So this is the thing you will learn. Let's say the permanent delete you will write here. You will select and you will write the permanent delete. And what's there? Do we have the versioning? No, we do not have the versioning. But dear, in the permission, elastic beanstalk की जितनी भी buckets होती हैं, उसमें permission लगी होती है. And if you go there, the permission is not there. Very right. So इसका मतलब इसमें permission नहीं लगी हुई है, because the elastic beanstalk service was failed yesterday, and you need to delete it, and you need to paste its name, and delete. And the same way, the another can be deleted. Wow. So I will delete and permanent delete. But the 2 more minute patience. And we are going back. And this is done. You need to delete. And finally, I'm deleting the elastic beanstalk bucket. So this is done. So this way, earlier we had 18 buckets. Now we have 11 buckets. My goodness. So abhi bhi bahut zyada bucket hai, but some of the buckets are in North Virginia, some of the buckets are in Mumbai, and some of the buckets are in Ohio region. So buckets are region specific, but the service is global. But the SA service is global. So let's say what I'm doing, I'm creating a new bucket. अब इतनी सारी bucket है, इनको delete करूँगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा time लगेगा मेरे पास. I do not have any simple method to delete all these buckets, right? So और वो जो method है वो I do not want to discuss here, because right now you don't have any option to use that. क्योंकि अभी we are new for those advanced command line interface, so we are not doing it. Okay. We are unable to delete. It is not showing to delete, right? Very nice. Can we empty? Yes. So we have actually the lifecycle rule. That's why from there it was not shown. So every time you see different methods, different, you go there, and I think this can be deleted. And while you give the name, sometimes you are using dot in the names. Achha, one thing is there, all these bucket names are in a small cases. You cannot use capital letters. You have to use only small cases. @ and any special character, just like hash, backslash, right slash, such signs cannot be used. But the dot can be used, right? Just like abc.com, example.in, right? Such kind of things that can be chosen. मतलब जो आपके फॉर्मूले लगते हैं ना डोमेन नेम को बनाने में, तो जब डोमेन नेम परचेज करते हो तो यू कैन परचेज abc.com, abc.in, abc.net. Similarly, the same kind of name can be given, right? But जरूरी नहीं है कि .in.com होगा, डॉट के बाद डॉट से पहले कुछ भी हो सकता है, but it should be a unique combination. That name should not exist because the bucket name should be unique. So let's say I'm creating a bucket. The first of all, I'm just creating a bucket. Click on create bucket. You need to provide. Let's say I'm providing a student. The student name is existing, and this is the region. Let's say I'm choosing Ohio region, and this is your ACL. ACL stand for access control list. So by default, the ACLs are implemented. Access control lists are implemented on this bucket. So it doesn't allow you to share the object by default. So by default, this bucket is private because of this ACL. अगर आपको private करना, public करना है, if you want to share the content of the bucket over the internet, in that case, आपको ये हटाना पड़ेगा. अभी मैं नहीं हटा रहा हूँ. For example, I'm not releasing it. And this is the name. And the name I used here, it probably not available because the student is a very simple name. Somebody might have used this name earlier in somewhere in AWS global infrastructure. किसी ने भी use कर रखा हो सकता है किसी ने US में, UK में, Canada में, maybe in India somebody have used this name. So if I just click on create, it will show you this error. The error is what? It's not error, it's a warning. The bucket with the same name already existed. It means you have to try another name. So मैंने try किया, let's say netking dot, let's say today is 8th October, OCT. Netking dot 8 OCT. So 8 October. I think this name could be a unique name. This combination could be a unique. I hope we can find this name. And I'm just going down, and encryption by default is disabled. If you want to enable description, encryption can be done. But right now, I'm not enabling the encryption. You can just create bucket. As you click on create bucket, the bucket has been created. So if you see the bucket has been created. So what's the bucket name? netking.oct. You go there in the bucket, you click in the bucket, and the bucket is open. You need to upload some file, click on upload. You add files to upload. You go to your computer. If you have some files in your computer, it's good. In my case, I have some couple of files. So I'm just uploading 3 files. These are the JPG files, picture files. Okay. And I'm uploading. As you click on upload, you can see the upload is being done. Can you see? Upload succeeded, close. And you can see these upload. These are the uploads, three objects. These are 3 objects. So if you click on one object, let's say this is the file 3.jpg. If you click on this, it will show you the metadata of this object. Yani iski information bata dega. This is the region in Ohio. This is the date of creation, the size of the object, the type of the object is JPG. This is the key name of the object. जो file name होता है वही key name होता है. अगर ये किसी folder में नहीं है तो. Now this is the URI of the object. This is the ARN, AWS resource name, and this is the URL if you want to access this object over the internet. So guys, if I'm sharing the link with you, you won't be able to see it. मैं आपके सामने link भेज रहा हूँ. And please click करो और मुझे बताओ, are you able to access the content right now? Can you see the file? It's a picture file. It's a JPG file. The answer should be no. No. It is saying that it is private and it access denied. Because your bucket is private by default, your bucket is private. So if you want to share it over the internet, you have to do 2 things. आपको 2 चीजें करनी है. You go to the bucket first of all. This is the bucket. This is the bucket. You are inside the bucket. You go inside the bucket. This is the bucket. netking.8 October. You go inside the bucket. You please do not select any object. ऊपर देखो 3 some tabs are there. Objects, properties, permissions. So this is a case of the permission. Because the ACL was implemented by default. So you didn't remove that ACL. You go to the permission, click on permissions and go down here. All public access block is on, means block is on. Block hai ye. Block is on. So what you will do, you will add it and remove all these blocks. You will remove all these blocks, go down and save the changes. And just do confirm. Yahan likho, confirm. You do right here the confirm. And this change is done. This is the one thing. But still you are not able to publish your content, publish your object. You'll go to objects again. Here we have objects. You go to objects and you will select all these objects. Or koi ek file ya sabko kar lo ek saath. It's up to you. And now under actions, we have actions button. Go to actions and scroll down till last. Very last, we have make public. You can just click on make public and just give the permission to make these object public, make public. And you can see on the top, this has been edited. It means you can close it now. So these are the object. मैं किसी एक object को ले लेता हूँ, S3 को ले लेता हूँ, और ये दोबारा से आप ही के सामने मैंने वो कर रखा है. I already shared this link for this file. Can you use?
Yes, the image visible, sir.
The image is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the image. Okay, good. Now, same way, in one go, multiple objects were made public. So this is the second object, right? Good. And finally, this is the object we have, right? I used to give the trainings in army earlier. ये देखो यहाँ पर ये picture देखो जरा इसको, you will find it interesting. This is the batch of 2017. उसके बाद तो कोरोना आ गया, उसके बाद जाना नहीं हुआ कहीं पे. 17-18 कुछ ऐसा 18 का था शायद.
Very interesting, sir. Very good, sir.
ये सारे के सारे officers, all these are the officers. Some of them are majors, some of them are the colonels, some of them are the captains. So all these are the commissioned officers. जो पीछे खड़े हैं वो JCO हैं, junior commissioned officers. और जो बैठे हैं वो all these are the commissioners.
Okay. So they are from the technical team, sir.
They are इनमें कुछ commandos हैं. Some of them are the commandos. Some ये सारे के सारे कुछ इसमें लड़कियां भी हैं. ये लड़की है ना, एक you can see. ये तो हैदराबाद का है एक्चुअली, बट ज्यादातर जो लड़कियां होती हैं वो स्पाइंग में ज्यादा होती है, मिलिट्री इंटेलिजेंस में.
Yes, sir.
सर ट्रेनिंग किसकी है? ट्रेनिंग टॉपिक.
ये ट्रेनिंग टॉपिक क्या है? इनका ट्रेनिंग टॉपिक होता है हैकिंग.
Okay, sir.
इन्होंने AWS पर पढ़ना है.
Further security.
ये क्या करेंगे AWS पढ़ के? इन्होंने तो AWS का यूज भी नहीं होता है, because they cannot use internet, because Indian Army do not use internet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So by the way, अब मैं आपसे एक और हेल्प चाहता हूँ. आप भी एक फोटो को एक पहले बकेट बनाओ. You just create a one bucket in your S3. और उसके अंदर एक फाइल को, एक पिक्चर को अपलोड करो और उसको शेयर करके उसका लिंक मुझसे शेयर करो. I want to see, can you complete this task or not?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm giving 5 minutes here. And just paste that link on this chat. I'm here only. I'm giving the time. I hope the process is clear.
Sir, I have given you over WhatsApp. Actually, I'm connecting via mobile. Can you check that, sir?
Okay, let me see. Good. I can see your photo.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Nice. कितना टाइम लगा तुम्हें करने में इसमें?
I think 2-3 minutes.
2-3 minutes, yeah. So it's easy to share actually the content over the internet using S3 bucket.
So I disable ACL while creating the.
Pardon me?
Sir, I disable the ACL at the time of creation of
Yes,
bucket.
yes. That's why you take less time. You have both options. While you are creating your S3 bucket, you can disable it. Yes, now I have a link from Ankit. Ankit, I can see the link. Nice. Very nice work. Okay. दो लोगों ने बता दिया मुझे, सत्या ने एंड अंकित. दूसरा कौन कर रहा है? Should I wait? Yes, Giridhar. Yeah, what is, oh my God, Giridhar, what is this? COVID report.
कोई पिक्चर नहीं था लैपटॉप पे
यार ये सही क्या डर लगता है यार दूर रखेंगे इसको. Okay, nice, good Giridhar. Yes. Hurry up. I think it should not take more than 2-3 minutes. I gave you 5 minutes and 3 minutes has been elapsed. Okay, nice. तो मेरे ख्याल से इसको आगे करते हैं and if you are doing, you will share it, right? So we are moving to the next step. And according to the next step, let's say this was the bucket. This was the bucket name. The bucket name was netking.oct. And I want to configure this bucket for, let's say, for web hosting, or static web hosting. So you can only host a static website, not dynamic website. So you should understand what is a static website and what is a dynamic website. In dynamic website, you generally use Java programming or Python programming, Node.js or .NET kind of programming languages, right? So, and in backend, you can connect with database or database servers. And another kind of, so if you have database and your website is supporting some programming languages, it means that is a dynamic website. But if your website is written in HTML or PHP kind of thing, or let's say simple JavaScript, and you have some static content, you have only content and pictures and all, and you want to publish kind of a website, so that comes under the category of static website, in which no variable are there or you are not using any programming languages. So such website can be, you can host the website. Let's say this is the you have, let's say I'm deleting all the stuff I have. I'm deleting all this stuff. So let's say this is the bucket you have. Now you are emptying the bucket. Now the bucket is empty. You have no content in this. So very first thing, I will upload the content of the static website, or I have a template. So I will use upload. I will use the upload button to upload the content of the static website. So I just click on add the file. And in my case, I have some content maybe in AWS. In AWS, we have a template. Let's say this is the template. So this is the complete template. but this template contains some folders, some files, some picture files, some HTML, right? So number of things are there. So both folders and files are there. So एक एक करके नहीं करना है आपने. आपको क्या करना है? You have to select everything here, and you have to use a special method that is drag and drop. You will pick everything from here, and 13 folder and files are there, and you will drop it here. Drag and drop. Simple. And once it is done, you can click on open and scroll down and just upload. And you did see that this has been uploaded, right? So you have to share the content again. पहले तो ACL हटा देना. First of all, you have to remove the ACL. You go to the permission and remove the ACL. That you can do, that you knew that how to remove the ACL. Secondly, you will select all the content that you uploaded and you will make them public. उसके बाद देखते हैं, we have to make one more change. So upload is taking time. So you have some data, and data is being uploaded. Right. So all files are uploaded. Go and close. These are the files. You select all the files, go to actions, and just make them public. And you can just click on make public. So this way, with one action, all the files are now public. इसके अंदर देखो एक index.html भी है. आपके पास folders भी हैं, PNG files भी हैं. Everything is there. So this is the complete template of around one website. So once it is done, you go there and you will find number of options. So under the properties tab, you click on this properties, and as you click on the properties, go and just scroll down till very last. You just scroll down, and this is the static website hosting. Right now the static website hosting is disabled. अभी क्या disabled है? उसको edit पे जाओ and you can enable it. You enable it, and once you enable, you have few more options to configure. So host a static website, ये आपका selected होना चाहिए. And under the document, index document, you will write index.html, and that's all, nothing else. Now you're going to save the changes, and the changes is done. And if you go to properties and again to the same tab, and same option, static website hosting. दोबारा जाके देखोगे. So this time you have the URL of the website. So you will copy the URL, and I'm sharing the URL among you. And please let me know, are you able to see the website or not? This has been published. And please confirm me.
Yes, sir. Active box, one website.
Yes. So this is the website, right? If you go there, if you paste the URL, and if you can see, this is the complete website. Static website है, लेकिन काम करेगी पूरी, multi-page है. ठीक है. And if you want to open the website using some domain name, so we can use Route 53 to map this the URL with the domain name. तो आप डोमेन नेम से भी खोल सकते हैं उसको. करेक्ट. मेरे ख्याल से आज इतना काफी है. इतना आप करो practically and see how the things are happening, and then try to delete the bucket you have with the complete. The first of all, you will delete object, and then you will delete bucket. So you did see how we are deleting actually objects and buckets. So few things need to be listed down. that these things are done. So 1, 2, 3, these are the labs, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is your theory. So I'm just sharing the theory with you, right? And you done the lab on the transit gateway. So you done almost 5 labs here. So you please do repeat all these labs. And these are the properties of explanation about the S3. What is the versioning? What is the versioning? And first of all, we'll start the versioning and then we'll talk about other topics. So what is the versioning? S3 versioning is a kind of a feature which enables you to keep multiple variants of the same object within the same bucket, right? So it's very useful for preserve, retrieve, and restore each versions of the objects. So it is also useful to recover objects if objects from the bucket is deleted accidentally. So we have the 2 purposes here. So the first is versioning. Versioning is used to maintain multiple variants, or used to store, I think, store multiple variants of an object. Object means file, right? Second, the most useful, it provides some kind of a security. So if object is deleted accidentally, you can recover the object. You can recover the object if it is deleted accidentally, right? So 2 things are there. So this is very useful for your programmer's point of view. Let's say I have a bucket. So what I'm showing you, let's say this is S3 bucket. I'm just going to show you S3. So first of all, this machine to be stopped. So we need to stop the machine. And we have another account as well. I have 2 accounts. I'll show you number of things I'm just using this time. Do we have AMI? No, instance. So this is the first account I have. And this is the second account. Let me show you. Oh, I came out. Wow. So, not an issue. Just go there. I'm just going to log in once again. And for that, I need to open my authenticator. And let me see it. This is S7Z8HT. Submit. Password I need to provide, right? And of course, it's 7 MFA. We came again. So dear friends, you are coming late. Amit and Kundan. So almost everyone joined. Yes, Kundan, I think you can hear me now. So we are going to stop this instance here. And I'm just writing S3 to open S3. So what I was teaching the versioning. What is a versioning? Versioning is an option, or you can say it's a kind of a property. Let's say you have 1 bucket here. I'm creating a bucket for you. Let's say this is NK bucket. NK bucket dot OCT, right? And let it be. You can create it. So this has been created. So of course, the bucket name is unique for me and it's created. So this is the bucket name, NK bucket. If you click on the bucket name, and if you see the properties of this bucket, so by default, the versioning is disabled, right? So by default, the versioning is disabled on each bucket. When you create a new bucket, the versioning is disabled. What is the meaning of the versioning is disabled? Versioning is disabled means if you store one object with the same name, it is being overlapped. It will be overlapped. It will not store multiple variants of the same object. Means you will have only single file. You will not have multiple files. But if you want to see the versioning, so how many of you know about the versioning? Please tell me. Very important, because I'm asking the versioning. I'm saying the versioning. So do you have any idea about the versioning, dear? Amit, Ankit, Manazir, Satya, Aman, Shakti. Yeah. Anybody? यार बोला करो.
जैसे गिटहब में वर्जनिंग होती है, फाइल वर्जनिंग.
यस, तो मतलब कुछ तो आंसर दिया ना आपने, और वो आंसर सही है. So because you gave the example of the GitHub. So what you're doing in GitHub, you can manage the versions of the same file, but the same versioning is disabled when you create a one bucket here, and this is a property of the bucket, right? This is the property of the bucket. So what you will do, you'll go there and you will enable it. But one more thing that I need to tell you, once the versioning on a bucket is enabled, you cannot disable it again. You can only suspend it. You cannot disable it. Why? Because once the versioning is enabled, maybe the object you stored within the bucket have multiple variants. And if you disable the versioning, where those variants will go? Right. So that's why the suspension is there. The object on which the versioning was enabled, it will remain enabled on those objects. Let me show you. For example, so you save the changes. So what you did, you enable the versioning. Now the versioning is enabled on this bucket, right? So once the bucket enable is versioning is open, or you can say enabled, you go back to the bucket. The bucket has no file, no object as of now. So let me take a notepad, and I'm just going to write some code here. Right. Let's say, what should I write? Let's say program for example. Let's say I'm just taking a Python here. Wow. Can I write some? Wow. What I'm doing, man. Okay. Let's say this is the code, right? So I did write this code here. Wow, I did write the code. So this is the first version of my program. Right? I can see that. And I'm just saving this program in your bucket. So when your batch was started, I think on 15th September, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Okay. यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा हुआ 3 सितंबर. अच्छा, ये पहले का होगा कुछ प्रोग्राम कोड. Okay, let me see network. Okay, yeah, this is yours, and I just write let's say code.py. Let's say code.py. This is the file name, right? And this is the bucket, and I'm just going to upload that one. You go there and select the code. This is the code, py, and I upload the code. And I'll not change the name of the file, right? This has been uploaded. Wow. Now, let's say another programmer comes and he opens the program file and he feels that he has to write a few more lines. He has to write few more lines. Let's say he writes few more lines. He says that this program to be enhanced. So he does write few more lines, let's say, on the same program, right? So let's say this is the program. Now he saves it with the same name. The name is not changed. And I'm now going to upload this one in this S3 bucket, right? So you can close this and you click on upload, and the same file is being uploaded with the same name. Yeah, and uploaded. So now how many versions you have for this program?
Two.
Two versions, right? So let's say and a final version is to be written and your programmer says that, no, we have one more program. So finally we are writing these lines to make this program final. So, okay. So what he does, he writes few more lines. Let's say he writes few more lines and now he says the program is completed. Now he saves the program and you go back to your S3 bucket, you upload the program, you add the same file again, and you upload the same file again with the same name. And now you did notice that, so still it is showing how many files?
One.
One file, but it's not a one file basically. We have three files because 3 बार आपने upload किया है. पहली बार, फिर second time, फिर third time. The code name is same. If you go to this option, show versions, if you enable it, you're going to find all these three programs. ये सबसे पहले आपने ये किया था. This was the first program, and you can see its, you can see its size. पहले छोटा program था. It has less memory, and it consumed more memory. You did write few more lines, and finally you did write few more lines. So these are the. So something नीचे वाला, you can just try to find out with the timestamp. You're going to find with the timestamp. So this was on 14, this was on 16, and this was on 7/16, right? So after every minute, you did upload. So you have the three versions of this program. So this way the versioning can be maintained, number one. Number two, if you delete the file, let's say if you delete the file, oh my God, what I did, I deleted the file and you realized that, so accidentally the file was deleted. You had not deleted this file, but accidentally you deleted the file. So how we can recover the file? Do you see any file here?
No.
No. So if you enable the versioning, if you click this button to switch the versioning option, you're going to see all these files. So it was the delete marker, but still these files are available. You can download these files. You can download any one of them, right? You can click here and you can click on download and you can download the file, right? So if you download the file, let's say the file is there to the download, and if you open it, you will find the file is this. Wow. So this is the file. So the entire file is recovered. So guys, this is the benefit of the versioning. Now, what happens if you disable the versioning? You go to the properties again and you added the versioning and you suspend it. You cannot disable it. You can maximum suspend it. And you can see this is the acknowledgement. Now you can save this file. What is the impact of this change in this bucket? I want to see the impact of this change. So I think this is clear, guys. क्या किया मैंने अभी? What I did here?
Version
Yes. So can I upload the same file again? Let me see. I can upload the same file again. Wow. the file has been uploaded. This is closed. And I'm uploading a new file, which was not earlier uploaded. So I'm using a new file here. Let's say I'm taking this Bootstrap file from the your bucket. So from your folder. Right. And this is the file. And one more thing. And you can see this, if you show versioning, enable it, the versioning is only enabled on the earlier object. जिस पे पहले enable थी ना, उसी पर enable रहेगी, because now the versioning has been disabled. So if you are uploading any further objects or files after suspension, so means on a new uploads, this versioning won't be applied. लेकिन पुराने में apply रहेगी. Correct? You got it?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this was the one thing. So this was the versioning. So I think you will remember this versioning. Now, the next point that I want to discuss with you is AWS.
If we again enable the versioning, then it will be apply for the Bootstrap file. It will not apply.
Yeah.
I think.
Let me see. Let's say you go to the property and you added it, right? And you enable it and you just save it. So it has been saved. So you enable the versioning, you go back to the same file again. Let's say the file was there. This was the file, right? And you can see this file. Let's say this file was there. Wow. And I'm just writing one more command, echo. This is version file, right? This is the version file. And I'm just going to save this file. So this file has been saved with new change. And this file has little change in this. And what I'm just going to do, the versioning is enabled now. And you go back to the object, you upload the object, you add the file. This is the file with the same name. And if you upload, you can see the changes here, close it. And if you enable it, you're going to find it has been enabled even on new objects. अभी दोनों पे ऑब्जेक्ट पे दिखाई दे रही है आपको, इस पर भी और इस पर भी, कोड पर भी और बूटस्ट्रैप पर भी.
Yes, sir.
So this way this will work, right? So it is in your hand to suspend or you want to make it enable. So guys, this is the one thing. But few services and features we have in which the versioning enable is essential. So we will discuss later on. Right now, I'm coming back and I'm just going to tell you here one thing which is very important here. So let's say we have two objects here. We have the Bootstrap and code, two objects name here. If you see the last column of this of these objects, so in this the storage class is mentioned. And what is the storage class by the way, by default? Standard. So S3 storage class. What is the storage class? So S3 basically offers a range of storage classes designed for different use cases. It depends. अब आपके पास ये आप कहोगे sir, what is this use cases? So here we go and just talking about the storage class. So it is designed, the storage class. So it is designed for different use cases. What are those use cases? हो सकता है you are accessing data very frequently, right? Or you are accessing data not frequently or you can say infrequent access. Frequency, or you can say infrequent access. मतलब कभी कभी डाटा देखते हो. एक है डाटा को आप बार बार पढ़ते हो, एक है डाटा आप infrequent देखते हो. And you can say the data is needed resiliency. The data is needed resiliency. What is the resiliency? Means data redundancy. The data must be on multiple availability zone or not. It depends on what kind of the data you have. Let's say you have a data. आपने कहा data is not very important. Delete हो भी जाए तो कोई बात नहीं. But अगर store रहता है तो it's okay. So means importance is what? So you can say importance of data. So ये सब डाटा के बारे में आपकी सोच है और आप कैसे देखते हैं, how you are accessing your data, or maybe you need to store data for long duration. Need to store data for long duration, or you're going to say you need to archive your data. Need to archive your data. अब archive का मतलब क्या होता है? What is the meaning of the archive?
Long term storage के लिए रखना.
Yes, long term storage के लिए रखना. So these are basically the different use cases. So all these are the use cases. ध्यान रख लेना कि यहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक मैंने use cases बता दिया. So all these are the different use cases. Either you are accessing data very frequently, either you are not accessing data frequently, which is called the infrequent access. The data is needed needed resiliency or redundancy. यानी एक जगह पर अगर storage fail हो जाता है, तो the same data should be available on another storage location. And importance, what is the importance of data in your for your project or for your business? So, and the need to store the data for the long duration and need to archive your data. So guys, can you share some scenario where we can see all such things? Can you share any experience, any scenario, कोई भी जो आप अपने चारों तरफ देखते हो? You can share. No issue. Take your time. But I need to hear this solution from your end. इतना मुश्किल भी नहीं पूछा यार मैंने.
Sir, please repeat the question. I did not listen.
So my question is, you have to share any scenario or the general purpose in daily life use case where the different kind of data you see, और जैसे कोई भी ले लेते हो, कंपनी के अंदर ले लेते हो या फिर आप कहीं पर ले लेते हो, एयरपोर्ट पे ले लेते हो, तो we are dealing with a different kind of a data. So वो डाटा को आप किस तरह से means how you are looking that data in daily use. Which data is very frequently to be used and which data should be you see is important, which data you see that it is not very important. So how you would means give the situation example.
Like sir, Gmail we are using very frequent, like many data is there also. If we are drive, we are also making the drives, we are storing our data. When we need it, then we can take from that. And in the laptop, we are also keeping our data. Whenever we require any document like PDF or anything, then we can read from there.
Okay. Business means perspective point of view बताओ. जैसे एयरपोर्ट हो गया, रेलवे स्टेशन हो गया, या फिर वहां पे किस तरह का डाटा होता है, then how actually you will deal with the situation and where exactly you will categorize the data, because I did categorize the data. We have a data which is very frequently to be used, right? We have a data which is used rarely, we are not using very frequently. That comes under the category of the infrequent access. So we can have a data which needs very high redundancy. It should not be failed. And sometimes the data is very important. What kind of the data is important? So that situation you have to share with me. And what kind of the data to be stored for a long duration? कोई भी practical example ले लो आप. Anybody?
Long duration, sir, like we can store our mark sheet and all details, like our anything data, like our career related or anything. For the long storage we want to, then we can store.
So what kind of storage you will use? Means very frequently इस data को कहाँ डालोगे? Very frequently में डालोगे या infrequent access में डालोगे?
Like sir, if we are storing any mark sheet and all, then it will be infrequent access.
There's a case of situation of hospital. Let's take a case of hospital where at least 1,000 people are visiting every day.
लास्ट मंथ का डेटा हम हॉस्पिटल के केस में नॉन फ्रीक्वेंटली में डालेंगे और करंट मंथ का डेटा
नहीं हॉस्पिटल के अंदर भी दोस्त बहुत सारे होते हैं. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कोई पेशेंट विजिट करता है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, तो डॉक्टर क्या करता है, उसके टेस्ट लिख देता है, करता है ना. तो वो हॉस्पिटल में जाकर अपने टेस्ट कराता है, उसकी रिपोर्ट्स आती है, तो वो सारी की सारी रिपोर्ट जो है वो कुछ दिनों तक मेन सर्वर में रहती है. जैसे 15 दिन तक मेन सर्वर में रहेंगी या 30 दिन तक मेन सर्वर में रहेंगी, क्योंकि वो पेशेंट अभी विजिट कर रहा है. वो बिकॉज ही इज अ न्यू पेशेंट, सो ही कैन विजिट अगेन because his diagnosis under basically observation. So उसका treatment चल रहा है. So doctor is still giving the treatment for his sickness, right? So he will visit again and again. So doctor will actually use his server to see his reports again and again. So you cannot put such kind of a data, such kind of medical reports in infrequent access. तो आप उसको infrequent access में नहीं डाल सकते, because for the next 30 days the patient can visit multiple times. When he visits to the doctor want to see those reports immediately on the server or on his laptop. And so all these laptops of the doctors or the desktops are connected with the central server of the hospital. So we have the two different kind of data here. लेकिन 1 महीने बाद या 2 महीने बाद, आफ्टर 2 months और 3 months, डेफिनेटली इवन वो रिपोर्ट भी पुरानी हो जाती है. उन रिपोर्ट्स का भी कोई मतलब नहीं रह जाता है 3 महीने बाद, 4 महीने बाद, फॉर एग्जांपल. सो आफ्टर अ सर्टेन टाइम, लेट्स से आफ्टर 30 days टाइम और 60 days टाइम, those reports or those data related to the patient can be stored in infrequent access storage class. So we have the different storage classes to just maintain the data, which is highly dependent on the data is being frequently used or it is infrequently used data. Secondly, so data is very important for sometimes where really we do not want to miss the data. So we are using some storage classes where you find high resiliency or high redundancy. यानी वो data automatically उस स्टोरेज क्लास का मल्टीपल अवेलेबिलिटी जोन्स में कॉपी हो रखा है. सेकंड इज, लेट्स से आफ्टर 6 months your hospital feel that now the data of the patient is not required anymore. Can we delete the data? No, we cannot delete the data. Still the same data can be used for the further analysis. Not patient perspective point of view. For the hospital, the data is very important, but they do not want to store that data in their current server. So what they do, they create archives of such data. जो बहुत ज्यादा पुराना डाटा है उसको डिलीट करने के बजाय उसको आर्काइव्स बना के रख लेते हैं. So this is a use case of the hospital I give. Similarly, in the companies we have HR departments, we have financial department, we have testing departments, we have some other sales and marketing department. So their current data, of course, we are using very frequently, but as the data expires or means उसकी लाइफ टाइम कंप्लीट होता है, so we can put that data in a different classes. Why we are discussing about the classes here? Because for every class in AWS, we have a different pricing plan. Is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
We have a different pricing plan. Means the standard, when you upload your data, so by default, that data is stored in standard. Did you see that? The data is stored in standard. So it means we have the different storage classes. We have the different storage classes. Let me show you. We have standard storage class. So ये तो by default होता है. When you upload your data, it stored in standard storage class. Second is intelligent tiering. I tell you what is intelligent tiering. Very interesting. ये बहुत ज़्यादा interesting intelligent tiering. But standard infrequent access, IA. IA stand for infrequent access. Infrequent access. नाम ही बता रहा है infrequent access है. मतलब if you are not accessing data very frequently, so you can put your data in the standard storage class. Then we have one zone infrequent access. इसका मतलब one zone बता रहा है. One zone means the data is not copied on multiple zones. The data is copied only in one zone. So नाम बता रहा है कि one zone में. फिर next is the class is glacier. This for the archival, right? So these are some standard classes. So standard class is used for very frequently accessed data. If the data is really very important, right? And so in such cases, you will choose standard storage class. And this is the most expensive storage class. Let's say if the data is not very frequently used, in that case, you will choose infrequent access. Or you can say the data is important, but the data is important. Right. Let's say one zone access. You can say data is do not need resiliency. You can say data don't need resiliency. Don't need one zone access. This is the only one zone access. This data will be stored in one zone. Data is stored in one zone. One zone means availability zone. Okay. Here. And the data is stored in multiple availability zone. ये यहाँ पर आ गया. Standard is for data is needed resiliency. So this way. And what about glacier? The data, if you want to archive your data for the long duration, right? So मैं इसको हटा देता हूँ. ये confusion करेगा. Okay. Let's say if the data is needing long duration, store the long duration time, or you can say this is needing archival, data archival. So for that case, you can choose the glacier. मतलब इनकी आप classes change कर सकते हैं अपने data की. You can change the class of your data. It depends. So what kind of access you want. And what about the intelligent tiering? Intelligent tiering is very, as the name specifies, intelligent. Intelligent means अगर आप इसमें data इसमें डाल दोगे तो automatically it will observe the access of the data. ये अपने आप ही देखेगा कि data, how you are accessing the data. Are you accessing data very frequently? Are you not accessing the data very frequently? So on the basis of that usage, it will put your data in standard or standard infrequent access. यानी आपको जो चार्ज लगेगा वो रहेगा इंटेलिजेंट टियरिंग में डाटा, लेकिन अगर बहुत ज्यादा यूज नहीं कर रहे हो आप तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो लोअर लेवल का चार्ज लेगा आपसे. एंड इफ यू आर चार्जिंग विद डाटा वेरी फ्रीक्वेंटली, इन दैट केस इट विल टेक द स्टैंडर्ड चार्जेस. आर यू गेटिंग मी?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So इसको अभी हम देखते हैं और इसको देख के पता लगाते हैं कि इसको कैसे चेंज कर सकते हैं. You just give me 2-minute break here. You just give me just 2-minute break here. So guys, let's say we have some objects here. So what I'm doing, I'm uploading few more objects. Let's say I'm going back to download, and here you can find very few objects to be stored to the storage. Let's say, and you're going to see I'm just picking this data, right? And I'm picking the data to upload. Let's say I'm picking the data to upload, and the upload is done. Almost done. 6 minutes. Okay, a few seconds. Okay, so this is the data. So can you see in which storage class the data was uploaded automatically?
Standard.
Standard. So this is the most expensive class, right? This is the most expensive class. We'll talk about the pricing also later. But let's say jitne bhi PAM file hai na, let's say we are not using very frequently. So I want to change their class to one zone. Right now it is available on a standard. If I'm talking about the standard data or the standard storage class data is stored in multiple availability zones or more than 3 availability zones. जो भी डाटा यहाँ लिखोगे वो multiple availability zones में लिखा जाता है. So you just go to, you selected the objects you want to change the class for, and you go to actions, and under action we have added storage class. Do you see added storage class? So click add storage class. As you click on added storage class, so this is the detail is given. कहता है यहाँ पर standard है, intelligent tiering is there. Standard infrequent access, one zone infrequent access, and we have Glacier, we have Glacier Deep Archive, and we have reduced redundancy. तो मैंने तो Glacier तक लिया है, इसके बाद 2 और classes ने डाल दिया. So we have 2 more classes. So let's say it's saying that it is for the most frequently accessed data, and if you are choosing the standard, the data is automatically stored in more than 3 availability zone. And what is the beauty? There is no minimum storage duration. कोई duration storage नहीं है. आप एक दिन के लिए करो, or you are just doing it for the 10 days. If you are just storing it for the 90 days, 100 days. So whatever duration you want to select, you can select, but there is no minimum storage time. And there is no billable object size for the minimum storage. And we are not, AWS is not charging to retrieve the data. Right, means if you are retrieving the data, if you are reading the data, AWS does not charge to retrieve the data, or the retrieval fees is not applied. Okay, if you are just talking about, let's say, infrequent access, I told you the infrequent access is the intelligent tiering class, which basically the charges from you on the basis of the data usage, right? So no issue. So we have, again, if you're using intelligent tiering class, your data is stored more than 3 availability zones, and monitoring and auto tiering fees is applied. भाई उसी के बेस पे तो बताएगा ये कितने दिन कैसे आपने डाटा को एक्सेस किया, and on the basis of that pattern it will charge from you. So it is little less expensive as compared to the standard storage class. Then the standard infrequent access. तो कहता है लंबे समय के लिए अगर आपने रखना है, if you want to put your data for the long live and you are not accessing data very frequently, if you are accessing data in an infrequent access way. So, but the data you store in a standard infrequent access is available on more than 3 availability zones, 3 or more than 3 availability zones. लेकिन इसका benefit आपको जब ही मिलेगा, इसके pricing का benefit आपको जब ही मिलेगा when you store your data at least for the 30 days in this class. And the minimum billable price is 128 KB and retrieval fees also is applied. If you access the data, if you read the data from this class, so per GB fees is applied additionally. And one zone access, इसमें क्या होता है? You can store your data for the long duration time. And it could be used only if you do not want to store your data on multiple availability zones. मतलब आपको redundancy नहीं चाहिए. So if you are choosing one zone, so standard में और इसमें one zone में, the only difference is, so one zone data or one zone infrequent access data will only store in one single, or you can say single availability zone. It is not stored in multiple availability zone. And again, 30 days minimum storage duration time is given if you want to avail the benefit of one zone infrequent access. And this is 128 KB minimum billable size. And again, some retrieval fees is applied. Same, यहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक, means standard infrequent access, intelligent tiering, standard infrequent access, and one zone infrequent access. Data can be read. Right, data can be read. So you can read data and you can switch the data between classes. Lekin second type of the class is called the glacier. If you put your data in a glacier, it means you do not want to access this data either frequently or infrequent access. मतलब किसी तरह का access नहीं चाहिए. You do not want any kind of access. You don't need frequent access. Even you don't need infrequent access. But you want to store data, right? But you want to store data. For such data, you would select Glacier. And the Glacier is recommended for large amount of data that you want to archive. So in every company, people or the business houses, they store some important data as an archival data. For example, by income tax return होती है, सन कंपनी के पास जाओगे तो उनके पास सन 2000 की भी रिटर्न मिल जाएगी, 2010 की भी मिल जाएगी. So they mean income tax can ask any paper from them anytime. Am I correct or not? तो मना नहीं कर सकते. They cannot deny. They cannot say to internet department, means income tax department की भाई sorry sir, we deleted the data. So we don't have data, so we cannot provide you information. No, that can't be done. So you have to store the data in such a way. Let's say बहुत सारे data होते हैं आपके पास, so you have to store the data in a that archival form. और ये ऐसे आपके personal data ले लेता हूँ. किसी की शादी हुई है, for example, शादी का वीडियो बनता है, तो वो वीडियो आपने बना के रख लिया. अब वो बना के तो रख लिया, क्या आप उसको रोज देखोगे? क्या कंप्यूटर में डाल के रखते हैं उसको? नो. तो ठीक है, 1-2 साल क्रेज होता है. You have a 1 year, 2 year craze. You just put and you want to show to your friends, to your families members, and to your relatives. But after 2-3 years, nobody watch that video again. But you do not want to delete it, right? So you want to archive that data. आपने किसी के पास कैसेट्स होंगे, किसी के पास डीवीडीज होंगे, किसी ने हार्ड डिस्क में डाल के रखा होगा, but you want to archive that. So in a similar fashion, for companies, for businesses, a lot of data we generally has that we need to archive. So what is archive? Archive is a long-term data storage space, and this is a storage class. What is a Glacier? It's a storage class. In S3, in AWS, we have S3 Glacier separate service. We have a S3 Glacier separate service. If you search, Glacier is a separate service even. So especially this kind of class is being used to store data for a long duration time, right? So, but you will get the benefit. If you just store your data even in Glacier, the data is replicated on multiple availability zone, more than 3 availability zone. And if you want to gain access of this class, मतलब आपको लगता है कि इसका benefit होना चाहिए आपको. So, because the Glacier is very low cost volume or low cost storage. So at least you have to store your data for 90 days in this. And the very important per GB fees applied here. Means retrieval fees is applied here. Per GB retrieval fees is applied here. Similarly, we have deep archival view. उससे भी लंबे टाइम के लिए अगर आपको रखना है data. So, for example, you have a data, but you never use that data, but you do not want to read that data. That was belong to your company's previous work, old project, but still you feel that the data to be stored with you. So in that case, you can just keep your data in a deep archive or archive and reduce redundancy. आपने कहा कि redundancy भी नहीं चाहिए और frequently accessed है, but not critical. So this is very cheap. This is the new class. So this is the different storage classes for the different use cases. So guys, I think you might have a pretty good idea about now storage classes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So मैं अभी storage class standard पे था. Now, for example, I'm just selecting the one zone infrequent access. And earlier I was on standard, right? And now I save changes. And if I do save changes, you're going to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. ये PAM file जितनी भी किस में चली गई?
One zone आई है.
One. और बाकी किस में? Right. लेकिन अगर मैं इसको वापस से standard में लाना चाहूँ, तो मैं वापस से जाऊँगा. And you can just go to the add storage class and select the standard and just save the changes, and you would see that again they are in standard. Very frequently you can change, but benefit लेने के लिए किसी को 30 दिन में रखना है आपने उसको, किसी को 180 days में रखना, किसी को 90 days में रखना है. लेकिन one thing I need to show you, for example, let's say I have a picture, right? The picture is जल्दी समझ में आ रहा था ना. So I'm taking a picture here. For example, photos. Let's say I'm taking this picture, right? Let's say this is the picture and I'm uploading. This is a picture. So which one is the picture? This is the picture file. So right now it is in standard. And you make it public. एक ही object को मैंने public किया है. You make it public. So what says that? Okay, public access of the bucket is not removed. So no issue. We are just going to close this. We are going to the properties and we are removing permissions. So we are removing this ACL from this bucket. You go there, you remove this checkbox and you can save changes and just do confirm. And this is done, right? This is done. You're going to close back to the objects, okay? And now again, go to the actions and make this object public. And this is finally public. So if you click on the object file, and if you copy this, and if you see, you can see this page, right? You can see this picture, correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see. So what I'm just trying to show you that need to understand. Now, this file, this object was in standard. So if I do change in, let's say, sorry. If I do change in different storage class, let's say I'm changing it to one zone frequent access, right? One zone infrequent access. So you just go to save changes, close. So was it changed? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Now storage, now it is in one zone infrequent access storage class. But still this page is accessible. This object is accessible over the internet. Means you can see, so it is still accessible. लेकिन अगर मैं इसको ग्लेशियर में डाल देता हूं तो क्या होगा? Let's say the glacier is for the archival. What is the meaning of the archival? You selected the one file here. I could have selected the all one, right? मैंने कहा नहीं, सबको नहीं करता हूं, मैं एक को करके दिखाता हूं आपको. For example, you select this object, go to the action. Now you can edit the storage class, and here finally I'm just putting in glacier. एक बात ध्यान रखना, one thing just keep in mind. If you are putting any object in glacier, further later on you cannot change the class of the object. अब ये हमेशा glacier में रहेगा. अगर if you want to access this, you have to download this from the glacier. अगर इसको आपने access करना है तो आपको download करना पड़ेगा, but ये अब internet पे share नहीं होगा. Once you store in glacier, because the data has been archived. The data has been archived. Once the data is archived, you cannot use the data as a current data or accessible data. इसकी तो class ही change कर दिया आपने, इसका तो usage ही change कर दिया आपने. उसने कहा कि ये तो server में रह ही नहीं सकता because the data has been archived. So, see, you go there and you're going to see. Can you see the glacier now?
Yes.
Yeah. अच्छा, अब मैं जाता हूँ इसके अंदर file 4 पे, and now the URL still there, publicly accessible. It was publicly accessible, and if you click on this, okay. This is my mistake. I'm taking actually this URL. I'm taking the URL. It is saying this object is stored in glacier. So in order to access, you need to restore it first. So आप इसको देख नहीं सकते हो, आपने गलत एक्शन किया है. You cannot. So okay, what I'm doing, I'm taking the URL and I'm sharing the URL among you even. आप भी करके देखो, ये URL है, right? So I'm opening a new tab and see. So what's the message you are getting? Error. No, it's not error. It's basically it is not allowed to see the page over the internet, right? So it doesn't appear to have any style information. So it says that it is invalid object state, right? So guys, means you won't be able to see it again. Now it is not. भाई ये share होने के बावजूद भी अब ये over the internet is not accessible because you change the storage class. चलो ठीक है, इसको ये अब storage class में चला गया. Because we are saving money. I'll tell you what amount you are giving to save the money. But let's say you are the IT person, and one person came from the another department to restore. भैया ये मेरी फाइल थी, जरा इसको रिस्टोर करके दे देना. तो आपने कहा ठीक है, मैं देता हूँ. So it depends on what kind of data you have. Are you restoring the huge data? Are you restoring the little data? Or you are restoring the data which is very promptly needed, मतलब एकदम चाहिए आपको, or you have a time. कोई भी आपके पास आएगा और वो कहेगा डाटा रिट्रीव करके दे दो, तो आप कहोगे ठीक है, मुझे लिस्ट दे जाओ क्या क्या डाटा रिट्रीव करना है और कल आके ले जाना. Immediately तो possible नहीं है सर, because I have a lot of work. Similarly, here also we have. So if you want to retrieve the data, you have to use a retrieval option. I'll show you. For example, this is the file, and you go to the action, and we have a initiate restore. We have initiate restore. इसको restore करना है डाटा को restore कैसे करना है? That I'm just showing you. You just click on initiate restore. As you click on initiate restore, the first of all, it is asking you for how many number of days the data should be available to download. पर कितने दिनों के लिए डाटा आपको मैं एक्सेस करने के लिए दे दूं? तो आपने कहा 3 दिन बहुत है. हमने कहा ठीक है 3 days, मैक्सिमम 35 days can give. किसी को आपने दिया कि डाटा मैं 3 दिन के लिए एक्सेस दे रहा हूं आपको, 3 दिन में आपने डाउनलोड करना है कर लो, 5 दिन 7 दिन whatever. So you provided some time limit. So that number of days that the data stored copy is available. So let's say 3 days you are giving. And these are the retrieval plans. One is the bulk retrieval. If your data is very huge, by mera data, let's say 100 GB. For example, I have 100 GB data, or you can say I have 1 TB data. हमने कहा just hang on. So that needs time. वो कह रहा है कि if you have the bulk data, so you will use a bulk retrieval, and this typically takes, AWS को लगते हैं 5 से 12 घंटे. AWS says I need a 5 to 12 hours to retrieve the data. उससे पहले मत पूछना मुझसे, 5 से 12 घंटे मैं लूंगा. Minimum 5 hours, maximum 12 hours I can take. But इसके बीच में आपको डाटा रिट्रीव करके दे दूंगा. Okay. So if you have, but this is very cheap. Of course, 5 से 12 घंटे ले रहा है. It takes to 5 to 12 hours. So definitely it's a cheap retrieval plan. थोड़ा सा expensive है, standard retrieval. 3 से 5 घंटे लगते हैं इसको. Right, the data is same, but you said no, 5 to 12 are really high here. So I need little early. So the data retrieval plan has been changed. You can choose standard retrieval plan. But आपने कहा मेरे डाटा ज्यादा नहीं है यार, 2-3 फाइलें हैं, छोटा मोटा डाटा है. If the data is less than 250 MB, so you can retrieve your data within a minute, within a 1 to 5 minute. 1 से 5 मिनट के अंदर आपका डाटा रिट्रीव हो जाएगा और आपको मिल जाएगा. But this is an expensive retrieval plan, and this is called the expedited retrieval plan. Expedited retrieval plan, right? So, or you can say retrieval tier भी बोलते हैं. A retrieval tier, we have the bulk retrieval, standard retrieval, and expedited retrieval, right? So in expedited, of course, is very expensive as other retrieval plans. Bulk से और standard से थोड़ा सा expensive होगा. Now I'm just going to to initiate restore, and it will say that the success initiate restore. You close it, you go to that file here, you click here, and you can see this is this object is stored in Glacier, and it's saying that the restoration in progress. ये काम अभी हो रहा है आपका. It will restore command has been given, that action has been given, but it is not yet restored, and it will take time to restore. कितना time बताया था मैंने? We took expedited retrieval tier plan. How much time it will take to retrieve your data?
1 to 5 minutes.
1 to 5 minutes. Right. So जैसे ये हो जाएगा, मेरे पास कोई refresh button भी नहीं है यहाँ पर. I should have refresh button.
But sir, it is very less size. Why it is taking?
नहीं, वो standard उसने algos लगा रखे हैं यार, आप समझने की कोशिश करो. उसने algos लगा रखे हैं, उसने कुछ नहीं कर रखा है. They people are using only algos. So for expedited, this has been done, I think. If you see, this has been done. What is that?
Completed.
It's complete. Restoration complete. So what is the meaning of this? The restoration complete. वो कहता है Glacier से retrieve हो गया. But if you go there and you still see the data is in which class?
Glacier.
So it is still in Glacier, but it will be available for next 3 days. 3 दिन तक ये आपके सामने रहेगा, and now you can download it. For example, you go there, right? You can select it and you can download it, but directly access नहीं कर सकते. Can I directly access it? Again, the same URL. You try the same URL. Is it possible? Can you access it? No, यार ये तो मेरे उसमें है मेरे ख्याल से. Are you able to access it? Yes. You are able to access it now, right? Sir. Because you retrieve it. Now, if you want to change the class of this object, let's say somebody told, yeah, I do not want actually in Glacier. Now I want to put in a standard. So what way we have? So इससे तो मैं निकाल नहीं सकता, सीधी सी बात है. I cannot change this. So इस Glacier को तो मैं standard नहीं कर सकता. I cannot change this. So I can retrieve this definitely, and it is retrieved for the 3 days next. So I can download the object. So you click on the download. You can download, and you can upload it again. Let's say I was here, and let's say you can just go there, add files, and I was in download section. This was the file, right? Let's say I'm changing its name. Let's underscore, and you can upload it. Upload. Done. What did you realize? Aapne dekha, this is the file has been uploaded. The same file you restored and uploaded, right? But this data will remain in Glacier. This data, this file, this object will remain in Glacier.
So there was some time period was given that more than that greater than equal to 90 days. After that, we can change the storage class.
No. That was if you want to gain the advantage or leverage the advantage. You can say storage class. Let's say the standard storage class is very expensive, and the Glacier storage class is very, very cheaper. So people cannot store the data for 2 days, 3 days, or 10 days here. So if you are storing your data for 2-3 days and then they're taking the data back, in that case, you are not getting any advantage. If you want to get advantage of this storage class, you have to store data at least for 90 days. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir. After 90 days, we can change the storage class.
Yes. After 90 days, you can change the storage class, but you will use the same method I just showed you. Even after 90 days, you have to download it. Then only you can re-upload the data to change the class. But the data will remain in Glacier. What maximum you can do? You can delete it. That's all. I'm deleting it. Let's say delete, and you can delete it. That's because you already had now. You have this. Yeah, you have the already data. This is the data you have, and you deleted that Glacier one. That can be done. But the Glacier class, the storage class cannot be changed. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
Right.
And that we can never change the storage class, but we can download and then
yes,
we can
upload again with a different storage class.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Now we are just going to start replication. This is a very interesting thing. We have replication. As the name is saying, replication means you have one bucket, you have another bucket, you have a source and destination bucket. So we can replicate data from one bucket to another bucket. So these buckets can be in a same region. These buckets could be in a different regions, and these buckets could be in a different AWS accounts even. For example, I'm storing some data in my S3 bucket, which is in my AWS account, but you want the same data for your project. So what I'll do, I'll just make I'll configure replication between these two S3 buckets. So if you write any data in source bucket, the same data will be replicated in your destination bucket, right? So this way you can replicate data from one bucket to another bucket. So this service or this option, you're going to use in 2 different ways. You can see this option in 2 different ways. Number one, you are replicating data for the different teams, for different projects, for different clients. Number one. Number two is the replication can also be used for disaster recovery.